to the auction block and the slave whip. I had no business with this man under the old regime but to keep out of his way. But now that slavery was destroyed, and the slave and the master stood upon equal ground, I was not only willing to meet him, but was very glad to do so. The conditions were favorable for remembrance of all his good deeds, and generous extenuation of all his evil ones. He was to me longer a slave-holder either in fact or in spirit, and I regarded him as I did myself, a victim of the circumstances of birth, education, law, and custom. 76. Our courses had been determined for us, not by us. We had both been flung, by powers that did not ask our consent, upon a mighty current of life, which we could neither resist nor control. By this current he was a master, and I a slave, but now our lives were verging towards a point where differences disappear, where even the constancy of hate breaks down and where the clouds of pride, passion, and selfishness vanish before the brightness of infinite light. At such a time, and in such a place, when a man is about closing his eyes on this world and ready to step into the eternal unknown, no word of reproach or bitterness should reach him or fall from his lips, and on this occasion there was to this rule no transgression on either side. As this visit to Capt. Alt has been made the subject of mirth by heartless triflers, and by serious-minded men regretted as a weakening of my lifelong testimony against slavery, and as the report of it, published in the papers immediately after it occurred, was in some respects defective and colored, it may be proper to state exactly what was said and done at this interview. It should in the first place be understood that I did not go to St. Michael's upon Capt. Alt's invitation, but upon that of my colored friend, Charles Caldwell, but when once there, Capt. Alt sent Mr. Green, a man in constant attendance upon him during his sickness, to tell me he would be very glad to see me, and wished me to accompany Green to his house, with which request I complied. On reaching the house I was met by Mr. W. M. H. Breuve, a son-in-law of Capt. Alt, and Mrs. Louisa Breuve, his daughter, and was conducted by them immediately to the bedroom of Capt. Alt. We addressed each other simultaneously, he calling me Marshal Douglas, and I, as I had always called him, Captain Alt. Hearing myself called by him Marshal Douglas, I instantly broke up the formal nature of the meeting by saying, not Marshal, but Frederick to you as formerly. We shook hands cordially, and in the act of doing so, he, having been long stricken with palsy, shed tears as men thus afflicted will do when excited by any deep emotion. The sight of him, the changes which time had wrought in him, his tremulous hands constantly in motion, and all the Cir. 77. Circumstances of his condition affected me deeply, and for a time choked my voice and made me speechless. We both, however, got the better of our feelings, and conversed freely about the past. Though broken by age and palsy, the mind of Capt. Alt was remarkably clear and strong. After he had become composed I asked him what he thought of my conduct in running away and going to the north. He hesitated a moment as if to properly formulate his reply, and said, Frederick, I always knew you were too smart to be a slave, and had I been in your place, I should have done as you did. I said, Capt. Alt, I am glad to hear you say this. I did not run away from you, but from slavery. It was not that I loved Caesar less, but Rome more. I told him that I had made a mistake in my narrative, a copy of which I had sent him, in attributing to him ungrateful and cruel treatment of my grandmother, that I had done so on the supposition that in the division of the property of my old master, Mr. Aaron Anthony, my grandmother had fallen to him, and that he had left her in her old age, when she could be no longer of service to him, to pick up her living in solitude with none to help her, or, in other words, had turned her out to die like an old horse. Ah! He said, that was a mistake. I never owned your grandmother. She in the division of the slaves was awarded to my brother-in-law, Andrew Anthony, but, he added quickly, I brought her down here and took care of her as long as she lived. The fact is, that, after writing my narrative describing the condition of my grandmother, Capt. Ald's attention being thus called to it, he rescued her from her destitution. I told him that this mistake of mine was corrected as soon as I discovered it, and that I had at no time any wish to do him injustice, that I regarded both of us as victims of a system. Oh, I never liked slavery, he said, and I meant to emancipate all of my slaves when they reached the age of 25 years. I told him I had always been curious to know how old I was and that it had been a serious trouble to me, not to know when was my birthday. He said he could not tell me that, but he thought I was born in February, 1818. This date made me 1 year younger than I had supposed myself from what was told me by Mistress Lucretia, Captain Ald's former wife. 78. When I left Lloyd's for Baltimore in the spring of 1825, she having then said that I was 8, going on 9. I know that it was in the year 1825 that I went to Baltimore, because it was in that year that Mr. James Beecham built a large frigate at the foot of Elysiana Street, for one of the South American governments. Judging from this, and from certain events which transpired at Col. Lloyd's, such as a boy under 8 years old, without any knowledge of books, would hardly take cognizance of, I am led to believe that Mrs. Lucretia was nearer right as to my age than her husband. Before I left his bedside, Captain Auld spoke with a cheerful confidence of the great change that awaited him, and felt himself about to depart in peace. Seeing his extreme weakness, I did not protract my visit. The whole interview did not last more than 20 minutes, and we parted to meet no more. His death was soon after announced in the papers, and the fact that he had once owned me as a slave was cited as rendering that event noteworthy. It may not, perhaps, be quite artistic to speak in this connection of another incident of something of the same nature as that which I have just narrated, and yet it quite naturally finds place here, and that is, my visit to the town of Easton, county seat of Talbot County, 2 years later, to deliver an address in the courthouse, for the benefit of some association in that place. The visit was made interesting to me, by the fact that 45 years before I had, in company with Henry and John Harris, been dragged behind horses to Easton, with my hands tied, put in jail and offered for sale, for the offense of intending to run away from slavery. It may easily be seen that this visit, after this lapse of time, brought with it feelings and reflections such as only unusual circumstances can awaken. There stood the old jail, with its whitewashed walls and iron gratings, as when in my youth I heard its heavy locks and bolts clank behind me. Strange too, Mr. Joseph Graham, who was then sheriff of the county, and who locked me in this gloomy place, was still living, though verging towards 80, and was one of the gentlemen who now gave me a warm and friendly welcome, and was among my hearers when I delivered my address at the courthouse. There too in the same old place stood Sol. 79. Law's Tavern, where once the slave traders were wont to congregate, and where I now took up my abode and was treated with a hospitality and consideration undreamed of by me in the olden time as possible. When one has advanced far in the journey of life, when he has seen and traveled over much of this great world, and has had many and strange experiences of shadow and sunshine, when long distances of time and space have come between him and his point of departure, it is natural that his thoughts should return to the place of his beginning, and that he should be seized with a strong desire to revisit the scenes of his early recollection, and live over in memory the incidents of his childhood. At least such for several years had been my thoughts and feeling in respect of Col. Lloyd's plantation on Wye River, Talbot County, Maryland, for I had never been there since I left it, when 8 years old, in 1825. While slavery continued, of course this very natural desire could not be safely gratified, for my presence among slaves was dangerous to the public peace, and could no more be tolerated than could a wolf among sheep, or fire in a magazine. But now that the results of the war had changed all this, I had for several years determined to return, upon the first opportunity, to my old home. Speaking of this desire of mine last winter, to Hon. John L. Thomas, the efficient collector at the port of Baltimore, and a leading Republican of the state of Maryland, he urged me very much to go, and added that he often took a trip to the eastern shore in his revenue cutter Guthrie, and would be much pleased to have me accompany him on one of these trips. I expressed some doubt as to how such a visit would be received by the present Col. Edward Lloyd, now proprietor of the old place, and grandson of Governor Ed. Lloyd, whom I remembered. Mr. Thomas promptly assured me that from his own knowledge I need have no trouble on that score. Mr. Lloyd was liberal-minded gentleman, and he had no doubt would take a visit from me very kindly. I was very glad to accept the offer. The opportunity for the trip however did not occur till the 12th of June, and on that day, in company with Messrs. Thomas, Thompson, and Chamberlain, on board the cutter, we started for the contemplated 80 visit. In 4 hours after leaving Baltimore we were anchored in the river off the Lloyd estate, and from the deck of our vessel I saw once more the stately chimneys of the grand old mansion which I had last seen from the deck of the Sally Lloyd when a boy. I left there as a slave, and returned as a freeman. I left there unknown to the outside world, and returned well known. I left there on a freight boat, and returned on a revenue cutter. I left on a vessel belonging to Col. Edward Lloyd, and returned on one belonging to the United States. As soon as we had come to anchor, Mr. Thomas dispatched a note to Col. Edward Lloyd, announcing my presence on board his cutter, and inviting him to meet me, informing him it was my desire, if agreeable to him, to revisit my old home. In response to this note, Mr. Howard Lloyd, a son of Col. Lloyd, a young gentleman of very pleasant address, came on board the cutter, and was introduced to the several gentlemen and myself. He told us that his father had gone to Easton on business, expressed his regret at his absence, hoped he would return before we should leave, and in the meantime received us cordially, and invited us ashore, escorted us over the grounds, and gave us as hearty a welcome as we could have wished. I hope I shall be pardoned for speaking with much complacency of this incident. It was one which could happen to but few men, and only once in the lifetime of any. The span of human life is too short for the repetition of events which occur at the distance of 50 years. That I was deeply moved and greatly affected by it can be easily imagined. Here I was, being welcomed and escorted by the great-grandson of Colonel Edward Lloyd, a gentleman I had known well 56 years before, and whose form and features were as vividly depicted on my memory as if I had seen him but yesterday. He was a gentleman of the olden time, elegant in his apparel, dignified in his deportment, a man of few words and of weighty presence, and I can easily conceive that no governor of the state of Maryland ever commanded a larger measure of respect than did this great-grandfather of the young gentleman now before me. In company with Mr. Howard was his little brother Decosa, a bright boy of 8 or 9 years, disclosing 81. His aristocratic descent in the lineaments of his face, and in all his modest and graceful movements. As I looked at him I could not help the reflections naturally arising from having seen so many generations of the same family on the same estate. I had seen the elder Lloyd, and was now walking around with the youngest member of that name. In respect to the place itself, I was most agreeably surprised to find that time had dealt so gently with it, and that in all its appointments it was so little changed from what it was when I left it, and from what I have elsewhere described it. Very little was missing except the squads of little black children which were once seen in all directions, and the great number of slaves in its fields. Col. Lloyd's estate comprised 27,000 acres, and the home farm 7,000. In my boyhood 60 men were employed in cultivating the home farm alone. Now, by the aid of machinery, the work is accomplished by 10 men. I found the buildings, which gave it the appearance of a village, nearly all standing, and I was astonished to find that I had carried their appearance and location so accurately in my mind during so many years. There was the long quarter, the quarter on the hill, the dwelling house of my old master Aaron Anthony, and the overseer's house, once occupied by William Sevier, Austin Gore, James Hopkins, and other overseers. In connection with my old master's house was the kitchen where Aunt Katy presided, and where my head had received many a thump from her unfriendly hand. I looked into this kitchen with peculiar interest, and remembered that it was there I last saw my mother. I went round to the window at which Miss Lucretia used to sit with her sewing, and at which I used to sing when hungry, a signal which she well understood, and to which she readily responded with bread. The little closet in which I slept in a bag had been taken into the room, the dirt floor, too, has disappeared under plank. But upon the whole the house is very much as it was in the old time. Not far from it was the stable formerly in charge of old Barney. The storehouse at the end of it, of which my master carried the keys, had been removed. The large carriage house, too, which in my boyhood days contained 2 or 3 fine coaches, several phaetons, gigs, and a large sleigh, was gone. This 82. Carriage house was of much interest to me, because Col. Lloyd sometimes allowed his servants the use of it for festal occasions, and in it there was at such times music and dancing. With these 2 exceptions the houses of the estate remained. There was the shoemaker's shop, where Uncle Abe made and mended shoes, and there the blacksmith's shop, where Uncle Tony hammered iron, and the weekly closing of which first taught me to distinguish Sundays from other days. The old barn, too, was there time-worn, to be sure, but still in good condition, a place of wonderful interest to me in my childhood, for there I often repaired to listen to the chatter and watch the flight of swallows among its lofty beams, and under its ample roof. Time had wrought some changes in the trees and foliage. The Lombardy poplars, in the branches of which the red-winged blackbirds used to congregate and sing, and whose music awakened in my young heart sensations and aspirations deep and undefinable, were gone, but the oaks and elms, where young Daniel used to divide with me his cakes and biscuits, were there as umbrageous and beautiful as ever. I expressed a wish to Mr. Howard to be shown into the family burial ground, and thither we made our way. It is a remarkable spot, the resting place for all the deceased Lloyds for 200 years, for the family have been in possession of the estate since the settlement of the Maryland colony. The tombs there remind one of what may be seen in the grounds of moss-covered churches in England. The very names of those who sleep within the oldest of them are crumbled away and become undecipherable. Everything about it is impressive, and suggestive of the transient character of human life and glory. No one could stand under its weeping willows, amidst its creeping ivy and myrtle, and look through its somber shadows, without a feeling of unusual solemnity. The first interment I ever witnessed was in this place. It was the great-great-grandmother, brought from Annapolis in a mahogany coffin, and quietly, without ceremony, deposited in this ground. While here Mr. Howard gathered for me a bouquet of flowers and evergreens from the different graves around us, and which I carefully brought to my home for preservation. 83. Notable among the tombs were those of Admiral Buchanan, who commanded the Merrimac in the action at Hampton Roads with the Monitor, March 8, 1862, and that of General Winder of the Confederate Army, both sons-in-law of the elder Lloyd. There was also pointed out to me the grave of a Massachusetts man, a Mr. Page, a teacher in the family, whom I had often seen and wondered what he could be thinking about as he silently paced up and down the garden walks, always alone, for he associated neither with Captain Anthony, Mr. McDermott, nor the overseers. He seemed to be one by himself. I believe he originated somewhere near Greenfield, Massachusetts, and members of his family will perhaps learn for the first time, from these lines, the place of his burial, for I have had intimation that they knew little about him after he once left home. We then visited the garden, still kept in fine condition, but not as in the days of the elder Lloyd, for then it was tended constantly by Mr. McDermott, a scientific gardener, and 4 experienced hands, and formed, perhaps, the most beautiful feature of the place. From this we were invited to what was called by the slaves the great house, the mansion of the Lloyds, and were helped to chairs upon its stately veranda, where we could have full view of its garden, with its broad walks, hedged with box and adorned with fruit trees and flowers of almost every variety. A more tranquil and tranquilizing scene I have seldom met in this or any other country. We were soon invited from this delightful outlook into the large dining room, with its old-fashioned furniture, its mahogany sideboard, its cut-glass chandeliers, decanters, tumblers, and wine glasses, and cordially invited to refresh ourselves with wine of most excellent quality. To say that our reception was every way gratifying is but a feeble expression of the feeling of each and all of us. Leaving the great house, my presence became known to the colored people, some of whom were children of those I had known when a body. They all seemed delighted to see me, and were pleased when I called over the names of many of the old servants, and pointed out the cabin where Dr. Copper, an old slave, used, with a hickory stick in hand, to teach us to say 84. The Lord's Prayer. After spending a little time with these, we bade goodbye to Mr. Howard Lloyd, with many thanks for his kind attentions, and steamed away to St. Michael's, a place of which I have already spoken. The next part of this memorable trip took us to the home of Mrs. Buchanan, the widow of Admiral Buchanan, one of the two only living daughters of old Governor Lloyd, and here my reception was as kindly as that received at the great house, where I had often seen her when a slender young lady of 18. She is now about 74 years of age but marvelously well preserved. She invited me to a seat by her side, introduced me to her grandchildren and conversed with me as freely and with as little embarrassment as if I had been an old acquaintance and occupied an equal station with the most aristocratic of the Caucasian race. I saw in her much of the quiet dignity as well as the features of her father. I spent an hour or so in conversation with Mrs. Buchanan, and when I left a beautiful little granddaughter of hers, with a pleasant smile on her face, handed me a bouquet of many-colored flowers. I never accepted such a gift with a sweeter sentiment of gratitude than from the hand of this lovely child. It told me many things, and among them that a new dispensation of justice, kindness, and human brotherhood was dawning not only in the North, but in the South, that the war and the slavery that caused the war were things of the past, and that the rising generation are turning their eyes from the sunset of decayed institutions to the grand possibilities of a glorious future. The next, and last noteworthy incident in my experience, and one which further and strikingly illustrates the idea with which this chapter sets out, is my visit to Harper's Ferry on the 30th of May, of this year, and my address on John Brown, delivered in that place before Storer College, an institution established for the education of the children of those whom John Brown endeavored to liberate. It is only a little more than 20 years ago when the subject of my discourse made a raid upon Harper's Ferry, when its people, and we may say the whole nation, were filled with astonishment, horror, and indignation at the mention of his name, when the government of the 85 United States cooperated with the state of Virginia in efforts to arrest and bring to capital punishment all persons in any way connected with John Brown and his enterprise, when United States Marshals visited Rochester and elsewhere in search of me, with a view to my apprehension and execution, for my supposed complicity with Brown, when many prominent citizens of the North were compelled to leave the country to avoid arrest, and men were mobbed, even in Boston, for daring to speak a word in vindication or extenuation of what was considered Brown's stupendous crime, and yet here, upon the very soil he had stained with blood and among the very people he had startled and outraged and who a few years ago would have hanged me in open daylight to the first tree, I was, after 2 decades, allowed to deliver an address, not merely defending John Brown, but extolling him as a hero and martyr to the cause of liberty, and doing it with scarcely a murmur of disapprobation. I confess that as I looked out upon the scene before me and the towering heights around me, and remembered the bloody drama there enacted, as I saw the log house in the distance where John Brown collected his men and saw the little engine house where the brave old Puritan fortified himself against a dozen companies of Virginia militia, and the place where he was finally captured by the United States troops under Col. Robert E. Lee, I was a little shocked at my own boldness in attempting to deliver in such presence an address of the character advertised in advance of my coming. But there was no cause of apprehension. The people of Harper's Ferry have made wondrous progress in their ideas of freedom of thought and speech. The abolition of slavery has not merely emancipated the Negro, but liberated the whites. It has taken the lock from their tongues and the fetters from their press. On the platform from which I spoke, sat Hon. Andrew J. Hunter, the prosecuting attorney for the state of Virginia, who conducted against John Brown, the cause of the state that consigned him to the gallows. This man, now well stricken in years, greeted me cordially and in conversation with me after the address, bore testimony to the manliness and courage of John Brown, and though the still disapproved of the raid made by him upon Harper's Ferry, commended me for my address and gave me a pressing in. 86. Invitation to visit Charlestown, where he lives, and offered to give me some facts which might prove interesting to me, as to the sayings and conduct of Captain Brown while in prison and on trial, up to the time of his execution. I regret that my engagements and duties were such that I could not then and there accept his invitation, for I could not doubt the sincerity with which it was given, or fail to see the value of compliance. Mr. Hunter not only congratulated me upon my speech, but at parting, gave me a friendly grip, and added that if Robert E. Lee were alive and present, he knew he would give me his hand also. This man, by his frequent interruptions, added much to the interest of the occasion, approving and condemning my sentiments as they were uttered. I only regret that he did not undertake a formal reply to my speech, but this, though invited, he declined to do. It would have given me an opportunity of fortifying certain positions in my address which were perhaps insufficiently defended. Upon the whole, taking the visit to Capt. Ald, to Easton with its old jail, to the home of my old master at Col. Lloyd's, and this visit to Harper's Ferry, with all their associations, they fulfill the expectation created at the beginning of this chapter. 87. Chapter 17. Incidents and Events. Hon. Gerrit Smith and Mrec 11 Experiences at Hotels and on Steamboats and Other Modes of Travel. Hon. Edward Marshall Grace Greenwooden. Moses Norris Robert G. Ingersoll Reflections and Conclusions Compensations. In escaping from the South, the reader will have observed that I did not escape from its widespread influence in the North. That influence met me almost everywhere outside of pronounced anti-slavery circles, and sometimes even within them. It was in the air, and men breathed it and were permeated by it often when they were quite unconscious of its presence. I might recount many occasions when I have encountered this feeling, some painful and melancholy, some ridiculous and amusing. It has been a part of my mission to expose the absurdity of this spirit of caste and in some measure help to emancipate men from its control. Invited to accompany Hon. Gerrit Smith to dine with Mr. Ec. at Albany many years ago, I expressed to Mr. Smith my awkwardness and embarrassment in the society I was likely to meet there. "Ah," said that good man, "you must go, Douglas, it is your mission to break down the walls of separation between the two races." I went with Mr. Smith, and was soon made at ease by Mr. Delevan and the ladies and gentlemen there. They were among the most refined and brilliant people I had ever met. I felt somewhat surprised that I could be so much at ease in such company, but I found it then, as I have since, that the higher the gradation in intelligence and refinement the farther removed are all artificial distinctions and restraints of mere caste or color. In one of my anti-slavery campaigns in New York 35 years ago I had an appointment at Victor, a town in Ontario country. I was compelled to stop at the hotel. It was the custom at that time to seat the guests at a long table running the length of the dining room. When I entered I was shown a little table off in a corner. I knew what it meant, but 88. Took my dinner all the same. When I went to the desk to pay my bill I said, "Now, landlord, be good enough to tell me just why you gave me my dinner at the little table in the corner by myself." He was equal to the occasion, and quickly replied, "Because, you see, I wished to give you something better than the others." The cool reply staggered me, and I gathered up my change, muttering only that I did not want to be treated better than other people, and bade him good morning. On an anti-slavery tour through the West, in company with H. Ford Douglass, a young colored man of fine intellect and much promise, and my old friend John Jones, we stopped at a hotel in Janesville, and were seated by ourselves to take our meals where all the bar-room loafers of the town could stare at us. Thus seated, I took occasion to say loud enough for the crowd to hear me, that I had just been out to the stable, and had made a great discovery. Asked by Mr. Jones what my discovery was, I said that I saw their black horses and white horses eating together in peace from the same trough, from which I inferred that the horses of Janesville were more civilized than its people. The crowd saw the hit, and broke out into a good-natured laugh. We were afterward entertained at the same table with other guests. Many years ago, on my way from Cleveland to Buffalo on one of the lake steamers, the gong sounded for supper. There was a rough element on board, such as at that time might be found anywhere between Buffalo and Chicago. It was not to be trifled with, especially when hungry. At the first sound of the gong there was a furious rush for the table. From prudence, more than from lack of appetite, I waited for the second table, as did several others. At this second table I took a seat far apart from the few gentlemen scattered along its side, but directly opposite a well-dressed, fine-featured man of the fairest complexion, high forehead, golden hair, and light beard. His whole appearance told me he was somebody. I had been seated but a minute or two when the steward came to me and roughly ordered me away. I paid no attention to him, but proceeded to take my supper, determined not to leave unless compelled to do so by superior force, and, being young and strong, I was not entirely unwilling to risk the consequences of such a contest. A few moments passed, when on 89. Each side of my chair there appeared a stalwart of my own race. I glanced at the gentleman opposite. His brow was knit, his color changed from white to scarlet, and his eyes were full of fire. I saw the lightning flash, but I could not tell where it would strike. Before my sable brethren could execute their captain's order, and just as they were about to lay violent hands upon me, a voice from that man of golden hair and fiery eyes resounded like a clap of summer thunder. "Let the gentleman alone. I am not ashamed to take my tea with Mr. Douglas." His was a voice to be obeyed, and my right to my seat and my supper was no more disputed. I bowed my acknowledgment to the gentleman and thanked him for his chivalrous interference, and, as modestly as I could, asked him his name. "I am Edward Marshall of Kentucky, now of California," he said. "Sir, I am very glad to know you. I have just been reading your speech in Congress," I said. Supper over, we passed several hours in conversation with each other, during which he told me of his political career in California, of his election to Congress, and that he was a Democrat, but had no prejudice against color. He was then just coming from Kentucky, where he had been in part to see his black mammy, for, said he, I nursed at the breasts of a colored mother. I asked him if he knew my old friend John A. Collins in California. "Oh, yes," he replied, "he is a smart fellow. He ran against me for Congress. I charged him with being an abolitionist, but he denied it, so I sent off and got the evidence of his having been general agent of the Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society, and that settled him." During the passage Mr. Marshall invited me into the barroom to take a drink. I excused myself from drinking, but went down with him. There were a number of thirsty-looking individuals standing around, to whom Mr. Marshall said, "Come, boys, take a drink." When the drinking was over he threw down upon the counter a $20 gold piece, at which the barkeeper made large eyes and said he could not change it. "Well, keep it," said the gallant Marshall, "it will all be gone before morning." After this we naturally fell apart, and he was monopolized by other company, but I shall never fail to bear willing testimony to the generous and manly 90 qualities of this brother of the gifted and eloquent Thomas Marshall of Kentucky. In 1842 I was sent by the Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society to hold a Sunday meeting in Pittsfield, NH, and was given the name of Mr. Hills, a subscriber to the Liberator. It was supposed that any man who had the courage to take and read the Liberator, edited by William Lloyd Garrison, or the Herald of Freedom, edited by Nathaniel P. Rogers, would gladly receive and give food and shelter to any colored brother laboring in the cause of the slave. As a general rule this was very true. There were no railroads in New Hampshire in those days, so I reached Pittsfield by stage, glad to be permitted to ride upon the top thereof, for no colored person could be allowed inside. This was many years before the days of civil rights bills, black congressmen, colored United States Marshals, and such like. Arriving at Pittsfield, I was asked by the driver where I would stop. I gave him the name of my subscriber to the Liberator. "That is 2 miles beyond," he said. So, after landing his other passengers, he took me on to the house of Mr. Hills. I confess I did not seem a very desirable visitor. The day had been warm and the road dusty. I was covered with dust, and then I was not of the color fashionable in that neighborhood, for colored people were scarce in that part of the old Granite State. I saw in an instant that, though the weather was warm, I was to have a cool reception, but, cool or warm, there was no alternative left me but to stay and take what I could get. Mr. Hills scarcely spoke to me, and, from the moment he saw me jump down from the top of the stage, carpet bag in hand, his face wore a troubled look. His good wife took the matter more philosophically, and evidently thought my presence there for a day or two could do the family no especial harm, but her manner was restrained, silent, and formal, wholly unlike that of anti-slavery ladies I had met in Massachusetts and Rhode Island. When tea time came, I found that Mr. Hills had lost his appetite and could not come to the table. I suspected his 91. Trouble was color phobia, and, though I regretted his malady, I knew his case was not necessarily dangerous, and I was not without some confidence in my skill and ability in healing diseases of that type. I was, however, so affected by his condition, that I could not eat much of the pie and cake before me, and felt so little in harmony with things about me that I was, for me, remarkably reticent during the evening, both before and after the family worship, for Mr. Hills was a pious man. Sunday morning came, and in due season the hour for meeting. I had arranged a good supply of work for the day. I was to speak 4 times, at 10 o'clock a.m., at 1 p.m., at 5, and again at 7:30 in the evening. When meeting time came, Mr. Hills brought his fine phaeton to the door, assisted his wife in, and, although there were 2 vacant seats in his carriage, there was no room in it for me. On driving off from his door, he merely said, addressing me, "You can find your way to the town hall, I suppose?" "I suppose I can," I replied, and started along behind his carriage on the dusty road toward the village. I found the hall, and was very glad to see in my small audience the face of good Mrs. Hills. Her husband was not there, but had gone to his church. There was no one to introduce me, and I proceeded with my discourse without introduction. I held my audience till 12 o'clock noon and then took the usual recess of Sunday meetings in country towns, to allow the people to take their lunch. No one invited me to lunch, so I remained in the town hall till the audience assembled again, when I spoke till nearly 3 o'clock, when the people again dispersed, and left me as before. By this time I began to be hungry, and, seeing a small hotel near, I went into it and offered to buy a meal, but I was told they did not entertain niggers there. I went back to the old town hall hungry and cold, for an infant New England northeaster was beginning to chill the air, and a drizzling rain to fall. I saw that my movements were being observed from the comfortable homes around, with apparently something of the feeling that children might experience in seeing a bear prowling about town. There was a graveyard near the town hall, and, attracted thither, I felt some relief in contemplating the resting places. 92. Of the dead, where there was an end to all distinctions between rich and poor, white and colored, high and low. While thus meditating on the vanities of the world and my own loneliness and destitution, and recalling the sublime pathos of the saying of Jesus, "The foxes have holes, and the birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man hath not where to lay his head," I was approached rather hesitatingly by a gentleman, who inquired my name. "My name is Douglas," I replied. "You do not seem to have any place to stay while in town." I told him I had not. "Well," said he, "I am no abolitionist, but if you will go with me I will take care of you." I thanked him, and turned with him toward his fine residence. On the way I asked him his name. Moses Norris, he said. What? Han. Moses Norris? I asked. Yes, he answered. I did not, for a moment, know what to do, for I had read that this same man had literally dragged the Reverend George Storrs from the pulpit, for preaching abolitionism. I, however, walked along with him, and was invited into his house, when I heard the children running and screaming, "Mother, mother, there is a nigger in the house. There's a nigger in the house." And it was with some difficulty that Mr. Norris succeeded in quieting the tumult. I saw that Mrs. Norris, too, was much disturbed by my presence, and I thought for a moment of beating a retreat, but the kind assurances of Mr. Norris decided me to stay. When quiet was restored, I ventured the experiment of asking Mrs. Norris to do me a kindness. I said, "Mrs. Norris, I have taken cold, and am hoarse from speaking, and I have found that nothing relieves me so readily as a little loaf sugar and cold water." The lady's manner changed, and with her own hands she brought me the water and sugar. I thanked her with genuine earnestness, and from that moment I could see that her prejudices were more than half gone, and that I was more than half welcome at the fireside of this Democratic senator. I spoke again in the evening, and at the close of the meeting there was quite a contest between Mrs. Norris and Mrs. Hills as to which one I should see home. I considered Mrs. Hill's kindness to me, though her manner had been formal. I knew the cause, and I thought, especially as my carpet-bag was there, I would go with her. So giving Mr. and Mrs. Norris many thanks, I bade 93 them goodbye, and went home with Mr. and Mrs. Hills, where I found the atmosphere wondrously and most agreeably changed. Next day, Mr. Hills took me, in the same carriage in which I did not ride on Sunday, to my next appointment, and on the way told me he felt more honored by having me in it than he would be if he had the President of the United States. This compliment would have been a little more flattering to my self-esteem had not John Tyler then occupied the presidential chair. In those unhappy days of the Republic, when all presumptions were in favor of slavery, and a colored man as a slave met less resistance in the use of public conveyances than a colored man as a freeman, I happened to be in Philadelphia, and was afforded an opportunity to witness this preference. I took a seat in a streetcar, by the side of my friend, Mrs. Amy Post, of Rochester, New York, who, like myself, had come to Philadelphia to attend an anti-slavery meeting. I had no sooner seated myself, than the conductor hastened to remove me from the car. My friend remonstrated, and the amazed conductor said, "Lady, does he belong to you?" "He does," said Mrs. Post, and there the matter ended. I was allowed to ride in peace, not because I was a man and had paid my fare, but because I belonged to somebody. My color was no longer offensive when it was supposed that I was not a person, but a piece of property. Another time, in the same city, I took a seat, unobserved, far up in the streetcar, among the white passengers. All at once I heard the conductor, in an angry tone, order another colored man, who was modestly standing on the platform of the rear end of the car, to get off, and actually stopped the car to push him off, when I, from within, with all the emphasis I could throw into my voice, in imitation of my chivalrous friend Marshall, of Kentucky, sung out, "Go on. Let the gentleman alone. No one here objects to his riding." Unhappily, the fellow saw where the voice came from, and turned his wrathful attention to me, and said, "You shall get out also." I told him I would do no such thing, and if he attempted to remove me by force he would do it at his peril. Whether the young man was afraid to tackle me, or did not wish to disturb the passengers, I do not know. At any rate, he did not at 94 attempt to execute his threat, and I rode on in peace till I reached Chestnut Street, when I got off and went about my business. On my way down the Hudson River, from Albany to New York, at one time, on the steamer Alida, in company with some English ladies who had seen me in their own country, received and treated as a gentleman, I ventured, like any other passenger, to go, at the call of the dinner bell, into the cabin and take a seat at the table, but I was forcibly taken from it and compelled to leave the cabin. My friends, who wished to enjoy a day's trip on the beautiful Hudson, left the table with me, and went to New York hungry and not a little indignant and disgusted at such barbarism. There were influential persons on board the Alida, on this occasion, a word from whom might have spared me this indignity, but there was no Edward Marshall among them to defend the weak and rebuke the strong. When Miss Sarah Jane Clark, one of America's brilliant literary ladies, known to the world under the nom de plume of Grace Greenwood, was young and as brave as she was beautiful, I encountered, on one of the Ohio River steamers, an experience similar to that on the Alida, and that lady, being on board, arose from her seat at the table, expressed her disapprobation and, with her sister, moved majestically away to the upper deck. Her conduct seemed to amaze the lookers-on, but it filled me with grateful admiration. When on my way, in 1852, to attend at Pittsburgh the great Free Soil Convention which nominated John P. Hale for president and George W. Julian for vice president, the train stopped for dinner at Alliance, Ohio, and I attempted to enter the hotel with the other delegates, but was rudely repulsed, when many of them, learning of it, rose from the table, denounced the outrage and refused to finish their dinners. In anticipation of our return, at the close of the convention, Mr. Sam Beck, the proprietor of the hotel, prepared dinner for 300 guests, but when the train arrived not one of the large company went into his place, and his dinner was left to spoil. A dozen years ago, or more, on one of the frostiest and coldest nights I ever experienced, I delivered a lecture in the 95 town of Elmwood, Illinois, 20 miles distant from Peoria. It was one of those bleak and flinty nights, when prairie winds pierce like needles, and a step on the snow sounds like a file on the steel teeth of a saw. My next appointment after Elmwood was on Monday night, and in order to reach it in time, it was necessary to go to Peoria the night previous, so as to take an early morning train, and I could only accomplish this by leaving Elmwood after my lecture at midnight, for there was no Sunday train. So a little before the hour at which my train was expected at Elmwood, I started for the station with my friend Mr. Brown, the gentleman who had kindly entertained me during my stay. On the way I said to him, I am going to Peoria with something like a real dread of the place. I expect to be compelled to walk the streets of that city all night to keep from freezing. I told him that the last time I was there I could obtain no shelter at any hotel and I fear I shall meet a similar exclusion tonight. Mr. Brown was visibly affected by the statement and for some time was silent. At last, as if suddenly discovering a way out of a painful situation, he said, I know a man in Peoria, should the hotels be closed against you there, who would gladly open his doors to you, a man who will receive you at any hour of the night, and in any weather, and that man is Robert G. Ingersoll. Why, said I, it would not do to disturb a family at such a time as I shall arrive there, on a night so cold as this. No matter about the hour, he said, neither he nor his family would be happy if they thought you were shelterless on such a night. I know Mr. Ingersoll, and that he will be glad to welcome you at midnight or at cock crow. I became much interested by this description of Mr. Ingersoll. Fortunately I had no occasion for disturbing him or his family. I found quarters for the night at the best hotel in the city. In the morning I resolved to know more of this now famous and noted infidel. I gave him an early call, for I was not so abundant in cash as to refuse hospitality in a strange city when on a mission of goodwill to men. The experiment worked admirably. Mr. Ingersoll was at home, and if I have ever met a man with real living human sunshine in his face, and honest, manly kindness in his voice, I met one who possessed these qualities that morning. I received a welcome. 96. From Mr. Ingersoll and his family, which would have been a cordial to the bruised heart of any proscribed and storm-beaten stranger, and one which I can never forget or fail to appreciate. Perhaps there were Christian ministers and Christian families in Peoria at that time by whom I might have been received in the same gracious manner. In charity I am bound to say there probably were such ministers and such families, but I am equally bound to say that in my former visits to this place I had failed to find them. Incidents of this character have greatly tended to liberalize my views as to the value of creeds in estimating the character of men. They have brought me to the conclusion that genuine goodness is the same, whether found inside or outside the church, and that to be an infidel no more proves a man to be selfish, mean, and wicked, than to be evangelical proves him to be honest, just, and humane. It may possibly be inferred from what I have said of the prevalence of prejudice, and the practice of proscription, that I have had a very miserable sort of life, or that I must be remarkably insensible to public aversion. Neither inference is true. I have neither been miserable because of the ill feeling of those about me, nor indifferent to popular approval, and I think, upon the whole, I have passed a tolerably cheerful and even joyful life. I have never felt myself isolated since I entered the field to plead the cause of the slave, and demand equal rights for all. In every town and city where it has been my lot to speak, there have been raised up for me friends of both colors to cheer and strengthen me in my work. I have always felt, too, that I had on my side all the invisible forces of the moral government of the universe. Happily for me I have had the wit to distinguish between what is merely artificial and transient and what is fundamental and permanent, and resting on the latter, I could cheerfully encounter the former. "How do you feel," said a friend to me, "when you are hooted and jeered on the street on account of your color?" "I feel as if an ass had kicked, but had hit nobody," was my answer. I have been greatly helped to bear up under unfriendly conditions, too, by a constitutional tendency to see the funny sides of things, which has enabled me to laugh at follies that 97. Others would soberly resent. Besides, there were compensations as well as drawbacks in my relations to the white race. A passenger on the deck of a Hudson River steamer, covered with a shawl, well worn and dingy, I was addressed by a remarkably religiously missionary-looking man in black coat and white cravat, who took me for one of the noble red men of the far west, with from a way back. I was silent, and he added, "Indian, Indian." "No, no," I said, "I am a Negro." The dear man seemed to have no missionary work with me, and retreated with evident marks of disgust. On another occasion, traveling by a night train on the New York Central Railroad, when the cars were crowded and seats were scarce, and I was occupying a whole seat, the only luxury my color afforded me in traveling, I had laid down, with my head partly covered, thinking myself secure in my possession, when a well-dressed man approached and wished to share the seat with me. Slightly rising, I said, "Don't sit down here, my friend, I am a nigger." "I don't care who the devil you are," he said, "I mean to sit with you." "Well, if it must be so," I said, "I can stand it if you can," and we at once fell into a very pleasant conversation, and passed the hours on the road very happily together. These two incidents illustrate my career in respect of popular prejudice. If I have had kicks, I have also had kindness. If cast down, I have been exalted, and the latter experience has, after all, far exceeded the former. During a quarter of a century I resided in the city of Rochester, N.Y. When I removed from there, my friends caused a marble bust to be made from me, and have since honored it with a place in Sibley Hall, of Rochester University. Less in a spirit of vanity than that of gratitude, I copy here the remarks of the Rochester Democrat and Chronicle on the occasion, and on my letter of thanks for the honor done me by my friends and fellow citizens of that beautiful city. Rochester, June 28, 1879. Frederick Douglass. It will be remembered that a bust of Frederick Douglass was recently placed in Sibley Hall of the University of Rochester. The ceremonies were quite informal, too informal, we think, as commemorating a deserved tribute from the people of Rochester to one who will always rank as among her most distinguished citizens. 98. Mr. Douglass himself was not notified officially of the event, and therefore could, in no public manner, take notice of it. He was, however, informed privately of it by the gentleman whose address is given below, and responded to it most happily, as will be seen by the following letter which we are permitted to publish. Then follows the letter which I omit, and add the further comments of the Chronicle. It were alone worth all the efforts of the gentlemen who united in the fitting recognition of the public services and the private worth of Frederick Douglass, to have inspired a letter thus tender in its sentiment, and so suggestive of the various phases of a career than which the Republic has witnessed none more strange or more noble. Frederick Douglass can hardly be said to have risen to greatness on account of the opportunities which the Republic offers to self-made men, and concerning which we are apt to talk with an abundance of self-gratulation. It sought to fetter his mind equally with his body. For him it builded no schoolhouse, and for him it erected no church. So far as he was concerned, freedom was a mockery, and law was the instrument of tyranny. In spite of law and gospel, despite of statutes which thralled him and opportunities which jeered at him, he made himself by trampling on the law and breaking through the thick darkness that encompassed him. There is no sadder commentary upon American slavery than the life of Frederick Douglass. He put it under his feet and stood erect in the majesty of his intellect, but how many intellects as brilliant and as powerful as his it stamped upon and crushed, no mortal can tell until the secrets of its terrible despotism are fully revealed. Thanks to the conquering might of American freemen, such sad beginnings of such illustrious lives as that of Frederick Douglass are no longer possible, and that they are no longer possible, is largely due to him who, when his lips were unlocked, became a deliverer of his people. Not alone did his voice proclaim emancipation. Eloquent as was that voice, his life in its pathos and its grandeur, was more eloquent still, and where shall be found, in the annals of humanity, a sweeter rendering of poetic justice than that he, who has passed through such vicissitudes of degradation and exaltation, has been permitted to behold the redemption of his race? Rochester is proud to remember that Frederick Douglass was, for many years, one of her citizens. He who pointed out the house where Douglass lived, hardly exaggerated when he called it the residence of the greatest of our citizens, for Douglass must rank as among the greatest men, not only of the city, but of the nation as well, great in gifts, greater in utilizing them, great in his inspiration. 99. Greater in his efforts for humanity, great in the persuasion of his speech, greater in the purpose that informed it. Rochester could do nothing more graceful than to perpetuate in marble the features of the citizen in her hall of learning, and it is pleasant for her to know that he so well appreciates the esteem in which he is held here. It was a thoughtful thing for Rochester to do, and the response is as heartfelt as the tribute is appropriate. 00. Chapter 18. Honor to whom honor. Grateful recognition. Friends in need: Lucretia Mott, Lydia Maria Child, Sarah and Angelina Grimm, Kebby Kelly, Beecher Stowe. Other friends: woman suffrage. Gratitude to benefactors is a well-recognized virtue, and to express it in some form or other, however imperfectly, is a duty to ourselves as well as to those who have helped us. Never reluctant or tardy, I trust, in the discharge of this duty, I have seldom been satisfied with the manner of its performance. When I have made my best effort in this line, my words have done small justice to my feelings. And now, in mentioning my obligations to my special friends, and acknowledging the help I received from them in the days of my need, I can hope to do no better than give a faint hint of my sense of the value of their friendship and assistance. I have sometimes been credited with having been the architect of my own fortune, and have pretty generally received the title of a self-made man, and while I cannot altogether disclaim this title, when I look back over the facts of my life, and consider the helpful influences exerted upon me, by friends more fortunately born and educated than myself, I am compelled to give them at least an equal measure of credit, with myself, for the success which has attended my labors in life. The little energy, industry, and perseverance which have been mine, would hardly have availed me, in the absence of thoughtful friends, and highly favoring circumstances. Without these, the last 40 years of my life might have been spent on the wharves of New Bedford, rolling oil casks, loading ships for whaling voyages, sawing wood, putting in coal, picking up a job here and there, wherever I could find one, and in the race for life and bread, holding my own with difficulty against gaunt-sided poverty. I never see one of my old companions of the lower strata, begrimed by toil, hard-handed and dust-covered, receiving for wages scarcely enough to keep the wolf at a respectful distance from his door and hearthstone, without a fellow feeling and the thought that I have been SIPA. 01. Rated from him only by circumstances other than those of my own making. Much to be thankful for, I find here but little room for boasting. It was mine to take the tide at its flood. It was my good fortune to get out of slavery at the right time, and to be speedily brought into contact with that circle of highly cultivated men and women, banded together for the overthrow of slavery, of which W.M. Lloyd Garrison was the acknowledged leader. To these friends, earnest, courageous, inflexible, ready to own me as a man and brother, against all the scorn, contempt, and derision of a slavery-polluted atmosphere, I owe my success in life. The story is simple, and the truth plain. They thought that I possessed qualities that might be made useful to my race, and through them I was brought to the notice of the world, and gained a hold upon the attention of the American people, which I hope remains unbroken to this day. The list of these friends is too long certainly to be inserted here, but I cannot forbear to recall in this connection the names of Francis Jackson, Joseph Southwick, Samuel E. Sewell, Samuel J. May, John Pierpont, Henry I. Bowditch, Theodore Parker, Wendell Phillips, Edmund Quincy, Isaac T. Hopper, James N. Buffum, Ellis Gray Loring, Andrew Robeson, Seth Hunt, Arnold Buffum, Nathaniel B. Borden, Boone Spooner, William Thomas, John Milton Earl, John Curtis, George Foster, Clother Gifford, John Bailey, Nathaniel P. Rogers, Stephen S. Foster, Parker Pillsbury, the Hutchinson family, Dr. Peleg Clark, the Burley brothers, William Chase, Samuel and Harvey Chase, John Brown, C.C. Eldridge, Daniel Mitchell, William Adams, Isaac Kenyon, Joseph Sisson, Daniel Gould, Kelton Brothers, Geo. James Adams, Martin Cheney, Edward Harris, Robert Shove, Alpheus Jones, Asa Fairbanks, Gen. Sam L. Fessenden, William Applin, John Clark, Thomas Davis, George L. Clark, these all took me to their hearts and homes, and inspired me with an incentive which a confiding and helpful friendship can alone impart. Nor were my influential friends all of the Caucasian race. While many of my own people thought me unwise and somewhat fanatical in announcing myself a fugitive slave, and in practically asserting the rights of my people, on all occasions, in season and out of season, there were brave and intelligent men of color all over the United States who gave me their 02 cordial sympathy and support. Among these, and foremost, I place the name of Dr. James McCune Smith, educated in Scotland, and breathing the free air of that country. He came back to his native land with ideas of liberty which placed him in advance of most of his fellow citizens of African descent. He was not only a learned and skillful physician, but an effective speaker, and a keen and polished writer. In my newspaper enterprise, I found in him an earnest and effective helper. The cause of his people lost an able advocate when he died. He was never among the timid who thought me too aggressive and wished me to tone down my testimony to suit the times. A brave man himself, he knew how to esteem courage in others. Of David Ruggles I have already spoken. He gave me my send-off from New York to New Bedford, and when I came into public life, he was among the first with words of cheer. G.H.L.C. Beeman too, a noble man, kindly took me by the hand. Thomas Van Rensselaer was among my fast friends. No young man, starting in an untried field of usefulness, and needing support, could find that support in larger measure than I found it, in William Whipper, Robert Purvis, William P. Powell, Nathan Johnson, Charles B. Ray, Thomas Downing, Theodore S. Wright or Charles L. Reason. Notwithstanding what I have said of my treatment, at times, by people of my own color, when traveling, I am bound to say that there is another and brighter side to that picture. Among the waiters and attendants on public conveyances, I have often found real gentlemen, intelligent, aspiring, and who fully appreciated all my efforts in behalf of our common cause. Especially have I found this to be the case in the East. A more gentlemanly and self-respecting class of men it would be difficult to find, than those to be met on the various lines between New York and Boston. I have never wanted for kind attention, or any effort they could make to render my journeying with them smooth and pleasant. I owe this solely to my work in our common cause, and to their intelligent estimate of the value of that work. Republics are said to be ungrateful, but ingratitude is not among the weaknesses of my people. No people ever had a more lively sense of the value of faithful endeavor to serve their interests than they. But for this feeling, 03. Towards me on their part, I might have passed many nights hungry and cold, and without any place to lay my head. I need not name my colored friends to whom I am thus indebted. They do not desire such mention, but I wish any who have shown me kindness, even so much as to give me a cup of cold water, to feel themselves included in my thanks. It is also due to myself, to make some more emphatic mention than I have yet done, of the honorable women, who have not only assisted me, but who according to their opportunity and ability, have generously contributed to the abolition of slavery, and the recognition of the equal manhood of the colored race. When the true history of the anti-slavery cause shall be written, women will occupy a large space in its pages, for the cause of the slave has been peculiarly woman's cause. Her heart and her conscience have supplied in large degree its motive and mainspring. Her skill, industry, patience, and perseverance have been wonderfully manifest in every trial hour. Not only did her feet run on willing errands, and her fingers do the work which in large degree supplied the sinews of war, but her deep moral convictions, and her tender human sensibilities, found convincing and persuasive expression by her pen and her voice. Foremost among these noble American women, in point of clearness of vision, breadth of understanding, fullness of knowledge, catholicity of spirit, weight of character, and widespread influence, was Lucretia Mott of Philadelphia. Great as this woman was in speech, and persuasive as she was in her writings, she was incomparably greater in her presence. She spoke to the world through every line of her countenance. In her there was no lack of symmetry, no contradiction between her thought and act. Seated in an anti-slavery meeting, looking benignantly around upon the assembly, her silent presence made others eloquent, and carried the argument home to the heart of the audience. The known approval of such a woman, in any cause, went far to commend it. I shall never forget the first time I ever saw and heard Lucretia Mott. It was in the town of Lynn, Massachusetts. It was not in a magnificent hall, where such as she seemed to belong, but in a little hall over Jonathan Buffum's store, the only place then open, even in that so-called radical anti-slavery 04 town, for an anti-slavery meeting on Sunday. But in this day of small things, the smallness of the place was no matter of complaint or murmuring. It was a cause of rejoicing that any kind of place could be had for such a purpose. But Jonathan Buffum's courage was equal to this and more. The speaker was attired in the usual Quaker dress, free from startling colors, plain, rich, elegant, and without superfluity the very sight of her, a sermon. In a few moments after she began to speak, I saw before me no more a woman, but a glorified presence, bearing a message of light and love from the infinite to a benighted and strangely wandering world, straying away from the paths of truth and justice into the wilderness of pride and selfishness, where peace is lost and true happiness is sought in vain. I heard Mrs. Mott thus, when she was comparatively young. I have often heard her since, sometimes in the solemn temple, and sometimes under the open sky, but whenever and wherever I have listened to her, my heart has always been made better and my spirit raised by her words, and in speaking thus for myself I am sure I am expressing the experience of thousands. Kindred in spirit with Mrs. Mott was Lydia Maria Child. They both exerted an influence with a class of the American people which neither Garrison, Phillips, nor Gerrit Smith could reach. Sympathetic in her nature, it was easy for Mrs. Child to remember those in bonds as bound with them, and her appeal for that class of Americans called Africans, issued, as it was, at an early stage in the anti-slavery conflict, was one of the most effective agencies in arousing attention to the cruelty and injustice of slavery. When, with her husband, David Lee Child, she edited the National Anti-Slavery Standard, that paper was made attractive to a broad circle of readers, from the circumstance that each issue contained a letter from New York, written by her on some passing subject of the day, in which she always managed to infuse a spirit of brotherly love and goodwill, with an abhorrence of all that was unjust, selfish, and mean, and in this way won to anti-slavery many hearts which else would have remained cold and indifferent. Of Sarah and Angelina Grimke I knew but little personally. These brave sisters from Charleston, South Carolina, had 05 inherited slaves, but in their conversion from episcopacy to Quakerism, in 1828, they became convinced that they had no right to such inheritance. They emancipated their slaves and came north and entered at once upon pioneer work in advancing the education of woman, though they saw then in their course only their duty to the slave. They had fought the good fight before I came into the ranks, but by their unflinching testimony and unwavering courage, they had opened the way and made it possible, if not easy, for other women to follow their example. It is memorable of them that their public advocacy of anti-slavery was made the occasion of the issuing by the evangelical clergy of Boston, of a papal bull, in the form of a pastoral letter, in which the churches and all God-fearing people were warned against their influence. For solid, persistent, indefatigable work for the slave Abby Kelly was without a rival. In the History of Woman Suffrage, just published by Mrs. Stanton, Miss Anthony, and Mrs. Joseph Gage, there is this fitting tribute to her: Abby Kelly was the most untiring and most persecuted of all the women who labored throughout the anti-slavery struggle. She traveled up and down, alike in winter's cold and summer's heat, with scorn, ridicule, violence, and mobs accompanying her, suffering all kinds of persecutions, still speaking whenever and wherever she gained an audience in the open air, in schoolhouse, barn, depot, church, or public hall, on weekday or Sunday, as she found opportunity. And, incredible as it will soon seem, if it does not appear so already, for listening to her on Sunday many men and women were expelled from their churches. When the abolitionists of Rhode Island were seeking to defeat the restricted constitution of the Dorr Party, already referred to in this volume, Abby Kelly was more than once mobbed in the old town hall in the city of Providence, and pelted with bad eggs. And what can be said of the gifted authoress of Uncle Tom's Cabin, Harriet Beecher Stowe? Happy woman must she be that to her was given the power in such unstinted measure to touch and move the popular heart. More than to reason or religion are we indebted to the influence which this 06 wonderful delineation of American chattel slavery produced on the public mind. Nor must I omit to name the daughter of the excellent Myron Holley, who in her youth and beauty espoused the cause of the slave, nor of Lucy Stone and Antoinette Brown, for when the slave had few friends and advocates they were noble enough to speak their best word in his behalf. Others there were who, though they were not known on the platform, were none the less earnest and effective for anti-slavery in their more retired lives. There were many such to greet me and welcome me to my newly found heritage of freedom. They met me as a brother, and by their kind consideration did much to make endurable the rebuffs I encountered elsewhere. At the anti-slavery office in Providence, Rhode Island, I remember with a peculiar interest Lucinda Wilmarth, whose acceptance of life's duties and labors, and whose heroic struggle with sickness and death, taught me more than one lesson, and a Morancy Payne, who was never weary in performing any service, however arduous, which fidelity to the slave demanded of her. Then there were Phoebe Jackson, Elizabeth Chase, the Sisson sisters, the Chases, the Greens, the Browns, the Goulds, the Shoves, the Anthonys, the Roses, the Fairweathers, the Motts, the Earls, the Spooners, the Southwicks, the Buffums, the Fords, the Wilburs, the Henshaws, the Burgesses, and others whose names are lost, but whose deeds are living yet in the regenerated life of our new republic cleansed from the curse and sin of slavery. Observing woman's agency, devotion, and efficiency in pleading the cause of the slave, Gratitude for this high service early moved me to give favorable attention to the subject of what is called woman's rights and caused me to be denominated a woman's rights man. I am glad to say that I have never been ashamed to be thus designated. Recognizing not sex nor physical strength, but moral intelligence and the ability to discern right from wrong, good from evil, and the power to choose between them, as the true basis of republican government, to which all are alike subject and all bound alike to obey, I was not long in reaching the conclusion that there was no foundation in reason or justice for woman's x. 07. Exclusion from the right of choice in the selection of the persons who should frame the laws, and thus shape the destiny of all the people, irrespective of sex. In a conversation with Mrs. Elizabeth Cady Stanton when she was yet a young lady and an earnest abolitionist, she was at the pains of setting before me in a very strong light the wrong and injustice of this exclusion. I could not meet her arguments except with the shallow plea of custom, natural division of duties, indelicacy of woman's taking part in politics, the common talk of woman's sphere, and the like, all of which that able woman, who was then no less logical than now, brushed away by those arguments which she has so often and effectively used since, and which no man has yet successfully refuted. If intelligence is the only true and rational basis of government, it follows that that is the best government which draws its life and power from the largest sources of wisdom, energy, and goodness at its command. The force of this reasoning would be easily comprehended and readily assented to in any case involving the employment of physical strength. We should all see the folly and madness of attempting to accomplish with a part what could only be done with the united strength of the whole. Though his folly may be less apparent, it is just as real when one half of the moral and intellectual power of the world is excluded from any voice or vote in civil government. In this denial of the right to participate in government, not merely the degradation of woman and the perpetuation of a great injustice happens, but the maiming and repudiation of one half of the moral and intellectual power of the government of the world. Thus far all human governments have been failures, for none have secured, except in a partial degree, the ends for which governments are instituted. War, slavery, injustice, and oppression, and the idea that might makes right have been uppermost in all such governments, and the weak, for whose protection governments are ostensibly created, have had practically no rights which the strong have felt bound to respect. The slayers of thousands have been exalted into heroes, and the worship of mere physical force has been considered glorious. Nations have been and still are but armed camps, expending their wealth and 08. Strength and ingenuity in forging weapons of destruction against each other, and while it may not be contended that the introduction of the feminine element in government would entirely cure this tendency to exalt woman's influence over right, many reasons can be given to show that woman's influence would greatly tend to check and modify this barbarous and destructive tendency. At any rate, seeing that the male governments of the world have failed, it can do no harm to try the experiment of a government by man and woman united. But it is not my purpose to argue the question here, but simply to state in a brief way the ground of my espousal of the cause of woman's suffrage. I believed that the exclusion of my race from participation in government was not only a wrong, but a great mistake, because it took from that race motives for high thought and endeavor and degraded them in the eyes of the world around them. Man derives a sense of his consequence in the world not merely subjectively, but objectively. If from the cradle through life the outside world brands a class as unfit for this or that work, the character of the class will come to resemble and conform to the character described. To find valuable qualities in our fellows, such qualities must be presumed and expected. I would give woman a vote, give her a motive to qualify herself to vote, precisely as I insisted upon giving the colored man the right to vote, in order that she shall have the same motives for making herself a useful citizen as those in force in the case of other citizens. In a word, I have never yet been able to find one consideration, one argument or suggestion in favor of man's right to participate in civil government which did not equally apply to the right of woman. 09. Chapter 19. Retrospection. Meeting of colored citizens in Washington to express their sympathy at the great national bereavement, the death of President Garfield. Concluding reflections and convictions. On the day of the interment of the late James A. Garfield, at Lakeview Cemetery, Cleveland, Ohio, a day of gloom long to be remembered as the closing scene in one of the most tragic and startling dramas ever witnessed in this or in any other country, the colored people of the District of Columbia assembled in the 15th Street Presbyterian Church, and expressed by appropriate addresses and resolutions their respect for the character and memory of the illustrious deceased. On that occasion I was called on to preside, and by way of introducing the subsequent proceedings, made the following brief reference to the solemn and touching event. Friends and fellow citizens, today our common Mother Earth has closed over the mortal remains of James A. Garfield, at Cleveland, Ohio. The light of no day in our national history has brought to the American people a more intense bereavement, a deeper sorrow, or a more profound sense of humiliation. It seems only as yesterday, that, in my quality as United States Marshal of the District of Columbia, it was made my duty and privilege to walk at the head of the column in advance of this our President-elect, from the crowded Senate chamber of the national Capitol, through the long corridors and the grand rotunda, beneath the majestic dome, to the platform on the portico, where, amid a sea of transcendent pomp and glory, he who is now dead was hailed with tumultuous applause from uncounted thousands of his fellow citizens, and was inaugurated Chief Magistrate of the United States. The scene was one never to be forgotten by those who beheld it. It was a great day for the nation, glad and proud to do honor. 10. To their chosen ruler. It was a glad day for James A. Garfield. It was a glad day for me, that Ione of the proscribed race was permitted to bear so prominent a part in its august ceremonies. Mr. Garfield was then in the midst of his years, in the fullness and vigor of his manhood, covered with honors beyond the reach of princes, entering upon a career more abundant in promise than ever before invited president or potentate. Alas, what a contrast as he lay in state under the same broad dome, viewed by sorrowful thousands day after day. What is the life of man? What are all his plans, purposes, and hopes? What are the shouts of the multitude, or the pride and pomp of this world? How vain and unsubstantial, in the light of this sad and shocking experience, do they all appear? Who can tell what a day or an hour will bring forth? Such reflections inevitably present themselves as most natural and fitting on an occasion like this. Fellow citizens, we are here to take suitable notice of the sad and appalling event of the hour. We are here, not merely as American citizens, but as colored American citizens. Although our hearts have gone along with those of the nation at large, in every expression, in every token and demonstration of honor to the dead, of sympathy with the living, and abhorrence for the horrible deed which has at last done its final work, though we have watched with beating hearts the long and heroic struggle for life, and endured all the agony of suspense and fear, we have felt that something more specific and distinctive, was due from us. Our relation to the American people makes us in some sense a peculiar class, and unless we speak separately, our voice is not heard. We therefore propose to put on record tonight our sense of the worth of President Garfield, and of the calamity involved in his death. Called to preside on this occasion, my part in the speaking shall be brief. I cannot claim to have been on intimate terms with the late President. There are other gentlemen here who are better qualified than myself to speak of his character. I may say, however, that soon after he came to Washington I had a conversation with him of much interest to the colored people, since it indicated his just and generous intentions towards them, and goes far. 11. To present him in the light of a wise and patriotic statesman, and a friend of our race. I called at the Executive Mansion, and was received very kindly by Mr. Garfield, who, in the course of the conversation, said, that he felt the time had come when a step should be taken in advance, in recognition of the claims of colored citizens, and expressed his intention of sending some colored representatives abroad to other than colored nations. He inquired of me how I thought such representations would be received. I assured him that I thought they would be well received, that in my own experience abroad I had observed that the higher we go in the gradations of human society, the farther we get from prejudice of race or color. I was greatly pleased with the assurance of his liberal policy towards us. I remarked to him, that no part of the American people would be treated with respect if systematically ignored by the government and denied all participation in its honors and emoluments. To this he assented, and went so far as to propose my going in a representative capacity to an important post abroad, a compliment which I gratefully acknowledged, but respectfully declined. I wished to remain at home and to retain the office of United States Marshal of the District of Columbia. It is a great thing for Hon. John Mercer Langston to represent this republic at Port-au-Prince, and for Henry Highland Garnet to represent us in Liberia, but it would be indeed a step in advance to have some colored men sent to represent us in white nationalities, and we have reason for profound regret that Mr. Garfield could not have lived to carry out his just and wise intentions towards us. I might say more of this conversation, but I will not detain you except to say that America has had many great men, but no man among them all has had better things said of him than has he who has been reverently committed to the dust in Cleveland today. Mr. Douglas then called upon Professor Greener, who read a series of resolutions eloquently expressive of their sense of the great loss that had been sustained and of their sympathy with the family of the late President. Professor Greener then spoke briefly, and was followed by Professor John M. Langston and Reverend W. W. Hicks. All the speakers expressed their 12. Fidence in President Arthur, and in his ability to give the country a wise and beneficial administration. Conclusion. As far as this volume can reach that point, I have now brought my readers to the end of my story. What may remain of life to me, through what experiences I may pass, what heights I may attain, into what depths I may fall, what good or ill may come to me, or proceed from me in this breathing world where all is change and uncertainty and largely at the mercy of powers over which the individual man has no absolute control, all this, if thought worthy and useful, will probably be told by others when I have passed from the busy stage of life. I am not looking for any great changes in my fortunes or achievements in the future. The most of the space of life is behind me and the sun of my day is nearing the horizon. Notwithstanding all that is contained in this book, my day has been a pleasant one. My joys have far exceeded my sorrows, and my friends have brought me far more than my enemies have taken from me. I have written out my experience here, not in order to exhibit my wounds and bruises and to awaken and attract sympathy to myself personally, but as a part of the history of a profoundly interesting period in American life and progress. I have meant it to be a small individual contribution to the sum of knowledge of this special period, to be handed down to after-coming generations which may want to know what things were allowed and what prohibited, what moral, social, and political relations subsisted between the different varieties of the American people down to the last quarter of the 19th century, and by what means they were modified and changed. The time is at hand when the last American slave and the last American slaveholder will disappear behind the curtain which separates the living from the dead, and when neither master nor slave will be left to tell the story of their respective relations or what happened to either in those relations. My part has been to tell the story of the slave. The story of the master never wanted for narrators. The masters, to tell their story, had at call all the talent and genius that wealth and influence could command. They have had their full day in court. Literature, theology, philosophy, law. 13. And learning have come willingly to their service, and, if condemned, they have not been condemned unheard. It will be seen in these pages that I have lived several lives in one: first, the life of slavery; secondly, the life of a fugitive from slavery; thirdly, the life of comparative freedom; fourthly, the life of conflict and battle; and, fifthly, the life of victory, if not complete, at least assured. To those who have suffered in slavery I can say, I, too, have suffered. To those who have taken some risks and encountered hardships in the flight from bondage I can say, I, too, have endured and risked. To those who have battled for liberty, brotherhood, and citizenship I can say, I, too, have battled. And to those who have lived to enjoy the fruits of victory I can say, I, too, live and rejoice. If I have pushed my example too prominently for the good taste of my Caucasian readers, I beg them to remember that I have written in part for the encouragement of a class whose aspirations need the stimulus of success. I have aimed to assure them that knowledge can be obtained under difficulties, that poverty may give place to competency, that obscurity is not an absolute bar to distinction, and that a way is open to welfare and happiness to all who will resolutely and wisely pursue that way, that neither slavery, stripes, imprisonment nor proscription need extinguish self-respect, crush manly ambition, or paralyze effort, that no power outside of himself can prevent a man from sustaining an honorable character and a useful relation to his day and generation, that neither institutions nor friends can make a race to stand unless it has strength in its own legs, that there is no power in the world which can be relied upon to help the weak against the strong or the simple against the wise, that races, like individuals, must stand or fall by their own merits, that all the prayers of Christendom cannot stop the force of a single bullet, divest arsenic of poison, or suspend any law of nature. In my communication with the colored people I have endeavored to deliver them from the power of superstition, bigotry, and priestcraft. Theology I have found them strutting about in the old clothes of the masters, just as the masters strut about in the old clothes of the past. The falling power remains among them long since it has ceased to be the religious fashion in our refined and elegant white churches. 14. Have taught that the fault is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings, that who would be free, themselves must strike the blow. I have urged upon them self-reliance, self-respect, industry, perseverance, and economy, to make the best of both worlds, but to make the best of this world first because it comes first, and that he who does not improve himself by the motives and opportunities afforded by this world gives the best evidence that he would not improve in any other world. Schooled as I have been among the abolitionists of New England, I recognize that the universe is governed by laws which are unchangeable and eternal, that what men sow they will reap, and that there is no way to dodge or circumvent the consequences of any act or deed. My views at this point receive but limited endorsement among my people. They, for the most part, think they have means of procuring special favor and help from the Almighty, and, as their faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen, they find much in this expression which is true to faith, but utterly false to fact. But I meant here only to say a word in conclusion. 40 years of my life have been given to the cause of my people, and if I had 40 years more they should all be sacredly given to the same great cause. If I have done something for that cause, I am, after all, more a debtor to it than it is debtor to me. 15. Appendix. Oration by Frederick Douglass, delivered on the occasion of the unveiling of the Freedmen's Monument, in memory of Abraham Lincoln, in Lincoln Park, Washington, D.C., April 14, 1876. Friends and fellow citizens, I warmly congratulate you upon the highly interesting object which has caused you to assemble in such numbers and spirit as you have today. This occasion is, in some respects, remarkable. Wise and thoughtful men of our race who shall come after us and study the lesson of our history in the United States, who shall survey the long and dreary spaces over which we have traveled and who shall count the links in the great chain of events by which we have reached our present position, will make a note of this occasion. They will think of it and speak of it with a sense of manly pride and complacency. I congratulate you, also, upon the very favorable circumstances in which we meet today. They are high, inspiring, and uncommon. They lend grace, glory, and significance to the object for which we have met. Nowhere else in this great country, with its uncounted towns and cities, unlimited wealth, and immeasurable territory extending from sea to sea, could conditions be found more favorable to the success of this occasion than are found here. We stand today at the national center to perform something like a national act, an act which is to go into history, and we are here where every pulsation of the national heart can be heard, felt, and reciprocated. 1,000 wires, fed with thought and winged with lightning, put us in instantaneous communication with the loyal and true men all over this country. Few facts could better illustrate the vast and wonderful change which has taken place in our condition as a people than the fact of our assembling here today for the purpose which has called us together. Harmless, beautiful, proper, and praiseworthy as this demonstration is, I cannot forget that no such demonstration would have been tolerated here 20 years ago. The spirit of slavery and barbarism which, in some dark and distant parts of our country, still lingers to blight and to destroy, would have made our assembling here the signal and excuse for opening upon us all the floodgates of wrath and violence. That we are here in peace today is a compliment and a credit to American civilization and a prophecy of still greater national enlightenment and progress in the future. I refer to 16. The past, not in malice, for this is no day for malice, but simply to place more distinctly in front the gratifying and glorious change which has come both to our white fellow citizens and to ourselves, and to congratulate all upon the contrast between now and then between the new dispensation of freedom with its 1,000 blessings to both races, and the old dispensation of slavery with its 10,000 evils to both races, white and black. In view, then, of the past, the present, and the future, with the long and dark history of our bondage behind us, and with liberty, progress, and enlightenment before us, I again congratulate you upon this auspicious day and hour. Friends and fellow citizens, the story of our presence here is soon and easily told. We are here in the District of Columbia, here in the city of Washington, the most luminous point of American territory, a city recently transformed and made beautiful in its body and in its spirit. We are here in the place where the ablest and best men of the country are sent to devise the policy, enact the laws, and shape the destiny of the Republic. We are here, with the stately pillars and majestic dome of the capital of the nation looking down upon us. We are here, with the broad earth freshly adorned with the foliage and flowers of spring for our church, and all races, colors, and conditions of men for our congregation. In a word, we are here to express, as best we may, by appropriate forms and ceremonies, our grateful sense of the vast, high, and preeminent services rendered by Abraham Lincoln to ourselves, to our race, to our country, and to the whole world. The sentiment that brings us here today is one of the noblest that can stir and thrill the human heart. It has crowned the high places of all civilized nations and made them glorious with the grandest and most enduring works of art, designed to illustrate the characters and perpetuate the memories of great public men. It is the sentiment which from year to year adorns with fragrant and beautiful flowers the graves of our loyal, brave, and patriotic soldiers who fell in defense of the Union and liberty. It is the sentiment of gratitude and appreciation, which has, in the presence of many who hear me, often filled yonder heights of Arlington with the eloquence of eulogy and the sublime enthusiasm of poetry and song, a sentiment which can never die while the Republic lives. For the first time in the history of our people, and in the history of the whole American people, we join in this high worship, and march conspicuously in the line of this time-honored custom. First things are always interesting, and this one of our first things. It is the first time that, in this form and manner, we have sought to do honor to 17. An American great man, however deserving and illustrious. I commend the fact to notice. Let it be told in every part of the Republic. Let men of all parties and opinions hear it. Let those who despise us, not less than those who respect us, know it, and that now and here, in the spirit of liberty, loyalty, and gratitude, we unite in this act of reverent homage. Let it be known everywhere, and by everybody who takes an interest in human progress and in the amelioration of the condition of mankind, that, in the presence and with the approval of the members of the American House of Representatives, reflecting the general sentiment of the country, that in the presence of that august body, the American Senate, representing the highest intelligence and the calmest judgment in the country, in the presence of the Supreme Court and Chief Justice of the United States, to whose decisions we all patriotically bow, in the presence and under the steady eye of the honored and trusted President of the United States, with the members of his wise and patriotic cabinet, we, the colored people, newly emancipated and rejoicing in our blood-bought freedom, near the close of the first century in the life of this Republic, have now and here unveiled, set apart, and dedicated a monument of enduring granite and bronze, in every line, feature, and figure of which the men of this generation may read, and those of after-coming generations may read, something of the exalted character and great works of Abraham Lincoln, the first martyr President of the United States. Fellow citizens, in what we have said and done today, and in what we may say and do hereafter, we disclaim everything like arrogance and assumption. We claim for ourselves no superior devotion to the character, history, and memory of the illustrious name whose monument we have here this day dedicated. We fully comprehend the relation of Abraham Lincoln both to ourselves and to the white people of the United States. Truth is proper and beautiful at all times and in all places, and it is never in any case more proper and beautiful than when one is speaking of a great public man whose example is likely to be commended for honor and imitation long after his departure to the solemn shades, the silent continents of eternity. It must be admitted, truth compels me to admit, even here in the presence of the monument we have erected to his memory, that Abraham Lincoln was not, in the fullest sense of the word, either our man or our model. In his interests, in his associations, in his habits of thought and in his prejudices, he was a white man. He was preeminently the white man's president, entirely devoted to the welfare of white men. He was ready and willing at any time during the first years of his administration to deny, postpone and 18. Sacrifice the rights of humanity in the colored people in order to promote the welfare of the white people of this country. In all his education and feeling he was an American of the Americans. He came into the presidential chair upon one principle alone, namely, opposition to the extension of slavery. His arguments in furtherance of this policy had their motive and mainspring in his patriotic devotion to the interests of his own race. To protect, defend, and perpetuate slavery in the states where it existed, Abraham Lincoln was not less ready than any other president to draw the sword of the nation. He was ready to execute all the supposed constitutional guarantees of the United States Constitution in favor of the slave system anywhere inside the slave states. He was willing to pursue, recapture, and send back the fugitive slave to his master, and to suppress a slave rising for liberty, though the guilty master were already in arms against the government. The race to which we belong were not the special objects of his consideration. Knowing this, I concede to you, my white fellow citizens, a preeminence in this worship at once full and supreme. First, midst, and last, you and yours were the objects of his deepest affection and his most earnest solicitude. You are the children of Abraham Lincoln. We are at best only his stepchildren, children by adoption, children by force of circumstances and necessity. To you it especially belongs to sound his praises, to preserve and perpetuate his memory, to multiply his statues, to hang his pictures high upon your walls, and to commend his example, for to you he was a great and glorious friend and benefactor. Instead of supplanting you at this altar, we would exhort you to build high his monuments. Let them be of the most costly material, of the most cunning workmanship. Let their forms be symmetrical, beautiful, and perfect. Let their bases be upon the solid rocks, and let their summits lean against the unchanging, blue, overhanging sky, and let them endure forever. But while in the abundance of your wealth, and in the fullness of your just and patriotic devotion, you do all this, we entreat you to despise not the humble offering we this day unveil to view, for while Abraham Lincoln saved for you a country, he delivered us from a bondage, 1 hour of which, according to Jefferson, was worse than ages of the oppression your fathers rose in rebellion to oppose. Fellow citizens, ours is no newborn zeal and devotion, merely a thing of this moment. The name of Abraham Lincoln was near and dear to our hearts in the darkest and most perilous hours of the Republic. We were no more ashamed of him when shrouded in clouds of darkness, of doubt, and defeat than when we saw him crowned with victory, honor, and glory. Our faith in him was often 19. Taxed and strained to the uttermost, but it never failed. When he tarried long in the mountain, when he strangely told us that we were the cause of the war, when he still more strangely told us to leave the land in which we were born, when he refused to employ our arms in defense of Union, when, after accepting our services as colored soldiers, he refused to retaliate our murder and torture as colored prisoners, when he told us he would save the Union if he could with slavery, when he revoked the proclamation of emancipation of General Fremont, when he refused, in the days of the inaction and defeat of the Army of the Potomac, to remove its popular commander who was more zealous in his efforts to protect slavery than to suppress rebellion. When we saw all this, and more, we were at times grieved, stunned, and greatly bewildered, but our hearts believed while they ached and bled. Nor was this, even at that time, a blind and unreasoning superstition. Despite the mist and haze that surround him, despite the tumult, the hurry, and confusion of the hour, we were able to take a comprehensive view of Abraham Lincoln, and to make reasonable allowance for the circumstances of his position. We saw him, measured him, and estimated him, not by stray utterances to injudicious and tedious delegations, who often tried his patience, not by isolated facts torn from their connection, not by any partial and imperfect glimpses, caught at inopportune moments, but by a broad survey, in the light of the stern logic of great events, and in view of that divinity which shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will. We came to the conclusion that the hour and the man of our redemption had somehow met in the person of Abraham Lincoln. It mattered little to us what language he might employ on special occasions, it mattered little to us, when we fully knew him, whether he was swift or slow in his movements. It was enough for us that Abraham Lincoln was at the head of a great movement, and was in living and earnest sympathy with that movement, which, in the nature of things, must go on until slavery should be utterly and forever abolished in the United States. When, therefore, it shall be asked what we have to do with the memory of Abraham Lincoln, or what Abraham Lincoln had to do with us, the answer is ready, full, and complete. Though he loved Caesar less than Rome, though the Union was more to him than our freedom or our future, under his wise and beneficent rule we saw ourselves gradually lifted from the depths of slavery to the heights of liberty and manhood. Under his wise and beneficent rule, and by measures approved and vigorously pressed by him, we saw that the handwriting of ages, in the form of prejudice and proscription, was rapidly fading from the face of our whole country, under his rule. 20. And in due time, about as soon after all as the country could tolerate the strange spectacle, we saw our brave sons and brothers laying off the rags of bondage, and being clothed all over in the blue uniforms of the soldiers of the United States. Under his rule we saw 200,000 of our dark and dusky people responding to the call of Abraham Lincoln, and with muskets on their shoulders, and eagles on their buttons, timing their high footsteps to liberty and union under the national flag. Under his rule we saw the independence of the Black Republic of Haiti, the special object of slave-holding aversion and horror, fully recognized, and her minister, a colored gentleman, duly received here in the city of Washington. Under his rule we saw the internal slave trade, which had so long disgraced the nation, abolished, and slavery abolished in the District of Columbia. Under his rule we saw for the first time the law enforced against the foreign slave trade, and for the first time a slave trader hanged like any other pirate or murderer. Under his rule, assisted by the greatest captain of our age and his inspiration, we saw the Confederate States, based upon the idea that our race must be slaves and slaves forever, battered to pieces and scattered to the four winds. Under his rule, and in the fullness of time, we saw Abraham Lincoln, after giving the slaveholders 3 months' grace in which to save their hateful slave system, penning the immortal paper, which special in its language, but general in its principles and effect, makes slavery forever impossible in the United States. Though we waited long, we saw all this and more. Can any colored man, or any white man friendly to the freedom of all men, ever forget the night which followed the first day of January, 1863, when the world was to see if Abraham Lincoln would prove to be as good as his word? I shall never forget that memorable night, when at a public meeting, in a distant city, with 3,000 others not less anxious than myself, I waited and watched for the word of deliverance which we have heard read today. Nor shall I ever forget the outburst of joy and thanksgiving that rent the air when the lightning brought to us the Emancipation Proclamation. In that happy hour we forgot all delay and forgot all tardiness, forgot that the President, by a promise to withhold the bolt which would smite the slave system with destruction, had bribed the rebels to lay down their arms, and we were thenceforward willing to allow the President all the latitude of time, phraseology, and every honorable device that statesmanship might require for the achievement of a great and beneficent measure of liberty and progress. Fellow citizens, there is little necessity on this occasion to speak critically and at length of this great and good man and of his high 21. Mission in the world. That ground has been fully occupied and completely covered both here and elsewhere. The whole field of fact and fancy has been gleaned and garnered. Any man can say things that are true of Abraham Lincoln, but no man can say anything that is new of Abraham Lincoln. His personal traits and public acts are better known to the American people than are those of any other man of his age. He was a mystery to no man who saw him and heard him. Though high in position, the humblest could approach him and feel at home in his presence. Though deep, he was transparent; though strong, he was gentle; though decided and pronounced in his convictions, he was tolerant towards those who differed from him, and patient under reproaches. Even those who only knew him through his public utterances obtained a tolerably clear idea of his character and his personality. The image of the man went out with his words, and those who read them, knew him. I have said that President Lincoln was a white man and shared towards the colored race the prejudices common to his countrymen. Looking back to his times and to the condition of his country, we are compelled to admit that this unfriendly feeling on his part may be safely set down as one element of his wonderful success in organizing the loyal American people for the tremendous conflict before them, and bringing them safely through that conflict. His great mission was to accomplish two things: first, to save his country from dismemberment and ruin, and second, to free his country from the great crime of slavery. To do one or the other, or both, he must have the earnest sympathy and the powerful co-operation of his loyal fellow countrymen. Without this primary and essential condition to success, his efforts must have been vain and utterly fruitless. Had he put the abolition of slavery before the salvation of the Union, he would have inevitably driven from him a powerful class of the American people and rendered resistance to rebellion impossible. Viewed from the genuine abolition ground, Mr. Lincoln seemed tardy, cold, dull, and indifferent, but measuring him by the sentiment of his country, a sentiment he was bound as a statesman to consult, he was swift, zealous, radical, and determined. Though Mr. Lincoln shared the prejudices of his white fellow countrymen against the Negro, it is hardly necessary to say that in his heart of hearts he loathed and hated slavery. The man who could say, "Fondly do we hope, fervently do we pray, that this mighty I am naturally anti-slavery. If slavery is not wrong, nothing is wrong. I cannot remember when I did not so think and feel." Letter of Mr. Lincoln to Mr. Hodges, of Kentucky, April 4, 1864. 22. Scourge of war shall soon pass away, yet if God wills it continue till all the wealth piled by 200 years of bondage shall have been wasted, and each drop of blood drawn by the lash shall have been paid for by one drawn by the sword. The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether, gives all needed proof of his feeling on the subject of slavery. He was willing, while the South was loyal, that it should have its pound of flesh, because he thought it was so nominated in the bond, but farther than this no earthly power could make him go. Fellow citizens, whatever else in the world may be partial, unjust, and uncertain, time is impartial, just and certain in its action. In the realm of mind, as well as in the realm of matter, it is a great worker, and often works wonders. The honest and comprehensive statesman, clearly discerning the needs of his country, and earnestly endeavoring to do his whole duty, though covered and blistered with reproaches, may safely leave his course to the silent judgment of time. Few great public men have ever been the victims of fiercer denunciation than was Abraham Lincoln during his administration. He was often wounded in the house of his friends. Reproaches came thick and fast upon him from within and from without, and from opposite quarters. He was assailed by abolitionists, he was assailed by slaveholders, he was assailed by the men who were for peace at any price, he was assailed by those who were for a more vigorous prosecution of the war, he was assailed for not making the war an abolition war, and he was most bitterly assailed for making the war an abolition war. But now behold the change, the judgment of the present hour is, that, taking him for all in all, measuring the tremendous magnitude of the work before him, considering the necessary means to ends, and surveying the end from the beginning, infinite wisdom has seldom sent any man into the world better fitted for his mission than was Abraham Lincoln. His birth, his training, and his natural endowments, both mental and physical, were strongly in his favor. Born and reared among the lowly, a stranger to wealth and luxury, compelled from tender youth to sturdy manhood to grapple single-handed with the flintiest hardships of life, he grew strong in the manly and heroic qualities demanded by the great mission to which he was called by the votes of his countrymen. The hard condition of his early life, which would have depressed and broken down weaker men, only gave greater life, vigor, and buoyancy to the heroic spirit of Abraham Lincoln. He was ready for any kind and quality of work. What other young men dreaded in the shape of toil he took hold of with the utmost cheerfulness. 23. A spade, a rake, a hoe. A pickaxe, or a bill. A hook to reap, a scythe to mow. A flail, or what you will. All day long he could split heavy rails in the woods, and half the night long he could study his English grammar by the uncertain flare and glare of the light made by a pine knot. He was at home on the land with his axe, with his maul, with gluts, and his wedges, and he was equally at home on the water with his oars, with his poles, with his planks, and with his boat hooks. And whether in his flatboat on the Mississippi River, or at the fireside of his frontier cabin, he was a man of work. A son of toil himself, he was linked in brotherly sympathy with the sons of toil in every loyal part of the Republic. This very fact gave him tremendous power with the American people, and materially contributed not only to selecting him to the presidency, but in sustaining his administration of the government. Upon his inauguration as President of the United States, an office fitted to tax and strain the largest abilities, even when it is assumed under the most favorable conditions, Abraham Lincoln was met by a tremendous crisis. He was called upon not merely to administer the government, but to decide in the face of terrible odds the fate of the Republic. A formidable rebellion rose in his path before him. The Union was practically dissolved. His country was torn and rent asunder at the center. Hostile armies, armed with the munitions of war which the Republic had provided for its own defense, were already organized against the Republic. The tremendous question for him to decide was whether his country should survive the crisis and flourish, or be dismembered and perish. His predecessor in office had already decided the question in favor of national dismemberment by denying to it the right of self-defense and self-preservation, a right which belongs to the meanest insect. Happily for the country, happily for the country, happily for you and for me, the judgment of James Buchanan, the patrician, was not the judgment of Abraham Lincoln, the plebeian. He brought his strong common sense, sharpened in the school of adversity, to bear upon the question. He did not hesitate, he did not doubt, he did not falter, but at once resolved that, at whatever peril, at whatever cost, the union of the states should be preserved. A patriot himself, his faith was strong and unwavering in the patriotism of his countrymen. Timid men said before Mr. Lincoln's inauguration that we had seen the last president of the United States. A voice in influential quarters said, 24. Let the Union slide. Some said that a Union maintained by the sword was worthless. Others said a rebellion of 8 millions cannot be suppressed. But in the midst of all this tumult and timidity, and against all this, Abraham Lincoln was clear in his duty, and had an oath in heaven. He calmly and bravely heard the voice of doubt and fear all around him, but he had an oath in heaven, and there was not power enough on earth to make this honest boatman, backwoodsman, and broad-handed splitter of rails evade or violate that sacred oath. He had not been schooled in the ethics of slavery, his plain life had favored his love of truth. He had not been taught that treason and perjury were the proof of honor and honesty. His moral training was against his saying one thing when he meant another. The trust which Abraham Lincoln had in himself and in the people was surprising and grand, but it was also enlightened and well-founded. He knew the American people better than they knew themselves, and his truth was based upon this knowledge. Fellow citizens, the 14th day of April, 1865, of which this is the 11th anniversary, is now and will ever remain a memorable day in the annals of this republic. It was on the evening of this day, while a fierce and sanguinary rebellion was in the last stages of its desolating power, while its armies were broken and scattered before the invincible armies of Grant and Sherman, while a great nation, torn and rent by war, was already beginning to raise to the skies loud anthems of joy at the dawn of peace, that it was startled, amazed, and overwhelmed by the crowning crime of slaveric assassination of Abraham Lincoln. It was a new crime, a pure act of malice. No purpose of the rebellion was to be served by it. It was the simple gratification of a hell-black spirit of revenge. But it has done good after all. It has filled the country with a deeper abhorrence of slavery and a deeper love for the great liberator. Had Abraham Lincoln died from any of the numerous ills to which flesh is heir, had he reached that good old age of which his vigorous constitution and his temperate habits gave promise, had he been permitted to see the end of his great work, had the solemn curtain of death come down but gradually, we should still have been smitten with a heavy grief, and treasured his name lovingly. But, dying as he did die, by the red hand of violence, killed, assassinated, taken off without warning, not because of personal hate, for no man who knew Abraham Lincoln could hate him, but because of his fidelity to union and liberty, he is doubly dear to us, and his memory will be precious forever. Fellow citizens, I end as I began, with congratulations. We have done a good work for our race today. In doing honor to the 25 memory of our friend and liberator, we have been doing highest honors to ourselves and to those who come after us. We have been attaching to ourselves a name and fame imperishable and immortal. We have also been defending ourselves from a blighting scandal. When now it shall be said that the colored man is soulless, that he has no appreciation of benefits or benefactors, when the foul reproach of ingratitude is hurled at us, and it is attempted to scourge us beyond the range of human brotherhood, we may calmly point to the monument we have this day erected to the memory of Abraham Lincoln. West India Emancipation. Extract from a speech delivered by Frederick Douglass in Elmira, N.Y., August 1, 1880, at a great meeting of colored people met to celebrate West India Emancipation, and where he was received with marked respect and approval by the President of the day and the immense crowd there assembled. It is placed in this book partly as a grateful tribute to the noble transatlantic men and women through whose unwearied exertions the system of Negro slavery was finally abolished in all the British Isles. Mr. President, I thank you sincerely for this cordial greeting. I hear in your speech something like a welcome home after a long absence. More years of my life and labors have been spent in this than in any other state of the Union. Anywhere within 100 miles of the goodly city of Rochester I feel myself at home and among friends. Within that circumference there resides a people which have no superiors in point of enlightenment, liberality, and civilization. Allow me to thank you also for your generous words of sympathy and approval. In respect to this important support to a public man, I have been unusually fortunate. My 40 years of work in the cause of the oppressed and enslaved has been well noted, well appreciated, and well rewarded. All classes and colors of men, at home and abroad, have in this way assisted in holding up my hands. Looking back through these long years of toil and conflict, during which I have had blows to take as well as blows to give, and have sometimes received wounds and bruises, both in body and in mind, my only regret is that I have been enabled to do so little to lift up and strengthen our long enslaved and still oppressed people. My apology for these remarks personal to myself is in the fact that I am now standing mainly in the presence of a new generation. Most of the men with whom I lived and labored in the early years of the 26 abolition movement, have passed beyond the borders of this life. Scarcely any of the colored men who advocated our cause, and who started when I did, are now numbered among the living, and I begin to feel somewhat lonely. But while I have the sympathy and approval of men and women like these before me, I shall give with joy my latest breath in support of your claim to justice, liberty, and equality among men. The day we celebrate is preeminently the colored man's day. The great event by which it is distinguished, and by which it will forever be distinguished from all other days of the year, has justly claimed thoughtful attention among statesmen and social reformers throughout the world. While to them it is a luminous point in human history, and worthy of thought in the colored man, it addresses not merely the intelligence, but the feeling. The emancipation of our brothers in the West Indies comes home to us and stirs our hearts and fills our souls with those grateful sentiments which link mankind in a common brotherhood. In the history of the American conflict with slavery, the day we celebrate has played an important part. Emancipation in the West Indies was the first bright star in a stormy sky, the first smile after a long providential frown, the first ray of hope, the first tangible fact demonstrating the possibility of a peaceable transition from slavery to freedom, of the Negro race. Whoever else may forget or slight the claims of this day, it can never be to us other than memorable and glorious. The story of it shall be brief and soon told. 46 years ago, on the day we now celebrate, there went forth over the blue waters of the Caribbean Sea a great message from the British throne, hailed with startling shouts of joy and thrilling songs of praise. That message liberated, set free, and brought within the pale of civilization 800,000 people, who, till then, had been esteemed as beasts of burden. How vast, sudden, and startling was this transformation! In one moment, a mere tick of a watch, the twinkle of an eye, the glance of the morning sun, saw a bondage which had resisted the humanity of ages, defied earth and heaven, instantly ended, saw the slave whip burned to ashes, saw the slave's chains melted, saw his fetters broken and the irresponsible power of the slave master over his victim forever destroyed. I have been told by eyewitnesses of the scene, that, in the first moment of it, the emancipated hesitated to accept it for what it was. They did not know whether to receive it as a reality, a dream, or a vision of the fancy. No wonder they were thus amazed and doubtful, after their terrible years of darkness and sorrow, which seemed to have no end. Like much other good news, it was thought too good to be true. But the 27 silence and hesitation they observed was only momentary. When fully assured that the good tidings which had come across the sea to them were not only good, but true, that they were indeed no longer slaves, but free, that the lash of the slave driver was no longer in the air, but buried in the earth, that their limbs were no longer chained, but subject to their own will, the manifestations of their joy and gratitude knew no bounds, and sought expression in the loudest and wildest possible forms. They ran about, they danced, they sang, they gazed into the blue sky, bounded into the air, kneeled, prayed, shouted, rolled upon the ground and embraced each other. They laughed and wept for joy. Those who witnessed the scene say that they never before saw anything like it. We are sometimes asked why we American citizens annually celebrate West India emancipation when we might celebrate American emancipation. Why go abroad, say they, when we might as well stay at home? The answer is easily given. Human liberty excludes all idea of home and abroad. It is universal and spurns localization. When a deed is done for freedom, through the broad earth's aching breast runs a thrill of joy prophetic, trembling on from east to west. It is bounded by no geographical lines and knows no national limitations. Like the glorious sun of the heavens, its light shines for all. But besides this general consideration, this boundless power and glory of liberty, West India emancipation has claims upon us as an event in this 19th century in which we live, for, rich as this century is in moral and material achievements, in progress and civilization, it can claim nothing for itself greater and grander than this act of the West India emancipation. Whether we consider the matter or the manner of it, the tree or its fruit, it is noteworthy, memorable, and sublime. Especially is the manner of its accomplishment worthy of consideration. Its best lesson to the world, its most encouraging word to all who toil and trust in the cause of justice and liberty, to all who oppose oppression and slavery, is a word of sublime faith and courage, faith in the truth and courage in the expression. Great and valuable concessions have in different ages been made to the liberties of mankind. They have, however, come not at the command of reason and persuasion, but by the sharp and terrible edge of the sword. To this rule West India emancipation is a splendid exception. It came, not by the sword, but by the word, not by the 28th brute force of numbers, but by the still small voice of truth, not by barricades, bayonets, and bloody revolution, but by peaceful agitation, not by divine interference, but by the exercise of simple, human reason and feeling. I repeat, that, in this peculiarity, we have what is most valuable to the human race generally. It is a revelation of a power inherent in human society. It shows what can be done against wrong in the world, without the aid of armies on the earth or of angels in the sky. It shows that men have in their own hands the peaceful means of putting all their moral and political enemies under their feet and of making this world a healthy and happy dwelling place, if they will but faithfully and courageously use these means. The world needed just such a revelation of the power of conscience and of human brotherhood, one that overleaped the accident of color and of race, and set at naught the whisperings of prejudice. The friends of freedom in England saw in the Negro a man, a moral and responsible being. Having settled this in their own minds, they, in the name of humanity, denounced the crime of his enslavement. It was the faithful, persistent, and enduring enthusiasm of Thomas Clarkson, William Wilberforce, Granville Sharp, William Knibb, Henry Brougham, Thomas Fowell Buxton, Daniel O'Connell, George Thompson, and their noble co-workers, that finally thawed the British heart into sympathy for the slave, and moved the strong arm of that government in mercy to put an end to his bondage. Let no American, especially no colored American, withhold a generous recognition of this stupendous achievement. What though it was not American, but British, what though it was not Republican, but monarchical, what though it was not from the American Congress, but from the British Parliament, what though it was not from the chair of a president, but from the throne of a queen, it was none the less a triumph of right over wrong, of good over evil, and a victory for the whole human race. Besides, we may properly celebrate this day because of its special relation to our American emancipation. In doing this we do not sacrifice the general to the special, or the universal to the local. The cause of human liberty is one the whole world over. The downfall of slavery under British power meant the downfall of slavery, ultimately, under American power, and the downfall of Negro slavery everywhere. But the effect of this great and philanthropic measure, naturally enough, was greater here than elsewhere. Outside the British Empire no other nation was in a position to feel it as much as we. The stimulus it gave to the American anti-slavery movement was immediate, pronounced, and powerful. British example became a 29. Tremendous lever in the hands of American abolitionists. It did much to shame and discourage the spirit of caste and the advocacy of slavery in church and state. It could not well have been otherwise. No man liveth unto himself. What is true in this respect of individual men, is equally true of nations. Both impart good or ill to their age and generation. But putting aside this consideration, so worthy of thought, we have special reasons for claiming the 1st of August as the birthday of Negro emancipation, not only in the West Indies, but in the United States. Spite of our national independence, a common language, a common literature, a common history, and a common civilization makes us and keeps us still a part of the British nation, if not a part of the British Empire. England can take no step forward in the pathway of a higher civilization without drawing us in the same direction. She is still the mother country, and the mother, too, of our abolition movement. Though her emancipation came in peace, and ours in war, though hers cost treasure, and ours blood, though hers was the result of a sacred preference, and ours resulted in part from necessity, the motive and mainspring of the respective measures were the same in both. The abolitionists of this country have been charged with bringing on the war between the North and South, and in one sense this is true. Had there been no anti-slavery agitation at the North, there would have been no active anti-slavery anywhere to resist the demands of the slave power at the South, and where there is no resistance there can be no war. Slavery would then have been nationalized, and the whole country would then have been subjected to its power. Resistance to slavery and the extension of slavery invited and provoked secession and war to perpetuate and extend the slave system. Thus, in the same sense, England is responsible for our Civil War. The abolition of slavery in the West Indies gave life and vigor to the abolition movement in America. Clarkson of England gave us Garrison of America, Granville Sharp of England gave us our Wendell Phillips, and Wilberforce of England gave us our peerless Charles Sumner. These grand men and their brave co-workers here took up the moral thunderbolts which had struck down slavery in the West Indies, and hurled them with increased zeal and power against the gigantic system of slavery here, till, goaded to madness, the traffickers in the souls and bodies of men flew to arms, rent asunder the Union at the center, and filled the land with hostile armies and the 10,000 horrors of war. Out of this tempest, out of this whirlwind and earthquake of war, came the abolition of slavery, came 30. The employment of colored troops, came colored citizens, came colored jurymen, came colored congressmen, came colored schools in the South, and came the great amendments of our national Constitution. We celebrate this day, too, for the very good reason that we have no other to celebrate. English emancipation has one advantage over American emancipation. Hers has a definite anniversary. Ours has none. Like our slaves, the freedom of the Negro has no birthday. No man can tell the day of the month, or the month of the year, upon which slavery was abolished in the United States. We cannot even tell when it began to be abolished. Like the movement of the sea, no man can tell where one wave begins and another ends. The chains of slavery with us were loosened by degrees. First, we had the struggle in Kansas with border ruffians, next, we had John Brown at Harper's Ferry, next the firing upon Fort Sumter, a little while after, we had Fremont's order, freeing the slaves of the rebels in Missouri. Then we had General Butler declaring and treating the slaves of rebels as contraband of war, next we had the proposition to arm colored men and make them soldiers for the Union. In 1862 we had the conditional promise of a proclamation of emancipation from President Lincoln, and, finally, on the 1st of January, 1863, we had the proclamation itself, and still the end was not yet. Slavery was bleeding and dying, but it was not dead, and no man can tell just when its foul spirit departed from our land, if, indeed, it has yet departed, and hence we do not know what day we may properly celebrate as coupled with this great American event. When England, during our late Civil War, behaved so badly, I, for one, felt like giving up these 1st of August celebrations. But I remembered that during that war, there were two Englands, as there were two Americas, and that one was true to liberty while the other was true to slavery. It was not the England which gave us West India emancipation that took sides with the slaveholders' rebellion. It was not the England of John Bright and William Edward Forster that permitted Alabamas to escape from British ports, and prey upon our commerce, or that otherwise favored slaveholding in the South, but it was the England which had done what it could to prevent West India emancipation. It was the Tory party in England that fought the abolition party at home, and the same party it was that favored our slaveholding rebellion. Under a different name, we had the same, or a similar party, here, a party which despised the Negro and consigned him to perpetual slavery, a party which was willing to allow the American Union to be 31. Shivered into fragments, rather than that one hair of the head of slavery should be injured. But, fellow citizens, I should but very imperfectly fulfill the duty of this hour if I confined myself to a merely historical or philosophical discussion of West India emancipation. The story of the 1st of August has been told 1,000 times over, and may be told 1,000 times more. The cause of freedom and humanity has a history and a destiny nearer home. How stands the case with the recently emancipated millions of colored people in our own country? What is their condition today? What is their relation to the people who formerly held them as slaves? These are important questions, and they are such as trouble the minds of thoughtful men of all colors, at home and abroad. By law, by the Constitution of the United States, slavery has no existence in our country. The legal form has been abolished. By the law and the Constitution, the Negro is a man and a citizen, and has all the rights and liberties guaranteed to any other variety of the human family, residing in the United States. He has a country, a flag, and a government, and may legally claim full and complete protection under the laws. It was the ruling wish, intention, and purpose of the loyal people, after rebellion was suppressed, to have an end to the entire cause of that calamity by forever putting away the system of slavery and all its incidents. In pursuance of this idea, the Negro was made free, made a citizen, made eligible to hold office, to be a juryman, a legislator, and a magistrate. To this end, several amendments to the Constitution were proposed, recommended, and adopted. They are now a part of the supreme law of the land, binding alike upon every state and territory of the United States, North and South. Briefly, this is our legal and theoretical condition. This is our condition on paper and parchment. If only from the National Statute Book we were left to learn the true condition of the colored race, the result would be altogether creditable to the American people. It would give them a clear title to a place among the most enlightened and liberal nations of the world. We could say of our country, as Curran once said of England, the spirit of British law makes liberty commensurate with and inseparable from the British soil. Now I say that this eloquent tribute to England, if only we looked into our Constitution, might apply to us. In that instrument we have laid down the law, now and forever, that there shall be no slavery or involuntary servitude in this republic, except for crime. We have gone still further. We have laid the heavy hand of the Constitution upon the matchless meanness of caste, as well as upon 32. The hell-black crime of slavery. We have declared before all the world that there shall be no denial of rights on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. The advantage gained in this respect is immense. It is a great thing to have the supreme law of the land on the side of justice and liberty. It is the line up to which the nation is destined to march, the law to which the nation's life must ultimately conform. It is a great principle, up to which we may educate the people, and to this extent its value exceeds all speech. But today, in most of the southern states, the 14th and 15th Amendments are virtually nullified. The rights which they were intended to guarantee are denied and held in contempt. The citizenship granted in the 14th Amendment is practically a mockery, and the right to vote, provided for in the 15th Amendment, is literally stamped out in face of government. The old master class is today triumphant, and the newly enfranchised class in a condition but little above that in which they were found before the rebellion. Do you ask me how, after all that has been done, this state of things has been made possible? I will tell you. Our Reconstruction measures were radically defective. They left the former slave completely in the power of the old master, the loyal citizen in the hands of the disloyal rebel against the government. Wise, grand, and comprehensive in scope and design as were the Reconstruction measures, high and honorable as were the intentions of the statesmen by whom they were framed and adopted, time and experience, which try all things, have demonstrated that they did not successfully meet the case. In the hurry and confusion of the hour, and the eager desire to have the Union restored, there was more care for the sublime superstructure of the Republic than for the solid foundation upon which it could alone be upheld. To the freedmen was given the machinery of liberty, but there was denied to them the steam to put it in motion. They were given the uniform of soldiers, but no arms; they were called citizens, but left subjects; they were called free, but left almost slaves. The old master class was not deprived of the power of life and death, which was the soul of the relation of master and slave. They could not, of course, sell their former slaves, but they retained the power to starve them to death, and wherever this power is held there is the power of slavery. He who can say to his fellow man, "You shall serve me or starve," is a master and his subject is a slave. This was seen and felt by Thaddeus Stevens, Charles Sumner, and leading stalwart Republicans, and had their counsels prevailed the terrible 33 evils from which we now suffer would have been averted. The Negro today would not be on his knees, as he is, abjectly supplicating the old master class to give him leave to toil. Nor would he now be leaving the South as from a doomed city, and seeking a home in the ungenial North, but tilling his native soil in comparative independence. Though no longer a slave, he is in a thraldom grievous and intolerable, compelled to work for whatever his employer is pleased to pay him, swindled out of his hard earnings by money orders redeemed in stores, compelled to pay the price of an acre of ground for its use during a single year, to pay 4 times more than a fair price for a pound of bacon, and to be kept upon the narrowest margin between life and starvation. Much complaint has been made that the freedmen have shown so little ability to take care of themselves since their emancipation. Men have marveled that they have made so little progress. I question the justice of this complaint. It is neither reasonable, nor in any sense just. To me the wonder is, not that the freedmen have made so little progress, but, rather, that they have made so much, not that they have been standing still, but that they have been able to stand at all. We have only to reflect for a moment upon the situation in which these people found themselves when liberated. Consider their ignorance, their poverty, their destitution, and their absolute dependence upon the very class by which they had been held in bondage for centuries, a class whose every sentiment was averse to their freedom, and we shall be prepared to marvel that they have, under the circumstances, done so well. History does not furnish an example of emancipation under conditions less friendly to the emancipated class than this American example. Liberty came to the freedmen of the United States not in mercy, but in wrath, not by moral choice but by military necessity, not by the generous action of the people among whom they were to live, and whose goodwill was essential to the success of the measure, but by strangers, foreigners, invaders, trespassers, aliens, and enemies. The very manner of their emancipation invited to the heads of the freedmen the bitterest hostility of race and class. They were hated because they had been slaves, hated because they were now free, and hated because of those who had freed them. Nothing was to have been expected other than what has happened, and he is a poor student of the human heart who does not see that the old master class would naturally employ every power and means in their reach to make the great measure of emancipation unsuccessful and utterly odious. It was born in the tempest and whirlwind of war, and has lived in a storm of violence and blood. When the Hebrews were 34 emancipated, they were told to take spoil from the Egyptians. When the serfs of Russia were emancipated, they were given 3 acres of ground upon which they could live and make a living. But not so when our slaves were emancipated. They were sent away empty-handed, without money, without friends, and without a foot of land upon which to stand. Old and young, sick and well, were turned loose to the open sky, naked to their enemies. The old slave quarter that had before sheltered them and the fields that had yielded them corn were now denied them. The old master class, in its wrath, said, "Clear out. The Yankees have freed you, now let them feed and shelter you." Inhuman as was this treatment, it was the natural result of the bitter resentment felt by the old master class, and, in view of it, the wonder is, not that the colored people of the South have done so little in the way of acquiring a comfortable living, but that they live at all. Taking all the circumstances into consideration, the colored people have no reason to despair. We still live, and while there is life there is hope. The fact that we have endured wrongs and hardships which would have destroyed any other race, and have increased in numbers and public consideration, ought to strengthen our faith in ourselves and our future. Let us, then, wherever we are, whether at the North or at the South, resolutely struggle on in the belief that there is a better day coming, and that we, by patience, industry, uprightness, and economy may hasten that better day. I will not listen, myself, and I would not have you listen to the nonsense, that no people can succeed in life among a people by whom they have been despised and oppressed. The statement is erroneous and contradicted by the whole history of human progress. A few centuries ago, all Europe was cursed with serfdom, or slavery. Traces of this bondage still remain, but are not easily visible. The Jews, only a century ago, were despised, hated, and oppressed, but they have defied, met, and vanquished the hard conditions imposed upon them, and are now opulent and powerful, and compel respect in all countries. Take courage from the example of all religious denominations that have sprung up since Martin Luther. Each in its turn has been oppressed and persecuted. Methodists, Baptists, and Quakers have all been compelled to feel the lash and sting of popular disfavor, yet all in turn have conquered the prejudice and hate of their surroundings. Greatness does not come on flowery beds of ease to any people. 35. We must fight to win the prize. No people to whom liberty is given, can hold it as firmly and wear it as grandly as those who wrench their liberty from the iron hand of the tyrant. The hardships and dangers involved in the struggle give strength and toughness to the character, and enable it to stand firm in storm as well as in sunshine. One thought more before I leave this subject, and it is a thought I wish you all to lay to heart. Practice it yourselves and teach it to your children. It is this: neither we, nor any other people, will ever be respected till we respect ourselves, and we will never respect ourselves till we have the means to live respectably. An exceptionally poor and dependent people will be despised by the opulent and despise themselves. You cannot make an empty sack stand on end. A race which cannot save its earnings, which spends all it makes and goes in debt when it is sick, can never rise in the scale of civilization, no matter under what laws it may chance to be. Put us in Kansas or in Africa, and until we learn to save more than we spend, we are sure to sink and perish. It is not in the nature of things that we should be equally rich in this world's goods. Some will be more successful than others, and poverty, in many cases, is the result of misfortune rather than of crime, but no race can afford to have all its members the victims of this misfortune, without being considered a worthless race. Pardon me, therefore, for urging upon you, my people, the importance of saving your earnings, of denying yourselves in the present, that you may have something in the future, of consuming less for yourselves that your children may have a start in life when you are gone. With money and property comes the means of knowledge and power. A poverty-stricken class will be an ignorant and despised class, and no amount of sentiment can make it otherwise. This part of our destiny is in our own hands. Every dollar you lay up represents one day's independence, one day of rest and security in the future. If the time shall ever come when we shall possess in the colored people of the United States, a class of men noted for enterprise, industry, economy, and success, we shall no longer have any trouble in the matter of civil and political rights. The battle against popular prejudice will have been fought and won, and, in common with all other races and colors, we shall have an equal chance in the race for life. Do I hear you ask in a tone of despair if this time will ever come to our people in America? The question is not new to me. I have tried to answer it many times and in many places, when the outlook was less encouraging than now. There was a time when we were compelled to walk by faith in this matter, but now, I think, we may. 36. Walk by sight. Notwithstanding the great and all-abounding darkness of our social past, notwithstanding the clouds that still overhang us in the moral and social sky and the defects inherited from a bygone condition of servitude, it is the faith of my soul that this brighter and better day will yet come. But whether it shall come late or come soon will depend mainly upon ourselves. The laws which determine the destinies of individuals and nations are impartial and eternal. We shall reap as we sow. There is no escape. The conditions of success are universal and unchangeable. The nation or people which shall comply with them will rise, and those which violate them will fall, and will perhaps disappear altogether. No power beneath the sky can make an ignorant, wasteful, and idle people prosperous, or a licentious people happy. One ground of hope for my people is founded upon the returns of the last census. One of the most disheartening ethnological speculations concerning us has been that we shall die out, that, like the Indian, we shall perish in the blaze of Caucasian civilization. The census sets to rest that heresy concerning us. We are more than holding our own in all the southern states. We are no longer 4 millions of slaves, but 6 millions of freemen. Another ground of hope for our race is in the progress of education. Everywhere in the South the colored man is learning to read. None now denies the ability of the colored race to acquire knowledge of anything which can be communicated to the human understanding by letters. Our colored schools in the city of Washington compare favorably with the white schools, and what is true of Washington is equally true of other cities and towns of the South. Still another ground of hope I find in the fact that colored men are strong in their gratitude to benefactors, and firm in their political convictions. They cannot be coaxed or driven to vote with their enemies against their friends. Nothing but the shotgun or the bulldozer's whip can keep them from voting their convictions. Then another ground of hope is that as a general rule we are an industrious people. I have traveled extensively over the South, and almost the only people I saw at work there were the colored people. In any fair condition of things the men who till the soil will become proprietors of the soil. Only arbitrary conditions can prevent this. Today the Negro, starting from nothing, pays taxes upon 6 millions in Georgia, and 40 millions in Louisiana. Not less encouraging than this, is the political situation at the South. The vote of the colored man, formerly beaten down and stamped out by intimidation, is now revived, sought, and defended by power. 37. Full allies, and this from no transient sentiment of the moment, but from the permanent laws controlling the action of political parties. While the Constitution of the United States shall guarantee the colored man's right to vote, somebody in the South will want that vote and will offer the terms upon which that vote can be obtained. Thus the forces against us are passion and prejudice, which are transient, and those for us are principles, self-acting, self-sustaining, and permanent. My hope for the future of my race is further supported by the rapid decline of an emotional, shouting, and thoughtless religion. Scarcely in any direction can there be found a less favorable field for mind or morals than where such a religion prevails. It abounds in the wildest hopes and fears, and in blind unreasoning faith. Instead of adding to faith virtue, its tendency is to substitute faith for virtue, and is a deadly enemy to our progress. There is still another ground for hope. It arises out of a comparison of our past condition with our present one, the immeasurable depths from which we have come, and the point of progress already attained. We shall look over the world, and survey the history of any other oppressed and enslaved people in vain, to find one which has made more progress within the same length of time, than have the colored people of the United States. These, and many other considerations which I might name, give brightness and fervor to my hopes that that better day for which the more thoughtful amongst us have long labored, and the millions of our people have sighed for centuries, is near at hand. 38. Third part. Chapter I. Later life. Again summoned to the defense of his people the difficulties of the THIRD race problem's life-worth anti-slavery movement. 10 years ago when the preceding chapters of this book were written, having then reached in the journey of life the middle of the decade beginning at 60 and ending at 70, and naturally reminded that I was no longer young, I laid aside my pen with some such sense of relief as might be felt by a weary and overburdened traveler when arrived at the desired end of a long journey, or as an honest debtor wishing to be square with all the world might feel when the last dollar of an old debt was paid off. Not that I wished to be discharged from labor and service in the cause to which I have devoted my life, but from this peculiar kind of labor and service. I hardly need say to those who know me, that writing for the public I never came quite as easily to me as speaking to the public ear. It is a marvel to me that under the circumstances I learned to write at all. It has been a still greater marvel that in the brief working period in which they lived and wrought, such men as Dickens, Dumas, Carlyle, and Sir Walter Scott could have produced the works ascribed to them. But many have been the impediments with which I have had to struggle. I have, too, been embarrassed by the thought of writing so much about myself when there was so much else of which to write. It is far easier to write about others than about oneself. I write freely of myself, not from choice, but because I have, by my cause, been morally forced into thus writing. Time and events have summoned me to stand forth both as a witness and an advocate for a people long dumb, not allowed to speak for themselves, yet much misunderstood and deeply wronged. In the earlier days of my freedom, I was 39. Called upon to expose the direful nature of the slave system, by telling my own experience while a slave, and to do what I could thereby to make slavery odious and thus to hasten the day of emancipation. It was no time to mince matters or to stand upon a delicate sense of propriety, in the presence of a crime so gigantic as our slavery was, and the duty to oppose it so imperative. I was called upon to expose even my stripes, and with many misgivings obeyed the summons and tried thus to do my whole duty in this my first public work and what I may say proved to be the best work of my life. 50 years have passed since I entered upon that work, and now that it is ended, I find myself summoned again by the popular voice and by what is called the Negro problem, to come a second time upon the witness stand and give evidence upon disputed points concerning myself and my emancipated brothers and sisters who, though free, are yet oppressed and are in as much need of an advocate as before they were set free. Though this is not altogether as agreeable to me as was my first mission, it is one that comes with such commanding authority as to compel me to accept it as a present duty. In it I am pelted with all sorts of knotty questions, some of which might be difficult even for Humboldt, Cuvier, or Darwin, were they alive, to answer. They are questions which range over the whole field of science, learning and philosophy, and some descend to the depths of impertinent, unmannerly, and vulgar curiosity. To be able to answer the higher range of these questions I should be profoundly versed in psychology, anthropology, ethnology, sociology, theology, biology, and all the other ologies, philosophies and sciences. There is no disguising the fact that the American people are much interested and mystified about the mere matter of color as connected with manhood. It seems to them that color has some moral or immoral qualities and especially the latter. They do not feel quite reconciled to the idea that a man of different color from themselves should have all the human rights claimed by themselves. When an unknown man is spoken of in their presence, the first question that arises in the average American mind concerning him and which must be answered is, of what color is he? And he rises or falls in estimation by the answer given. It is not whether he is a good man or a bad 40 man. That does not seem of primary importance. Hence I have often been bluntly and sometimes very rudely asked, of what color my mother was, and of what color was my father? In what proportion does the blood of the various races mingle in my veins, especially how much white blood and how much black blood entered into my composition? Whether I was not part Indian as well as African and Caucasian? Whether I considered myself more African than Caucasian, or the reverse? Whether I derived my intelligence from my father, or from my mother, from my white, or from my black blood? Whether persons of mixed blood are as strong and healthy as persons of either of the races whose blood they inherit? Whether persons of mixed blood do permanently remain of the mixed complexion or finally take on the complexion of one or the other of the two or more races of which they may be composed? Whether they live as long and raise as large families as other people? Whether they inherit only evil from both parents and good from neither? Whether evil dispositions are more transmissible than good? Why did I marry a person of my father's complexion instead of marrying one of my mother's complexion? How is the race problem to be solved in this country? Will the Negro go back to Africa or remain here? Under this shower of purely American questions, more or less personal, I have endeavored to possess my soul in patience and get as much good out of life as was possible with so much to occupy my time, and, though often perplexed, seldom losing my temper, or abating heart or hope for the future of my people. Though I cannot say I have satisfied the curiosity of my countrymen on all the questions raised by them, I have, like all honest men on the witness stand, answered to the best of my knowledge and belief, and I hope I have never answered in such wise as to increase the hardships of any human being of whatever race or color. When the first part of this book was written, I was, as before intimated, already looking toward the sunset of human life and thinking that my children would probably finish the recital of my life, or that possibly some other persons outside of family ties to whom I am known might think it worthwhile to tell what he or she might know of the remainder of 41. My story. I considered, as I have said, that my work was done. But friends and publishers concur in the opinion that the unity and completeness of the work require that it shall be finished by the hand by which it was begun. Many things touched me and employed my thoughts and activities between the years 1881 and 1891. I am willing to speak of them. Like most men who give the world their autobiographies, I wish my story to be told as favorably towards myself as it can be with a due regard to truth. I do not wish it to be imagined by any that I am insensible to the singularity of my career, or to the peculiar relation I sustain to the history of my time and country. I know and feel that it is something to have lived at all in this republic during the latter part of this eventful century, but I know it is more to have had some small share in the great events which have distinguished it from the experience of all other centuries. No man liveth unto himself, or ought to live unto himself. My life has conformed to this Bible saying, for, more than most men, I have been the thin edge of the wedge to open for my people a way in many directions and places never before occupied by them. It has been mine, in some degree, to stand as their defense in moral battle against the shafts of detraction, calumny, and persecution, and to labor in removing and overcoming those obstacles which, in the shape of erroneous ideas and customs, have blocked the way to their progress. I have found this to be no hardship, but the natural and congenial vocation of my life. I had hardly become a thinking being when I first learned to hate slavery, and hence I was no sooner free than I joined the noble band of abolitionists in Massachusetts, headed by William Lloyd Garrison and Wendell Phillips. Afterward, by voice and pen, in season and out of season, it was mine to stand for the freedom of people of all colors, until in our land the last yoke was broken and the last bondsman was set free. In the war for the Union I persuaded the colored man to become a soldier. In the peace that followed, I asked the government to make him a citizen. In the construction of the rebellious states I urged his enfranchisement. Much has been written and published during the last 10 years purporting to be a history of the anti-slavery movement. 42. And of the part taken by the men and women engaged in it, myself among the number. In some of these narrations I have received more consideration and higher estimation than I perhaps deserved. In others I have not escaped undeserved disparagement, which I may leave to the reader and to the judgment of those who shall come after me to reply to and to set right. The anti-slavery movement, that truly great moral conflict which rocked the land during 30 years, and the part taken by the men and women engaged in it, are not quite far enough removed from us in point of time to admit at present of an impartial history. Some of the sects and parties that took part in it still linger with us and are zealous for distinction, for priority and superiority. There is also the disposition to unduly magnify the importance of some men and to diminish the importance of others. While over all this I spread the mantle of charity, it may in a measure explain whatever may seem like prejudice, bigotry, and partiality in some attempts already made at the history of the anti-slavery movement. As in a great war, amid the roar of cannon, the smoke of powder, the rising dust and the blinding blaze of fire and counter-fire of battle, no one participant may be blamed for not being able to see and correctly to measure and report the efficiency of the different forces engaged, and to render honor where honor is due. So we may say of the late historians who have essayed to write the history of the anti-slavery movement. It is not strange that those who write in New England from the stand occupied by William Lloyd Garrison and his friends, should fail to appreciate the services of the political abolitionists and of the Free Soil and Republican parties. Perhaps a political abolitionist would equally misjudge and underrate the value of the non-voting and moral suasion party, of which Mr. Garrison was the admitted leader, while in fact the two were the halves necessary to make the whole. Without Adams, Giddings, Hale, Chase, Wade, Seward, Wilson, and Sumner to plead our cause in the councils of the nation, the taskmasters would have remained the contented and undisturbed rulers of the Union, and no condition of things would have been brought about authorizing the federal government to abolish slavery in the country's defense. As one of 43. Those whose bonds have been broken, I cannot see without pain any attempt to disparage and undervalue any man's work in this cause. Hereafter, when we get a little farther away from the conflict, some brave and truth-loving man, with all the facts before him, uninfluenced by filial love and veneration for men, or party associations, or pride of name, will gather from here and there the scattered fragments, my small contribution perhaps among the number, and give to those who shall come after us an impartial history of this the grandest moral conflict of the century. Truth is patient and time is just. With these and like reflections, which have often brought consolation to better men than myself, when upon them has fallen the keen edge of censure, and with the scrupulous justice done me in the biography of myself lately written by Mr. Frederick May Holland of Concord, Massachusetts, I can easily rest contented. 44. Chapter 2. A Grand Occasion. Inauguration of President Garfield. A valuable precedent in affecting Seneth greed of the office seekers. Conference with President Garfield. Distrust of the Vice President. In the first part of this remarkable decade of American life and history, we had the election and grand inauguration of James A. Garfield as President of the United States, and in a few months thereafter we had his tragic death by the hand of a desperate assassin. On the 4th of March in that year, I happened to be United States Marshal of the District of Columbia, having been appointed to that office 4 years previous to that date by President Rutherford B. Hayes. This official position placed me in touch with both the outgoing president and the president-elect. By the unwritten law of long-established usage, the United States Marshal of the District of Columbia is accorded a conspicuous position on the occasion of the inauguration of a new President of the United States. He has the honor of escorting both the outgoing and the incoming President, from the imposing ceremonies in the U.S. Senate chamber to the east front of the Capitol, where, on a capacious platform erected for the purpose, before uncounted thousands and in the presence of grave senators, members of Congress and representatives of all the civilized nations of the world, the presidential oath is solemnly administered to the President-elect, who proceeds to deliver his inaugural address, a copy of which has already been given to the press. In the procession from the Senate I had the honor, in the presence of all the many thousands of the dignitaries there assembled, of holding the right and marching close by the side of both presidents. The grandeur and solemnity of the occasion appeared to me no less great and uncommon because of the honorable and responsible position I that day held. I was a part of a great national event and one which would pass into American history, but at the moment I had no intimation or foreshadowing of how dark, dreadful, and bloody would be the contents of the chapter. I have some 45 times had what seemed to me startling presentiments of coming evil, but there were none on this grand inaugural day. The moral and political sky was clammy blue, bright and beautiful, and full of hope for the new president and for the nation. I felt myself standing on new ground, on a height never before trodden by any of my people, one heretofore occupied only by members of the Caucasian race. I do not doubt that this sudden elevation and distinction made upon me a decided impression. But I knew that my elevation was temporary, that it was brilliant but not lasting, and that like many others tossed by the late war to the surface, I should soon be reduced to the ranks of my common people. However, I deemed the event highly important as a new circumstance in my career, as a new recognition of my class, and as a new step in the progress of the nation. Personally, it was a striking contrast to my early condition. Yonder I was an unlettered slave toiling under the lash of Covey, the Negro breaker. Here I was the United States Marshal of the capital of the nation, having under my care and guidance the sacred persons of an ex-president and of the president-elect of a nation of 60 millions, and was armed with the nation's power to arrest any arm raised against them. While I was not insensible or indifferent to the fact that I was treading the high places of the land, I was not conscious of any unsteadiness of head or heart. I was United States Marshal by accident. I was no less Frederick Douglass, identified with a proscribed class whose perfect and practical equality with other American citizens was yet far down the steps of time. Yet I was not sorry to have this brief authority, for I rejoiced in the fact that a colored man could occupy this height. The precedent was valuable. Though the tide that carried me there might not soon again rise so high, it was something that it had once so risen and had remained up long enough to leave its mark on the point it touched, and that not even the hoary locks of time could remove it or conceal it from the eyes of mankind. The incident was valuable as showing that the sentiment of the nation was more liberal towards the colored man in proportion to its proximity, in point of time, to the war and to the period when his services were fresh in its memory, for his condition is affected by his nearness to or remoteness from the time when his 46. Services were rendered. The imperfections of memory, the multitudinous throngs of events, the fading effects of time upon the national mind, and the growing affection of the loyal nation for the late rebels, will, on the page of our national history, obscure the Negro's part, though they can never blot it out entirely, nor can it be entirely forgotten. The inauguration of President Garfield was exceptional in its surroundings. The coronation of a king could hardly have been characterized by more display of joy and satisfaction. The delight and enthusiasm of the president's friends knew no bounds. The pageant was to the last degree brilliant and memorable, and the scene became sublime when, after his grand inaugural address, the soldier, the orator, the statesman, the president-elect of this great nation, stepped aside, bowed his splendid form, and, in sight of all the people, kissed his mother. It was a reminder to the dear mother that, though her son was President of the United States, he was still her son, and that none of the honors he that day received could make him forget for a moment the debt of love due to that mother whose hand had guided his infancy. Some thought that this act was somewhat theatrical and wanting in dignity, but as a near spectator of the scene, I thought it touching and beautiful. Nothing so unaffected and spontaneous and sacred could awaken in the heart of a true man other than sentiments of respect and admiration. On that day of glory, and amid demonstrations so sublime, no thought of the tragic death that awaited the illustrious object of this grand ovation could have intruded itself. It is not to be supposed that, even in the mind of the mad assassin Guiteau, the thought of murdering the president had yet dawned. I heard at his trial this demon-possessed man talk, and came to the conclusion that this deed was the result of madness for office, and that this madness carried the assassin beyond the limit to which the same madness sometimes carries other men. Others conspire, intrigue, lie and slander in order to get office, but this crazy creature thought that he could get office by killing a president. He thought that if he gave the presidency to Mr. Arthur, the latter would serve him a similar good turn, and not only protect him from punishment, but give him an office. No better evidence of insanity could be wanted than this. 47. Mode of reasoning. Guiteau may have been in some measure responsible, but I have always thought him hopelessly insane. No doubt there were many present at this inauguration who, like the assassin, thought that in the bestowment of patronage, the new president would not forget them. It is painful to think that to this selfish feeling we may rightfully ascribe much of the display and seeming enthusiasm on such occasions, that because of it, banners wave, men march, rockets cleave the air, and cannon pour out their thunders. Only the common people, animated by patriotism, and without hope of reward, know on such occasions the thrill of a pure enthusiasm. To the office-seeker the whole is gone through with as a mere hollow, dumb show. It is not uncommon to hear men boast of how much they did for the victorious party, how much marching and counter-marching they did, and how much influence they brought to the successful candidates, and on the strength of it threaten that they will never do the like again if their services shall fail to get them office. The madness of Guiteau was but the exaggerated madness of other men. It is impossible to measure the evil which this craving madness may yet bring upon the country. Any civil service reform which will diminish it, even if it does not entirely banish it from the minds of Americans, should be supported by every patriotic citizen. Few men in the country felt more than I the shock caused by the assassination of President Garfield, and few men had better reason for thus feeling. I not only shared with the nation its great common sorrow because a good man had been cruelly and madly slain in the midst of his years and in the morning of his highest honors and usefulness, but because of the loss which I thought his death had entailed upon the colored people of the country. For though I at one time had my fears as to the course Mr. Garfield would pursue towards us, my hopes were stronger than my fears, and my faith stronger than my doubts. Only a few weeks before his tragic death, he invited me to the executive mansion to talk over matters pertaining to the cause of my people, and here came up the subject of his foreign appointments. In this conversation he referred to the fact that his Republican predecessors in office had never sent colored men to any of the white nations. He 48. Said that he meant to depart from this usage, that he had made up his mind to send some colored men abroad to some of the white nationalities, and he wanted to know of me if such persons would be acceptable to some such nations. I, of course, thought the way clear to this new departure, and encouraged the President in his proposed advanced step. At the time this promise was made and this hope was held out, I had little doubt of its perfect fulfillment. There was in the President's manner the appearance of a well-matured, fixed, and resolute purpose to try the experiment. Hence his sudden and violent death came to me, not only with the crushing significance of a great crime against the nation and against mankind, but as a killing blow to my newly awakened hopes for my struggling people. I thought that could this new departure in the policy of our government be carried out, a death wound would be given to American prejudice, and a new and much needed assurance would be given to the colored citizen. Thereafter he would be more respected at home and abroad than he had ever before been. It would be conclusive evidence that the American people and government were in earnest, and that they were not trifling and deceiving him when they clothed him with American citizenship. It would say to the country and to the civilized world that the great Republican Party of the American Union, which carried the nation through the war, saved the country from dismemberment, reconstructed the government on the basis of liberty, emancipated the slave and made him a citizen, was an honest party, and meant all it had said, and was determined hereafter to take no step backward. Cherishing, as I did, this view of what was promised and should be expected from the continued life of Mr. Garfield, his death appeared to me as among the gloomiest calamities that could have come to my people. The hopes awakened by the kind-hearted President had no support in my knowledge of the character of the self-indulgent man who was elected, in the contingency of death, to succeed him. The announcement, at the Chicago Convention, of this man's name as that of the candidate for the vice presidency, strangely enough brought over me a shudder such as one might feel in coming upon an armed murderer or a poisonous reptile. For some occult and mysterious cause, I know not. 49. What, I felt the hand of death upon me. I do not say or intimate that Mr. Arthur had anything to do with the taking off of the President. I might have had the same shudder had any other man been named, but I state the simple fact precisely as it was. 50. Chapter 3. Doubts as to Garfield's course. Garfield not a stalwart encounter of Garfield with Tucker hope in promises of a new departure at a sorrow-stricken nation. Whether President Garfield would have confirmed or disappointed my hopes had his life been spared by the assassin's bullet can, of course, never be known. His promise to break the record of former presidents was plain, emphatic, and hearty. Considering the strength of popular prejudice against the Negro, the proposition to send a colored man to an admitted post of honor in a white nation was a bold one. While there was much in the history and generous nature of Mr. Garfield to justify hope, I must say that there was also something in his temperament and character to cause doubt and fear that his resolution in the end might be sicklied over with the pale cast of thought. Mr. Garfield, though a good man, was not my man for the presidency. For that place I wanted a man of sterner stuff. I was for General Grant, and for him with all the embarrassment and burden of a third term attaching to his candidacy. I held that even defeat with Grant was better than success with a temporizer. I knew both men personally and valued the qualities of both. In the Senate Mr. Garfield was in his place. He was able in debate, amiable in disposition, and lovable in character, and when surrounded by the right influences would be sure to go right, but he did not, to my mind, have in his moral make-up sufficient backbone to fit him for the chief magistracy of the nation at such a time as was then upon the country. In this place, a clear head, quick decision, and firm purpose are required. The conditions demanded stalwart qualities and he was not a stalwart. The country had not quite survived the effects and influence of its great war for existence. The serpent had been wounded but not killed. Under the disguise of meekly accepting the results and decisions of the war, the rebels had come back to Congress more with the pride of conquerors than with the 51. Repentant humility of defeated traitors. Their heads were high in the air. It was not they but the loyal men who were at fault. Under the fair-seeming name of local self-government, they were shooting to death just as many of the newly made citizens of the South as was necessary to put the individual states of the Union entirely into their power. The object which through violence and bloodshed they had accomplished in the several states, they were already aiming to accomplish in the United States by address and political strategy. They had captured the individual states and meant now to capture the United States. The moral difference between those who fought for the Union and liberty, and those who had fought for slavery and the dismemberment of the Union, was fast fading away. The language of a sickly conciliation, inherited from the administration of President Hayes, was abroad. Insolency born of slave mastery had begun to exhibit itself in the House and Senate of the nation. The recent amendments of the Constitution, adopted to secure the results of the war for the Union, were beginning to be despised and scouted, and the ship of state seemed fast returning to her ancient moorings. It was therefore no blind partiality that led me to prefer General Grant to General Garfield. The one might arrest the reaction and stay the hand of violence and bloodshed at the South, the other held out little promise of such a result. I had once seen the mettle of Mr. Garfield tried when it seemed to me he did not exhibit the pure gold of moral courage, when, in fact, he quailed under the fierce glance of Randolph Tucker, a returned slave-holding rebel. I can never forget the scene. Mr. Garfield had used the phrase perjured traitors as descriptive of those who had been educated by the government and sworn to support and defend the Constitution and yet had betaken themselves to the battlefield and fought to destroy it. Mr. Tucker had resented these terms as thus applied, and the only defense Mr. Garfield made to this brazen insolence of Mr. Tucker was that he did not make the dictionary. This was perhaps the soft answer that turneth away wrath, but it is not the answer with which to rebuke effrontery, haughtiness, and presumption. It is not the answer that Charles Sumner or Benjamin F. Wade 52. or Owen Lovejoy would have given. Neither of these brave men would in such a case have sheltered himself behind the dictionary. In nature exuberant, readily responsive in sympathy, shrinking from conflict with his immediate surroundings, abounding in love of approbation, Mr. Garfield himself admitted that he had made promises that he could not fulfill. His amiable disposition to make himself agreeable to those with whom he came in contact made him weak and led him to create false hopes in those who approached him for favors. This was shown in a case to which I was a party. Prior to his inauguration he solemnly promised Senator Roscoe Conkling that he would appoint me United States Marshal for the District of Columbia. He not only promised, but did so with emphasis. He slapped the table with his hand when he made the promise. When I apologized to Mr. Conkling for the failure of Mr. Garfield to fulfill his promise, that gentleman silenced me by repeating with increasing emphasis, "But he told me he would appoint you United States Marshal of the District of Columbia." To all I could say in defense of Mr. Garfield, Mr. Conkling repeated this promise with increasing solemnity till it seemed to reproach me not less than Mr. Garfield, he for failing to keep his word and I for defending him. It need not be said to those who knew the character and composition of Senator Conkling that it was impossible for him to tolerate or excuse a broken promise. No man more than he considered a man's word his bond. The difference between the two men is the difference between one guided by principle and one controlled by sentiment. Although Mr. Garfield had given me this cause to doubt his word, I still had faith in his promised new departure. I believed in it all the more because Mr. Blaine, then Secretary of State and known to have great influence with the President, was with him in this new measure. Mr. Blaine went so far as to ask me to give him the names of several colored men who could fill such places with credit to the government and to themselves. All this was ended by the accursed bullet of the assassin. I therefore not only shared the general sorrow of the woe-smitten nation, but lamented the loss of a great benefactor. Nothing could be more sad and pathetic than the death of this lovable man. It was his lot while in full health standing. 53. At the gateway of a great office, armed with power and supplied with opportunity, with high and pure purposes in life, and with heart and mind cheerfully surveying the broad field of duty outstretched before him, to be suddenly and without warning cut down in an instant, in the midst of his years and in the fullness of his honors. There was no true man in the land who did not share the pain of the illustrious sufferer while he lingered in life, or who could refuse a tear when the final hour came when his life and suffering ended. 54. Chapter 4. Recorder of Deeds. Activity in behalf of his people. Income of the Recorder of Deeds. False impressions as to his wealth. Appeals for assistance. Persistent beggars. Although I was not reappointed to the office of Marshal of the District of Columbia, as I had reason to expect and to believe that I should be, not only because under me the office had been conducted blamelessly, but because President Garfield had solemnly promised Senator Conkling that I should be so appointed, I was given the office of Recorder of Deeds for the District of Columbia. This office was, in many respects, more congenial to my feelings than was that of United States Marshal of the District, which made me the daily witness in the criminal court of a side of the district life to me most painful and repulsive. Happily, I was never required personally to superintend or witness an execution or to take any part in one. That sad and solemn business had, prior to my appointment, been committed to the warden of the jail, but the contact with the criminal class and the responsibility of watching and taking care of criminals were in every way distasteful to me, and hence I would, under any circumstances, have preferred the office of Recorder of Deeds to that of Marshal. The duties of Recorder, though specific, exacting, and imperative, are easily performed. The office is one that imposes no social duties whatever, and therefore neither fettered my pen nor silenced my voice in the cause of my people. I wrote much and spoke often, and perhaps because of this activity gave to envious tongues a pretext against me. I think that I was not, while in this office or in that of Marshal, less outspoken against what I considered the errors of rulers, than while outside of the office. My cause first, midst, last, and always, whether in office or out of office, was and is that of the black man, not because he is black, but because he is a man, and a man subjected in this country to peculiar wrongs and hardships. As in the case of United States Marshal, so in that of Re. 55. Recorder of Deeds, I was the first colored man who held the office, and like all innovations on established usage, my appointment did not meet with the approval of the conservatives and old-time rulers of the country, but, on the contrary, met with resistance from both these and the press as well as from the street corners. Happily for me, the American people possess in large measure a proneness to acquiescence. They readily submit to the powers that be and to the rule of the majority. This sheet anchor of our national stability, prosperity, and peace served me in good stead in this crisis in my career, as indeed it had done in many others. I held the office of Recorder of Deeds of the District of Columbia for nearly 5 years. Having, so to speak, broken the ice by giving to the country the example of a colored man at the head of that office, it has become the one special office to which, since that time, colored men have aspired. Much that is sheep-like is illustrated in the colored race, and perhaps the same is true in all races. Where one goes the others are apt to follow. The office has, ever since I left it, been sought for and occupied by colored men. In this, if not in anything else, I have opened the gate and led the way upward for the people with whom I am identified. The office of Recorder was far less remunerative when I held it than it has since become. With the almost wonderful increase of population, after long years of stationary condition due to the existence of slavery, and with the vast improvements in its sanitary conditions, there has come to Washington a surprising activity in the real estate business. As the office of Recorder is supported by fees, and every transfer of property and every deed of trust and every mortgage executed must be recorded, the income of this office has risen to a larger sum than that of any office of the national government except that of the President of the United States. In my experience in public life, I have learned that there are many ways by which confidence in public men may be undermined and destroyed, and against which they are comparatively helpless. One of the most successful methods is to start the rumor that a man has made a large fortune out of the government and is rich. This method of political warfare, I will hardly say assassination, has not escaped the vigilant eye. 56. Of the Afro-American press or of the aspirant and office-seeker, who, when he has found a public man supposed to be in the way of his ambition, has resorted to this device. In my case this method has not only been well studied but diligently and vigorously employed. The surprising feature is that at this point no amount of testimony and denial has any effect. It is only necessary to get the rumor well started to have it roll on and increase like a ball in adhesive snow. I have, for instance, seen myself described, in some of our Afro-American newspapers, as a man of large fortune, worth $500,000, and the impression was given by the writer that I had made this large fortune out of the government. The absurdity of all this would readily assert itself to the thoughtful readers of these papers, if they would only stop to think, but, unfortunately, all the readers of Afro-American or other newspapers are not very thoughtful or painstaking in such investigations, but usually accept a rumor or an it is said as law and gospel. The rumors of my wealth are not only not true, but in the nature of my work and history could not be true. $500,000 indeed. The fact is, I never was worth 1/5 of that sum and never expect to be. The offices held by me during the 11 years of my official life never brought me over $3,000 a year above the current expenses of living, and during some of the years my income was much less than this sum. While I hold it to be no sin to be rich, but, on the contrary, wish there were many rich men among American citizens of color, the notoriety foolishly or maliciously given me has, in some measure, placed me unfavorably before the people I have most endeavored to serve, and has naturally enough subjected me to some annoyances which I might otherwise have escaped. Aside from the envy and prejudice excited by seeing one man in better circumstances than another, it has overwhelmed me with applications to travel and lecture at my own expense for this and that good object. It has also brought me much correspondence to occupy and consume the time and attention which perhaps might be more usefully employed in other directions. Numerous pressing and pathetic appeals for assistance, written under the delusion of my great wealth, have come to me from colored people from all 57 parts of the country, with heart-rending tales of destitution and misery, such as I would gladly relieve did my circumstances admit of it. This confidence in my benevolent disposition has been flattering enough and gratefully appreciated by me, but I have found it difficult to make the applicants believe that I have no power to justify it. While some of these applications for aid have been distressing, others have been simply amusing in their absurdity. One person wholly unknown to me besought me for the modest sum of $4,000. She had seen a house that would exactly suit herself and daughter for a home. It could be purchased for that amount, and she implored me to send her the money. Another wrote me setting forth the goodness of divine providence in blessing me with great riches, and beseeching me to forward to her the price of a piano, assuring me that she had never before troubled me for money. She knew that her daughter was remarkably gifted in music, and could make her way in the world if to start with she could only have a piano. These were no doubt honest people, and applied to me confidently expecting to get the money for which they asked. They were not of that class of professional beggars who hide away in garrets, cellars, and other out-of-the-way places, and load the mails with ingeniously framed begging letters to persons known to have means and supposed to be benevolent, and upon whom they think they can impose. They are, however, of that large class of persons who are perfectly willing to subsist at other people's expense. Happily, the speculators in human credulity generally reveal the presence of fraud by their elaborate and overdrawn tales of woe and suffering, and thus defeat themselves. The witness who gives evidence merely from memory, and not from the knowledge of the case then present to his mind, may tell a straight story, but one not so straight will often better secure belief. The skillful lawyer can generally detect in the perfection of the story the vice of the evidence. Among the numerous and persistent beggars whom I have to encounter in this class are those who come in the character of creditors to demand from me the payment of a debt which I especially owe them for the great services which they or their fathers or grandfathers have rendered to the cause of emancipation. They have assisted slaves in their flight from 58. Bondage. They have traveled miles to hear me lecture. They remember some things which they heard me say. They read everything that I ever wrote. Their fathers kept stations on the Underground Railroad. They voted the Liberty Party ticket many years ago, when no one else did. And much else of the same sort, but always concluding with a solid demand for money or for my influence to get positions under the government for themselves or for their friends. Though I could not exactly see how or why I should be called upon to pay the debt of emancipation for the whole 4 millions of liberated people, I have always tried to do my part as opportunity has offered. At the same time it has seemed to me incomprehensible that they did not see that the real debtors in this woeful account are themselves, and that the absurdity of their posing as creditors did not occur to them. 59. Chapter V. President Cleveland's Administration. Circumstances of Cleveland's election. Political standing of the District of Columbia. Estimate of Cleveland's character. Respect for Mr. Cleveland. Decline of strength in the Republican Party. Time of gloom for the colored people. Reason for the defeat of Blaine. The last year of my service in the comfortable office of Recorder of Deeds for the District of Columbia, to which aspirants have never been few in number or wanting in zeal, was under the early part of the remarkable administration of President Grover Cleveland. It was thought by some of my friends, and especially by my Afro-American critics, that I ought instantly to have resigned this office upon the incoming of the new administration. I do not know how much the desirableness of the office influenced my opinion in an opposite direction, for the human heart is very deceitful, but I took a different view in this respect from my colored critics. The office of Recorder, like that of the Register of Wills, is a purely local office, though held at the pleasure of the President, and it is in no sense a federal or political office. The federal government provides no salary for it. It is supported solely by fees paid for work actually done by its employees for the citizens of the District of Columbia. While these citizens, outside the eager applicants for the place, made no complaint of my continuance in the office, I saw no reason to retire from it. Then, too, President Cleveland did not appear to be in haste or to desire my resignation half as much as some of my Afro-American brethren desired me to make room for them. Besides, he owed his election to a peculiar combination of circumstances favorable to my remaining where I was. He had been supported by Republican votes as well as by Democratic votes. He had been the candidate of civil service reformers, the fundamental idea of whom is that there should be no removal from an office the duties of which have been fully and faithfully performed by the incumbent. Being elected by the votes of civil service reformers, there was 60. An implied political obligation imposed upon Mr. Cleveland to respect the idea represented by the votes of these reformers. During the first part of his administration, the time in which I held office under him, the disposition on the part of the President to fulfill that obligation was quite manifest, and the feeling at the time was that we were entering upon a new era of American politics, in which there would be no removals from office on the ground of party politics. It seemed that for better or for worse we had reversed the practice of both parties in our political history, and that the old formula, "to the victor belong the spoils," was no longer to be the approved rule in politics. Then again I saw that there was less reason for resigning because of the election of a president of a different party from my own, when the political status of the people of the District of Columbia was considered. These people are outside of the United States. They occupy neutral ground and have no political existence. They have neither voice nor vote in all the practical politics of the United States. They are hardly to be called citizens of the United States. Practically they are aliens, not citizens, but subjects. The District of Columbia is the one spot where there is no government for the people, of the people, and by the people. Its citizens submit to rulers whom they have had no choice in selecting. They obey laws which they had no voice in making. They have a plenty of taxation, but no representation. In the great questions of politics in the country they can march with neither army, but are relegated to the position of neuters. I have nothing to say in favor of this anomalous condition of the people of the District of Columbia, and hardly think that it ought to be or will be much longer endured, but while it exists it does not appear that the election of a President of the United States should make it the duty of a purely local officer, holding an office supported, not by the United States, but by the disfranchised people of the District of Columbia, to resign such office. For these reasons I rested securely in the Recorder's office until the President, whether intentionally or not, had excited the admiration of the civil service reformers by whom he was elected, after which he vigorously endeavored to conform his policy to the opposing ideas of the Democratic Party. Having received all possible applause from the 61 reformers, and thus made it difficult for them to contradict their approval and return to the Republican Party, he went to work in earnest at the removal from office of all those whom he regarded as offensive partisans, myself among the number. Seldom has a political device worked better. In face of all the facts, the civil service reformers adhered to their president. He had not done all they had hoped for, but he had done what they insisted was the best that he could do under the circumstances. In parting with President Grover Cleveland, it is due to state that, personally, I have no cause of complaint against him. On the contrary, there is much for which I have reason to commend him. I found him a robust, manly man, one having the courage to act upon his convictions, and to bear with equanimity the reproaches of those who differed from him. When President Cleveland came to Washington, I was under a considerable cloud not altogether free from angry lightning. False friends of both colors were loading me with reproaches. No man, perhaps, had ever more offended popular prejudice than I had then lately done. I had married a wife. People who had remained silent over the unlawful relations of the white slave masters with their colored slave women loudly condemned me for marrying a wife a few shades lighter than myself. They would have had no objection to my marrying a person much darker in complexion than myself, but to marry one much lighter, and of the complexion of my father rather than of that of my mother, was, in the popular eye, a shocking offense, and one for which I was to be ostracized by white and black alike. Mr. Cleveland found me covered with these unjust, inconsistent, and foolish reproaches, and instead of joining in with them or acting in accordance with them, or in any wise giving them countenance as a cowardly and political trickster might and probably would have done, he, in the face of all vulgar criticism, paid me all the social consideration due to the office of Recorder of Deeds of the District of Columbia. He never failed, while I held office under him, to invite myself and wife to his grand receptions, and we never failed to attend them. Surrounded by distinguished men and women from all parts of the country and by diplomatic representatives from all parts of the world, and under the gaze of 62 the late slaveholders, there was nothing in the bearing of Mr. and Mrs. Cleveland toward Mrs. Douglas and myself less cordial and courteous than that extended to the other ladies and gentlemen present. This manly defiance, by a Democratic president, of a malignant and time-honored prejudice, won my respect for the courage of Mr. Cleveland. We were in politics separated from each other by a space ocean-wide. I had done all that I could to defeat his election and to elect Mr. James G. Blaine, but this made no apparent difference with Mr. Cleveland. He found me in office when he came into the presidency, and he was too noble to refuse me the recognition and hospitalities that my official position gave me the right to claim. Though this conduct drew upon him fierce and bitter reproaches from members of his own party in the South, he never faltered or flinched, and continued to invite Mrs. Douglas and myself to his receptions during all the time that I was in office under his administration, and often wrote the invitations with his own hand. Among my friends in Europe, a fact like this will excite no comment. There, color does not decide the civil and social position of a man. Here, a white scoundrel, because he is white, is preferred to an honest and educated black man. A white man of the baser sort can ride in first-class carriages on railroads, attend the theaters and enter the hotels and restaurants of our cities, and be accommodated, while a man with the least drop of African blood in his veins would be refused and insulted. Nowhere in the world are the worth and dignity of manhood more exalted in speech and press than they are here, and nowhere is manhood pure and simple more despised than here. We affect contempt for the castes and aristocracies of the old world and laugh at their assumptions, but at home foster pretensions far less rational and much more ridiculous. I have spoken freely of the sensible and manly course of Mr. Cleveland, and shall perhaps, for this reason, be thought and described as having a leaning towards the Democratic Party. No greater mistake could be made. No such inference should be drawn from anything that I have said. I am a Republican and am likely to remain a Republican, but I was never such a partisan that I could not commend a noble action performed by any man of whatever party or sect. 63. During the administration of Chester A. Arthur, as also during that of Rutherford B. Hayes, the spirit of slavery and rebellion increased in power and advanced towards ascendancy. At the same time, the spirit which had abolished slavery and saved the Union steadily and proportionately declined, and with it the strength and unity of the Republican Party also declined. The dawn of this deplorable action became visible when the Republican Speaker of the House of Representatives defeated the bill to protect colored citizens of the South from rapine and murder. Under President Hayes it took organic, chronic form, and rapidly grew in bulk and force. This well-meaning president turned his back upon the loyal state governments of the South, gave the powerful post office department into the hands of a Southern Democrat, filled the Southern states with rebel postmasters, went south, praised the honesty and bravery of the rebels, preached pacification, and persuaded himself and others to believe that this conciliation policy would arrest the hand of violence, put a stop to outrage and murder, and restore peace and prosperity to the rebel states. The results of this policy were no less ruinous and damning because of the good intention of President Hayes. Its effect upon the Republican spirit of the country was like the withering blast of the sirocco upon all vegetation within its reach. The sentiment that gave us a reconstructed Union on a basis of liberty for all people was blasted as a flower is blasted by a killing frost. The whole 4 years of this administration were, to the loyal colored citizen, full of darkness and dismal terror. The only gleam of hope afforded him was that the empty form, at least, of the Republican Party was still in power, and that it would yet regain something of the strength and vitality that characterized it in the days of Grant, Sumner, and Conkling and the period of Reconstruction. How vain was this hope I need not here stop to describe. Fate was against us. The death of Mr. Garfield placed in the presidential chair Chester A. Arthur, who did nothing to correct the errors of President Hayes, or to arrest the decline and fall of the Republican Party, but, on the contrary, by his self-indulgence, indifference and neglect of opportunity, allowed the country to drift towards the howling chasm of the slave-holding democracy. 64. It was not Romanism and rebellion that defeated Mr. James G. Blaine, but it was Mr. Blaine who defeated himself. The foundation of his defeat was laid by his own hand in the defeat of the bill to protect the lives and political rights of Southern Republicans. Up to that hour the Republican Party was courageous, confident, and strong, and able to elect any candidate it might deem it wise to put in nomination for the presidency, but from that hour it was smitten with moral decay, its courage quailed, its confidence vanished, and it has since hardly lived at all, but has been suspended, and has, comparatively, only lingered between life and death. The lesson taught by its example and its warning is, that political parties, like individual men, are only strong while they are consistent and honest, and that treachery and deception are only the sand on which political fools vainly endeavor to build. When the Republican Party ceased to care for and protect its Southern allies, and sought the smiles of the Southern Negro murderers, it shocked, disgusted, and drove away its best friends. The scepter of power could no longer be held by it, and it opened the way for the defeat of Mr. Blaine and the election of Mr. Cleveland. Clinging in hope to the Republican Party, thinking it would cease its backsliding and resume its old character as the party of progress, justice, and freedom, I regretted its defeat and shared in some measure the painful apprehension and distress felt by my people at the South from the return to power of the old Democratic and Slavery Party. To many of them it seemed that they were left naked to their enemies, in fact, lost, that Mr. Cleveland's election meant the revival of the slave power, and that they would now be again reduced to slavery and the lash. The misery brought to the South by this widespread alarm can hardly be described or measured. The wail of despair from the late bondsman was for a time deep, bitter, and here trending. Illiterate and unable to learn to read or to learn of any limit to the power of the party now in the ascendant, their fears were unmitigated and intolerable, and their outcry of alarm was like the cry of dismay uttered by an army when its champion has fallen and no one appears to take his place. It was well for the poor people in this condition that Mr. Cleveland himself kindly sent word south to allay 65. Their fears and to remove their agony. In this trepidation of the unlettered Negro something is apparent aside from his ignorance. If he knew nothing of letters, he knew something of events and of the history of parties to them. He knew that the Republican Party was the party hated by the old master class, and that the Democratic Party was the party beloved of the old master class. 66. Chapter 6. The Supreme Court Decision. Action of the Supreme Court, its effect on the colored people, address at Lincoln Hall. In further illustration of the reactionary tendencies of public opinion against the black man and of the increasing decline, since the war for the Union, in the power of resistance to the onward march of the rebel states to their former control and ascendancy in the councils of the nation, the decision of the United States Supreme Court, declaring the Civil Rights Law of 1875 unconstitutional, is striking and convincing. The strength and activities of the malign elements of the country against equal rights and equality before the law seem to increase in proportion to the increasing distance between that time and the time of the war. When the black man's arm was needed to defend the country, when the North and the South were in arms against each other and the country was in danger of dismemberment, his rights were well considered. That the reverse is now true, is a proof of the fading and defacing effect of time and the transient character of Republican gratitude. From the hour that the loyal North began to fraternize with the disloyal and slave-holding South, from the hour that they began to shake hands over the bloody chasm, from that hour the cause of justice to the black man began to decline and lose its hold upon the public mind, and it has lost ground ever since. The future historian will turn to the year 1883 to find the most flagrant example of this national deterioration. Here he will find the Supreme Court of the nation reversing the action of the government, defeating the manifest purpose of the Constitution, nullifying the 14th Amendment, and placing itself on the side of prejudice, proscription, and persecution. Whatever this Supreme Court may have been in the past, or may by the Constitution have been intended to be, it has, since the days of the Dred Scott decision, been wholly under the influence of the slave power, and its decisions have been 67. Dictated by that power rather than by what seemed to be sound and established rules of legal interpretation. Although we had, in other days, seen this court bend and twist the law to the will and interest of the slave power, it was supposed that by the late war and the great fact that slavery was abolished, and the further fact that the members of the bench were now appointed by a Republican administration, the spirit as well as the body had been exorcised. Hence the decision in question came to the black man as a painful and bewildering surprise. It was a blow from an unsuspected quarter. The surrender of the national capital to Jefferson Davis in time of the war could hardly have caused a greater shock. For the moment the colored citizen felt as if the earth was opened beneath him. He was wounded in the house of his friends. He felt that this decision drove him from the doors of the great temple of American justice. The nation that he had served against its enemies had thus turned him over naked to those enemies. His trouble was without any immediate remedy. The decision must stand until the gates of death could prevail against it. The colored men in the capital of the nation where the deed was done were quick to perceive its disastrous significance, and in the helpless horror of the moment they called upon myself and others to express their grief and indignation. In obedience to that call a meeting was assembled in Lincoln Hall, the largest hall in the city, which was packed by an audience of all colors, to hear what might be said to this new and startling event. Though we were powerless to arrest the wrong or modify the consequences of this extraordinary decision, we could, at least, cry out against its absurdity and injustice. On that occasion our cause was ably and eloquently presented by that distinguished lawyer and eminent philanthropist, Robert G. Ingersoll. For my own part I felt it to be a serious thing to contradict the judgment of the highest court in the land, especially in view of the danger of being betrayed into unwise and extravagant language by the wild excitement of the moment. As the first speaker on that memorable occasion, I present here as a part of my life and times what I there said. 68. I have only a few words to say to you this evening. It may be, after all, that the hour calls more loudly for silence than for speech. Later on in this discussion, when we shall have before us the full text of the Supreme Court and the dissenting opinion of Judge Harlan, who must have weighty reasons for separating from his associates and incurring thereby, as he must, an amount of criticism from which even the bravest man might shrink, we may be in a better frame of mind, better supplied with facts, and better prepared to speak calmly, correctly, and wisely than now. The temptation at this time is to speak more from feeling than reason, more from impulse than reflection. We have been, as a class, grievously wounded in the house of our friends, and this wound is too deep and too painful for ordinary and measured speech. When a deed is done for freedom, through the broad earth's aching breast runs a thrill of joy prophetic, trembling on from east to west. But when a deed is done for slavery, caste, and oppression, and a blow is struck at human progress, whether so intended or not, the heart of humanity sickens in sorrow and writhes in pain. It makes us feel as if someone were stamping upon the graves of our mothers, or desecrating our sacred temples. Only base men and oppressors can rejoice in a triumph of injustice over the weak and defenseless, for weakness ought itself to protect from assaults of pride, prejudice, and power. The cause which has brought us here tonight is neither common nor trivial. Few events in our national history have surpassed it in magnitude, importance, and significance. It has swept over the land like a cyclone, leaving moral desolation in its track. This decision belongs with a class of judicial and legislative wrongs by which we have been oppressed. We feel it as we felt years ago the furious attempt to force the accursed system of slavery upon the soil of Kansas, as we felt the enactment of the Fugitive Slave Bill, the repeal of the Missouri Compromise, and the Dred Scott decision. I look upon it as one more shocking development of that moral weakness in high places which has attended the conflict. 69. Between the spirit of liberty and the spirit of slavery, and I venture to predict that it will be so regarded by after-coming generations. Far down the ages, when men shall wish to inform themselves as to the real state of liberty, law, religion, and civilization in the United States at this juncture of our history, they will overhaul the proceedings of the Supreme Court, and read this strange decision declaring the Civil Rights Bill unconstitutional and void. From this more than from many volumes they will learn how far we had advanced, in this year of grace, from the barbarism of slavery toward civilization and the rights of man. Fellow citizens, among the great evils which now stalk abroad in our land, the one, I think, which most threatens to undermine and destroy the foundations of our free institutions in this country is the great and apparently increasing want of respect entertained for those to whom are committed the responsibility and the duty of administering our government. On this point I think all good men must agree, and against the evil I trust you feel the deepest repugnance, and that we will neither here nor elsewhere, give it the least breath of sympathy or encouragement. We should never forget, whatever may be the incidental mistakes or misconduct of rulers, that government is better than anarchy, and that patient reform is better than violent revolution. But while I would increase this feeling and give it the emphasis of a voice from heaven, it must not be allowed to interfere with free speech, honest expression of opinion, and fair criticism. To give up this would be to give up progress, and to consign the nation to moral stagnation, putrefaction, and death. In the matter of respect for dignitaries, it should, however, never be forgotten that duties are reciprocal, and that while the people should frown down every manifestation of levity and contempt for those in power, it is the duty of the possessors of power so to use it as to deserve and ensure respect and reverence. To come a little nearer to the case now before us. The Supreme Court of the United States, in the exercise of its high and vast constitutional power, has suddenly and unexpectedly decided that the law intended to secure to colored people the 70 civil rights guaranteed to them by the following provision of the Constitution of the United States, is unconstitutional and void. Here it is. No state, says the 14th Amendment, shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property, without due process of the law, or deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Now, when a bill has been discussed for weeks and months and even years, in the press and on the platform, in Congress and out of Congress, when it has been calmly debated by the clearest heads and the most skillful and learned lawyers in the land, when every argument against it has been over and over again carefully considered and fairly answered, when its constitutionality has been especially discussed, pro and con, when it has passed the United States House of Representatives and has been solemnly enacted by the United States Senate, when such a bill has been submitted to the cabinet of the nation, composed of the ablest men in the land, when it has passed under the scrutinizing eye of the Attorney General of the United States, when the executive of the nation has given to it his name and formal approval, when it has taken its place upon the statute book and has remained there for nearly a decade, and the country has largely assented to it. You will agree with me that the reasons for declaring such a law unconstitutional and void should be strong, irresistible, and absolutely conclusive. Inasmuch as the law in question is a law in favor of liberty and justice, it ought to have had the benefit of any doubt which could arise as to its strict constitutionality. This, I believe, will be the view taken of it, not only by laymen like myself, but by eminent lawyers as well. All men who have given any thought to the machinery, structure, and practical operation of our government, must have recognized the importance of absolute harmony between its various departments and their respective powers and duties. They must have seen clearly the mischievous tendency and danger to the body politic of any antagonisms between 71. Any of its various branches. To feel the force of this thought, we have only to remember the history of the administration of President Johnson, and the conflict which took place between the National Executive and the National Congress, when the will of the people was again and again met by the executive veto, and when the country seemed upon the verge of another revolution. No patriot, however bold, can wish for his country a repetition of those gloomy days. Now let me say here, before I go on a step or two further in this discussion, that if any man has come here tonight with his breast heaving with passion, his heart flooded with acrimony, and wishing and expecting to hear violent denunciation of the Supreme Court on account of this decision, he has mistaken the object of this meeting and the character of the men by whom it is called. We neither come to bury Caesar nor to praise him. The Supreme Court is the autocratic point in our government. No monarch in Europe has a power more absolute over the laws, lives, and liberties of his people than that court has over our laws, lives and liberties. Its judges live, and ought to live, an eagle's flight beyond the reach of fear or favor, praise or blame, profit or loss. No vulgar prejudice should touch the members of that court anywhere. Their decisions should come down to us like the calm, clear light of infinite justice. We should be able to think of them and to speak of them with profoundest respect for their wisdom and deepest reverence for their virtue, for what His Holiness the Pope is to the Roman Catholic Church, the Supreme Court is to the American state. Its members are men, to be sure, and may not, like the Pope, claim infallibility, and they are not infallible, but they are the supreme law-giving power of the nation, and their decisions are law until changed by that court. What will be said here tonight will be spoken, I trust, more in sorrow than in anger, more in a tone of regret than in bitterness and reproach, and more to promote sound views than to find bad motives for unsound views. We cannot, however, overlook the fact that though not so intended, this decision has inflicted a heavy calamity upon 7 millions of the people of this country, and left them naked and defenseless against the action of a malignant, vulgar, 72. And pitiless prejudice from which the Constitution plainly intended to shield them. It presents the United States before the world as a nation utterly destitute of power to protect the constitutional rights of its own citizens upon its own soil. It can claim service and allegiance, loyalty and life from them, but it cannot protect them against the most palpable violation of the rights of human nature, rights to secure which governments are established. It can tax their bread and tax their blood, but it has no protecting power for their persons. Its national power extends only to the District of Columbia and the Territoristo where the people have no votes, and to where the land has no people. All else is subject to the states. In the name of common sense, I ask what right have we to call ourselves a nation, in view of this decision and of this utter destitution of power? In humiliating the colored people of this country, this decision has humbled the nation. It gives to the railroad conductor in South Carolina or Mississippi more power than it gives to the national government. He may order the wife of the Chief Justice of the United States into a smoking car full of hirsute men, and compel her to go and to listen to the coarse jests and inhale the foul smoke of a vulgar crowd. It gives to hotel keepers who may, from a prejudice born of the rebellion, wish to turn her out at midnight into the storm and darkness, power to compel her to go. In such a case, according to this decision of the Supreme Court, the national government has no right to interfere. She must take her claim for protection and redress, not to the nation, but to the state, and when the state, as I understand it, declares that there is upon its statute book no law for her protection, and that the state has made no law against her, the function and power of the national government are exhausted and she is utterly without any redress. Bad, therefore, as are cases, under this decision, the evil principle affirmed by the court is not wholly confined to or spent upon persons of color. The wife of Chief Justice Wade, I speak it respectfully, is protected today, not by the law, but solely by the accident of her color. So far as the 73. Law of the land is concerned, she is in the same condition as that of the humblest colored woman in the Republic. The difference between colored and white here is that the one, by reason of color, does not need protection. It is nevertheless true that manhood is insulted in both cases. No man can put a chain about the ankle of his fellow man, without at last finding the other end of it about his own neck. The lesson of all the ages upon this point is, that a wrong done to one man is a wrong done to all men. It may not be felt at the moment, and the evil may be long delayed, but so sure as there is a moral government of the universe, so sure as there is a God of the universe, so sure will the harvest of evil come. Color prejudice is not the only prejudice against which a republic like ours should guard. The spirit of caste is malignant and dangerous everywhere. There is the prejudice of the rich against the poor, the pride and prejudice of the idle dandy against the hard-handed working man. There is worst of all, religious prejudice, a prejudice which has stained whole continents with blood. It is, in fact, a spirit infernal, against which every enlightened man should perpetual war. Perhaps no class of our fellow citizens has carried this prejudice against color to a point more extreme and dangerous than have our Catholic Irish fellow citizens, and yet no people on the face of the earth have been more relentlessly persecuted and oppressed on account of race and religion than have this same Irish people. But in Ireland persecution has at last reached a point where it reacts terribly upon her persecutors. England is today reaping the bitter consequences of her own injustice and oppression. Ask any man of intelligence, what is the chief source of England's weakness? What has reduced her to the rank of a second-class power? And if truly answered, the answer will be Ireland. But poor, ragged, hungry, starving, and oppressed as Ireland is, she is strong enough to be a standing menace to the power and glory of England. Fellow citizens, we want no black Ireland in America. We want no aggrieved class in America. Strong as we are without the Negro, we are stronger with him than without him. The 74. Power and friendship of 7 millions of people, however humble and scattered all over the country, are not to be despised. Today our republic sits as a queen among the nations of the earth. Peace is within her wall and plenteousness within her palaces, but he is bolder and a far more hopeful man than I am who will affirm that this peace and prosperity will always last. History repeats itself. What has happened once may happen again. The Negro, in the Revolution, fought for us and with us. In the War of 1812 General Jackson, at New Orleans, found it necessary to call upon the colored people to assist in its defense against England. Abraham Lincoln found it necessary to call upon the Negro to defend the Union against rebellion. In all cases the Negro responded gallantly. Our legislators, our presidents, and our judges should have a care, lest, by forcing these people outside of law, they destroy that love of country which in the day of trouble is needful to the nation's defense. I am not here in this presence to discuss the constitutionality or the unconstitutionality of this decision of the Supreme Court. The decision may or may not be constitutional. That is a question for lawyers and not for laymen, and there are lawyers on this platform as learned, able and eloquent as any who have appeared in this case before the Supreme Court, or as any in the land. To these I leave the exposition of the Constitution, but I claim the right to remark upon a strange and glaring inconsistency of this decision with former decisions, where the rules of law apply. It is a new departure, entirely out of the line of precedents and decisions of the Supreme Court at other times and in other directions where the rights of colored men were concerned. It has utterly ignored and rejected the force and application of the object and intention of the adoption of the 14th Amendment. It has made no account whatever of the intention and purpose of Congress and the President in putting the Civil Rights Bill upon the statute book of the nation. It has seen fit in this case affecting a weak and much persecuted people, to be guided by the narrowest and most restricted rules of legal interpretation. It has viewed both the 75 Constitution and the law with a strict regard to their letter, but without any generous recognition and application of their broad and liberal spirit. Upon those narrow principles the decision is logical and legal, of course. But what I complain of, and what every lover of liberty in the United States has a right to complain of, is this sudden and causeless reversal of all the great rules of legal interpretation by which this court was once governed in the construction of the Constitution and of laws respecting colored people. In the dark days of slavery this court on all occasions gave the greatest importance to intention as a guide to interpretation. The object and intention of the law, it was said, must prevail. Everything in favor of slavery and against the Negro was settled by this object and intention rule. We were over and over again referred to what the framers meant, and plain language itself was sacrificed and perverted from its natural and obvious meaning that the so affirmed intention of these framers might be positively asserted and given the force of law. When we said in behalf of the Negro that the Constitution of the United States was intended to establish justice and to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, we were told that the words said so, but that was obviously not its intention, that it was intended to apply only to white people, and that the intention must govern. When we came to the clause of the Constitution which declares that the immigration or importation of such persons as any of the states may see fit to admit shall not be prohibited, and the Friends of Liberty declared that this provision of the Constitution did not describe the slave trade, they were told that while its language applied not to the slaves but to persons, still the object and intention of that clause of the Constitution was plainly to protect the slave trade, and that intention was the law and must prevail. When we came to that clause of the Constitution which declares that no person held to labor or service in one state under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall in consequence of any law or regulation therein be discharged from such labor or service, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such labor or service may be due, we insisted that it neither described nor applied to slaves, that it applied only 76 to persons owing service and labor, that slaves did not and could not owe service and labor, that this clause of the Constitution said nothing of slaves or of the masters of slaves, that it was silent as to slave states or free states, that it was simply a provision to enforce a contract and not to force any man into slavery, for the slave could not owe service or make a contract. We affirmed that it gave no warrant for what was called the Fugitive Slave Bill, and we contended that the bill was therefore unconstitutional, but our arguments were laughed to scorn by that court and by all the courts of the country. We were told that the intention of the Constitution was to enable masters to recapture slaves, and that the law of '93 and the Fugitive Slave Law of 1850 were constitutional, binding not only on the state but upon each citizen of a state. Fellow citizens, While slavery was the baseline of American society, while it ruled the church and state, while it was the interpreter of our law and the exponent of our religion, it admitted no quibbling, no narrow rules of legal or scriptural interpretations of the Bible or of the Constitution. It sternly demanded its pound of flesh, no matter how the scale turned or how much blood was shed in the taking of it. It was enough for it to be able to show the intention to get all it asked in the courts or out of the courts. But now slavery is abolished. Its reign was long, dark, and bloody. Liberty is now the baseline of the Republic. Liberty has supplanted slavery, but I fear it has not supplanted the spirit or power of slavery. Where slavery was strong, liberty is now weak. Oh, for a Supreme Court of the United States which shall be as true to the claims of humanity as the Supreme Court formerly was to the demands of slavery. When that day comes, as come it will, a civil rights bill will not be declared unconstitutional and void, in utter and flagrant disregard of the objects and intentions of the national legislature by which it was enacted and of the rights plainly secured by the Constitution. This decision of the Supreme Court admits that the 14th Amendment is a prohibition on the states. It admits that a state shall not abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, but commits the seeming of 77. Certity of allowing the people of a state to do what it prohibits the state itself from doing. It used to be thought that the whole was more than a part, that the greater included the less, and that what was unconstitutional for a state to do was equally unconstitutional for an individual member of a state to do. What is a state, in the absence of the people who compose it? Land, air, and water. That is all. Land and water do not discriminate. All are equal before them. This law was made for people. As individuals, the people of the state of South Carolina may stamp out the rights of the Negro wherever they please, so long as they do not do so as a state, and this absurd conclusion is to be called a law. All the parts can violate the Constitution, but the whole cannot. It is not the act itself, according to this decision, that is unconstitutional. The unconstitutionality of the case depends wholly upon the party committing the act. If the state commits it, the act is wrong; if the citizen of the state commits it, the act is right. O consistency, thou art indeed a jewel. What does it matter to a colored citizen that a state may not insult and outrage him, if the citizen of the state may? The effect upon him is the same, and it was just this effect that the framers of the 14th Amendment plainly intended by that article to prevent. It was the act, not the instrument; it was the murder, not the pistol or dagger, which was prohibited. It meant to protect the newly enfranchised citizen from injustice and wrong, not merely from a state, but from the individual members of a state. It meant to give the protection to which his citizenship, his loyalty, his allegiance, and his services entitled him, and this meaning and this purpose and this intention are now declared by the Supreme Court of the United States to be unconstitutional and void. I say again, fellow citizens, oh, for a Supreme Court which shall be as true, as vigilant, as active, and exacting in maintaining laws enacted for the protection of human rights, as in other days was that court for the destruction of human rights. It is said that this decision will make no difference in the treatment of colored people, that the Civil Rights Bill was a 78 dead letter and could not be enforced. There may be some truth in all this, but it is not the whole truth. That bill, like all advance legislation, was a banner on the outer wall of American liberty, a noble moral standard uplifted for the education of the American people. There are tongues in trees, sermons in stones, and books in the running brooks. This law, though dead, did speak. It expressed the sentiment of justice and fair play common to every honest heart. Its voice was against popular prejudice and meanness. It appealed to all the noble and patriotic instincts of the American people. It told the American people that they were all equal before the law, that they belonged to a common country and were equal citizens. The Supreme Court has hauled down this broad and glorious flag of liberty in open day and before all the people, and has thereby given joy to the heart of every man in the land who wishes to deny to others the rights he claims for himself. It is a concession to race pride, selfishness, and meanness, and will be received with joy by every upholder of caste in the land, and for this I deplore and denounce this decision. It is a frequent and favorite device of an indefensible cause to misstate and pervert the views of those who advocate a good cause, and I have never seen this device more generally resorted to than in the case of the late decision on the Civil Rights Bill. When we dissent from the opinion of the Supreme Court and give the reasons why we think the opinion unsound, we are straightway charged in the papers with denouncing the court itself, and thus put in the attitude of bad citizens. Now, I utterly deny that there has ever been any denunciation of the Supreme Court by the speakers on this platform, and I defy any man to point out one sentence or one syllable of any speech of mine in denunciation of that court. Another illustration of this tendency to put opponents in a false position is seen in the persistent effort to stigmatize the Civil Rights Bill as a social rights bill. Now, where under the whole heavens, outside of the United States, could any such perversion of truth have any chance of success? No man in Europe would ever dream that because he has a right to ride on a railway, or stop at a hotel, he therefore has the right to enter into social relations with anybody. No one has a 79. Right to speak to another without that other's permission. Social equality and civil equality rest upon an entirely different basis, and well enough the American people know it, yet, in order to inflame a popular prejudice, respectable papers like the New York Times and the Chicago Tribune persist in describing the Civil Rights Bill as a social rights bill. When a colored man is in the same room or in the same carriage with white people, as a servant, there is no talk of social equality, but if he is there as a man and a gentleman, he is an offense. What makes the difference? It is not color, for his color is unchanged. The whole essence of the thing is in its purpose to degrade and stamp out the liberties of the race. It is the old spirit of slavery and nothing else. To say that because a man rides in the same car with another, he is therefore socially equal, is one of the wildest absurdities. When I was in England, some years ago, I rode upon highways, byways, steamboats, stagecoaches, and omnibuses. I was in the House of Commons, in the House of Lords, in the British Museum, in the Colosseum, in the National Gallery, everywhere, sleeping in rooms where lords and dukes had slept, sitting at tables where lords and dukes were sitting, but I never thought that those circumstances made me socially the equal of these lords and dukes. I hardly think that some of our democratic friends would be regarded among those lords as their equals. If riding in the same car makes one equal, I think that the little poodle dog I saw one day sitting in the lap of a lady was made equal by riding in the same car with her. Equality, social equality, is a matter between individuals. It is a reciprocal understanding. I do not think that when I ride with an educated, polished rascal he is thereby made my equal, or that when I ride with a numbskull it makes him my equal. Social equality does not necessarily follow from civil equality, and yet for the purpose of a hell-black and damning prejudice, our papers still insist that the Civil Rights Bill is a bill to establish social equality. If it is a bill for social equality, so is the Declaration of Independence, which declares that all men have equal rights, so is the Sermon on the Mount, so is the Golden Rule that commands us to do to others as we would that others should do to us, so is the teaching of the Apostle that of one blood. 80. God has made all nations to dwell on the face of the earth, so is the Constitution of the United States, and so are the laws and customs of every civilized country in the world, for nowhere, outside of the United States, is any man denied civil rights on account of his color. 81. Chapter 7. Defeat of James G. Blaine. Causes of the Republican defeat: tariff and free trade. No confidence in the Democratic Party. The next event worthy of remark after the decision of the Supreme Court against the validity of the civil rights law, and one which strikingly illustrated the reaction of public sentiment and the steady march of the slave power toward national supremacy since the agonies of the war, was the defeat in 1884 of Mr. James G. Blaine, the Republican candidate for the presidency, and the election of Mr. Grover Cleveland, the Democratic candidate for that office. This result, in view of the men and the parties represented, was a marked surprise. Mr. Blaine was supposed to be the most popular statesman in the country, while his opponent was little known outside of his own state. Besides, the attitude and behavior of the Democratic Party during the war had been such as to induce belief that many years must elapse before it could again be trusted with the reins of the national government. Events show that little dependence can be wisely placed upon the political stability of the masses. Popularity today is, with them, no guarantee of popularity tomorrow. Offenses and services are alike easily and speedily forgotten by them. They change front at the command of the moment. Yet it is never difficult to account for a change after that change has taken place. The defeat of the Republican Party in 1884 was due rather to its own folly than to the wisdom of the Democratic Party. It despised and rejected the hand that had raised it to power, and it paid the penalty of its own folly. The life of the Republican Party lay in its devotion to justice, liberty, and humanity. When it abandoned or slighted these great moral ideas and devoted itself to materialistic measures, it no longer appealed to the heart of the nation, but to its pocket. It became a Samson shorn of its locks. The leader in this new and downward departure of the party was the first to feel its fatal consequences. It was he, more than any other man, who defeated 82. The policy of Grant, Conkling, Gen. Butler, and other true men, in favor of extending national protection to colored citizens in their right to vote. His mistake became sensible even to him in the hour of his defeat. It was all plain then. He made, at Augusta, at the close of the campaign, the speech which he should have made at its beginning. In that speech he showed plainly that the hand which struck down the Negro voter was the same hand by which he himself was politically slain. This degeneracy in the Republican Party began to manifest itself when the voices of Sumner, Wade, Morton, Conkling, Stevens, and Logan were no longer controlling in its councils, when Morton was laughed at for waving the bloody shirt and for exposing the bloody crimes and outrages against the Republican voters of the South, when the talk of unloading the Negro waxed louder and louder, when Southern men pretended to be aching for a favorable moment for deserting the Democratic Party and joining the Republican Party, and when it was thought that the white vote of the South could be secured if the black vote was abandoned. Then came along the old issues of tariff and free trade, and kindred questions of material interests, to the exclusion of the more vital principles for which the Republican Party stood in the days of its purity and power. But the expected accessions to its ranks from the white voters of the South did not take place. If anything, the South became, with every concession made by the Republicans to win its white vote, more solidly Democratic. There never was yet, and there never will be, an instance of permanent success where a party abandons its righteous principles to win favor of the opposing party. Mankind abhors the idea of abandoning friends in order to win the support of enemies. Considering that the Republican Party had fallen away from the grand ideas of liberty, progress, and national unity in which it had originated, and no longer felt that it should protect the rights it had recognized in the Constitution, some of its foremost men lost their interest in its success, and others deserted outright, claiming that as there was now, on the Southern question, no difference between the two parties, there was therefore no choice. Even colored voters in the North, where in doubtful Republican states their votes are 83. Most important and can turn the scale for or against one or the other of the parties, began to advocate the withdrawal of their support from the old party by which they were made citizens and to join the Democratic Party. Of this class I was not one. I knew that however bad the Republican Party was, the Democratic Party was much worse. The elements of which the Republican Party was composed gave better ground for the ultimate hope of the success of the colored man's cause than those of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party was the party of reaction and the chosen party of the old master class. It was true to that class in the darkest hours of the rebellion, and was true to the same in its resistance of all the measures intended to secure to the nation the blood-bought results of the war. I was convinced that it was not wise to cast in my lot with that party. Considerations of gratitude as well as of wisdom bound me to the Republican Party. If men in either party could be induced to extend the arm of the nation for the protection of the Negro voter, I believed that the Republican Party would be that party. 84. Chapter 8. European Tour. Revisits Parliament changes in Parliament. Recollections of Lord Brougham listens to Gladstone meeting with old friends. September, 1886, was quite a milestone in my experience and journey of life. I had long desired to make a brief tour through several countries in Europe and especially to revisit England, Ireland, and Scotland, and to meet once more the friends I met with in those countries more than 40 years before. I had twice visited England, but I had never been on the continent of Europe, and this time I was accompanied by my wife. I shall attempt here no ample description of our travels abroad. For this more space would be required than the limits of this volume will permit. Besides, with such details the bookshelves are already crowded. To revisit places, scenes, and friends after 40 years is not a very common occurrence in the lives of men, and while the desire to do so may be intense, the realization has to it a sad side as well as a cheerful one. The old people first met there have passed away, the middle-aged have grown old, and the young have only heard their fathers and mothers speak of you. The places are there, but the people are gone. I felt this when looking upon the members of the House of Commons. When I was there 45 years before, I saw many of England's great men, men whom I had much desired to see and hear and was much gratified by being able to see and hear. There were Sir Robert Peel, Daniel O'Connell, Richard Cobden, John Bright, Lord John Russell, Sir James Graham, Benjamin Disraeli, Lord Morpeth, and others, but except Mr. Gladstone, not one who was there then is there now. Mr. Bright was alive, but ill health kept him out of Parliament. 45 years before, I saw him there, young, robust and strong, a rising British statesman representing a new element of power in his country, and battling as the co-worker of Richard Cobden, against the Corn Laws which kept bread from the mouths of 85. The hungry. His voice and eloquence were then a power in Parliament. At that time the question which most deeply interested and agitated England was the repeal of the Corn Laws. Of this agitation Mr. Richard Cobden and Mr. Bright, backed by the Anti-Corn Law League, were the leaders. The landed aristocracy of England, represented by the Tory party, opposed the repeal with intense zeal and bitterness. But the circumstances were against that interest and against that party. The famine of 1845 was doing its ghastly work, and the people not only of Ireland, but of England and Scotland, were asking for bread, more bread, and cheaper bread, and this was a petition to which resistance was vain. The facts and figures of Cobden and the eloquence of Mr. Bright, supported by the needs of the people, bore down the powerful opposition of the aristocracy, and finally won over to repeal the great Tory leader in the person of Sir Robert Peel, one of the most graceful debaters and ablest parliamentarians that England ever had. A more fascinating man than he I never saw or heard in any legislative body. But able and skillful leader as he was, he could not carry his party with him. The landed proprietors opposed him to the last. Their cause was espoused by Lord George Bentinck and Mr. Benjamin Disraeli. The philippics of the latter against Sir Robert were among the most scathing and torturing of anything in their line to which I ever listened. His invectives were all the more burning and blistering because delivered with the utmost coolness and studied deliberation. But he too was gone when I looked into the House of Commons this time. The grand form and powerful presence of Daniel O'Connell was no longer there. The diminutive but dignified figure of Lord John Russell, that great Whig leader, was absent. In the House of Lords, where, 45 years before, I saw and heard Lord Brougham, all were gone, and he with the rest. He was the most remarkable speaker I ever heard. Such a flow of language, such a wealth of knowledge, such an aptitude of repartee, such quickness in reply to difficult questions suddenly sprung upon him, I think I never saw equaled in any other speaker. In his attitudes and gestures he was in all respects original, and just the opposite of Daniel Webster. As he spoke, his tall frame reeled to and fro like a reed in a gale, and 86. His arms were everywhere, down by his sides, extended in front and over his head, always in action and never at rest. He was discussing when I heard him the postal relations of England, and he seemed to know the postal arrangements of every civilized people in the world. He was often interrupted by the noble lords, but he very simply disposed of them with a word or two that made them objects of pity and sometimes of ridicule. I wondered how they dared to expose their lordly heads to the heels of such a perfect racehorse in debate as he seemed to be. He simply played with them. When they came too near he gave them a kick and scampered away over the field of his subject without looking back to see if his victims were living, wounded, or dead. But this marvelous man, though he lived long, was now gone, and I saw in England no man like him filling his place or likely to fill his place. While in England during this last visit I had the good fortune to see and hear Mr. William E. Gladstone, the great Liberal leader, and, since Sir Robert Peel, the acknowledged prince of parliamentary debaters. He was said by those who had often heard him to be on this occasion in one of his happiest speaking moods, and he made one of his best speeches. I went early. The House was already crowded with members and spectators when Mr. Gladstone came in and took his seat opposite Mr. Balfour, the Tory leader. Though 77 years had passed over him, his step was firm and his bearing confident and vigorous. Expectation had been raised by the announcement in advance that Mr. Gladstone would that day move for the indefinite postponement of the Irish Force Bill, the measure of all others to which the government was committed as a remedy for the ills of Ireland. As he sat in front of the government leader, an able debater awaiting the moment to begin his speech, I saw in the face of Mr. Gladstone a blending of opposite qualities. There were the peace and gentleness of the lamb, with the strength and determination of the lion. Deep earnestness was expressed in all his features. He began his speech in a tone conciliatory and persuasive. His argument against the bill was based upon statistics which he handled with marvelous facility. He showed that the amount of crimes in Ireland for which the Force Bill was claimed as a remedy by the government was not greater than 87. The great class of crimes in England, and that therefore there was no reason for a Force Bill in one country more than in the other. After marshalling his facts and figures to this point, in a masterly and convincing manner, raising his voice and pointing his finger directly at Mr. Balfour, he exclaimed, in a tone almost menacing and tragic, "What are you fighting for?" The effect was thrilling. His peroration was a splendid appeal to English love of liberty. When he sat down the House was instantly thinned out. There seemed neither in members nor spectators any desire to hear another voice after hearing Mr. Gladstone's, and I shared this feeling with the rest. A few words were said in reply by Mr. Balfour, who, though an able debater, was no match for the aged Liberal leader. Leaving public persons, of whom many more could be mentioned, I turned to the precious friends from whom I parted at the end of my first visit to Great Britain and Ireland. In Dublin, the first city I then visited, I was kindly received by Mr. Richard Webb, Richard Allen, James Houghton, and others. They were now all gone, and except some of their children, I was among strangers. These received me in the same cordial spirit that distinguished their fathers and mothers. I did not visit dear old Cork, where in 1845 I was made welcome by the Jennings, the Warings, the Wrights, and their circle of friends, most of whom I learned had passed away. The same was true of the Neils, the Workmans, the McIntyres, and the Nelsons at Belfast. I had friends in Limerick, in Waterford, in Enniscorthy, and other towns of Ireland, but I saw none of them during this visit. What was true of the mortality of my friends in Ireland, was equally true of those in England. Few who first received me in that country are now among the living. It was, however, my good fortune to meet once more Mrs. Anna Richardson and Miss Ellen Richardson, the two members of the Society of Friends, both beyond 70, who, 45 years before, opened a correspondence with my old master and raised $750 with which to purchase my freedom. Mrs. Anna Richardson, having reached the good old age of 86 years, her life marvelously filled up with good works, for her hand was never idle and her heart and brain were always 88. Active in the cause of peace and benevolence, a few days before this writing passed away. Miss Ellen Richardson, now over 80, still lives and continues to take a lively interest in the career of the man whose freedom she was instrumental in procuring. It was a great privilege once more to look into the faces and hear the voices of these noble and benevolent women. I saw in England, too, Mr. and Mrs. Russell Lant Carpenter, two friends who were helpful to me when in England, and, until within a few days, helpful to me still. During all the time that I edited and published my paper in Rochester, New York, I had the material and moral support of Rev. Russell Lant Carpenter and that of his excellent wife. But now he too has passed away, covered with honors. He was one of the purest spirits and most impartial minds I ever met. Though a man of slender frame, his life was one of earnest work, and he reached the age of 75. He was the son of Rev. Lant Carpenter, who for a long time was an honored pastor in Bristol. He was also the brother of Philip and Mary Carpenter, and one of a family distinguished for every moral and intellectual excellence. I miss the presence of George Thompson, one of the most eloquent men who ever advocated the cause of the colored man, either in England or America. Joseph Sturge and most of his family had also passed away. But I will pursue this melancholy enumeration no further, except to say that, in meeting with the descendants of anti-slavery friends in England, Ireland, and Scotland, it was good to have confirmed the scriptural saying, "Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old he will not depart from it." 89. Chapter 9. Continuation of European Tour. Through France, Dijon and Lyons, Palace of the Popes, the amphitheater at Arles, visits Nice, Pisa and its leaning tower, Pantheon, modern Rome, religion at Rome, Rome of the past, Vesuvius and Naples, through the Suez Canal, life in the East, Nilot, religion of Mahomet, the graves of Theodore Parker and Mrs. Browning, mountains of the Tyrol. Aside from the great cities of London and Paris, with their varied and brilliant attractions, the American tourist will find no part of a European tour more interesting than the country lying between Paris and Rome. Here was the cradle in which the civilization of Western Europe and our own country was rocked and developed. The whole journey between these two great cities is deeply interesting and thought-suggesting. It was the battleground and the scene of heroic endeavor, where every inch of the field was sternly disputed, where the helmet, shield, and spear of Eastern civilization met the sling and arrow and desperate courage of determined barbarism. Nor was the tide of battle always in one direction. Indications of the sternness and duration of the conflict are still visible all along the line. These are seen in walled and fortified towns, in grim and solemn convents, in old monasteries and castles, in massive walls and gates, in huge iron bolts and heavily barred windows, and fortifications built after the wisdom of the wary eagle on lofty crags and clefts of rocks and mountain fastnesses, hard to assault and easy to defend. These all tell of the true blues times in which they were erected, when homes were castles, palaces were prisons, and men held their lives and property by the might of the strongest. Here met the old and the new, and here was fought out the irrepressible conflict between European civilization and barbarism. As the traveler moves eastward and southward between those two great cities, he will observe an increase of black hair, black eyes, full lips, and dark complexions. He will 90. Observe a southern and eastern style of dress, gay colors, startling jewelry, and an outdoor free and easy movement of the people. I have seen it alleged that the habit of carrying the burdens on the head is a mark of inferiority peculiar to the Negro. It was not necessary that I should go to Europe to be able to refute this allegation, yet I was glad to see, both in Italy and the south of France, that this custom is about as common there as it is among the dusky daughters of the Nile. Even if originated by the Negro, it has been well copied by some of the best types of the Caucasian. In any case, it may be welcomed as a proof of a common brotherhood. In other respects, I saw in France and Italy evidences of a common identity with the African. In Africa the people congregate at night in their towns and villages, while their living is made by tilling the soil outside. We saw few farmhouses in the south of France. Beautiful fields and vineyards are there, but few farmhouses. The village has taken the place of the farmhouse, and the peasants sometimes go several miles from their villages to work their vineyards. They may be seen in gangs in the morning going to their work, and returning in gangs in the evening from their work. Men and women share this toil alike, and one of the pleasantest sights to be seen in passing along are the groups of these people, seated along the roadside and taking their frugal meal of brown bread and sour wine, as cheerful and happy as if their fare was sumptuous and their raiment purple and fine linen. This sight, like many others, is a gratifying evidence that the poor often get as much happiness out of life as do the rich and great, and perhaps more. American ideas, however, would be unreconciled and shocked by the part borne by the women in the labors of the field. If an equal share in the hardships of life is desired by women, the battle for it has been already fought and won by the women of the Old World. Like men they go to the field, bright and early in the morning, and like the men they return to their villages late in the somber shades of evening, with faces browned by the sun and hands hardened by the hoe. Leaving Paris and passing the famous grounds of Fontainebleau, one is reminded that they are no longer, as of 91, the proud abode of royalty. Like all else of imperial and monarchical possessions, the palace here has, under the Republic, passed from the hands of princes to the possession of the people. It is still kept in excellent condition. Its grounds conform in the strictest sense to French taste and skill, the main feature of which is perfect uniformity. Its trees and its walks conform to straight lines. The plummet and pruning hook are employed with remorseless severity. No branch of a tree is permitted to be found longer than another, and the hedge seems to be trimmed by rule, compass, and square. But little liberty is allowed to nature in direction. Her crooked ways must be made straight, her bent forms made vertical, high must be made low, and all be cut down to a dead level. The houses, gardens, roads, and bridges are all more or less subject to this rule. As you see them in one part of the country, so you see them in another. Dijon, so closely associated with the names of Bossuet and Saint Bernard, the center, also, of the finest vineyards and the finest wines in France, and the ancient seat of the great Dukes of Burgundy, traces of whose wealth and power are still visible in what remains of the ducal palace and the ancient castle, whose walls, when a prison enclosed the restless Mirabeau, takes a deep hold upon the interest of the traveler. Its venerable and picturesque churches, in a chapel of one of which is a black image of the Virgin Mary about which one might philosophize, leave upon the mind an impression very different from the one felt on reaching Lyons, that center of the greatest silk industry in France. The main feature of our interest in the latter town, aside from its historical associations, was the heights of Fourvières, from which one of the grandest views of the surrounding country can in clear weather be had. We were conducted to this immense height by a kind-hearted woman who seemed to know at once that we were strangers and in need of a guide. She volunteered to serve without promise of reward. She would not touch a penny for her service. She was evidently a good Catholic, and her kindness made even more impression upon us than the sonorous bells of her city. We saw in Lyons, too, a grand French military display, 20,000 men in procession, rank upon rank with their glittering steel and splendid uniform, with all the 92 pomp and circumstance of glorious war, a spectacle at once brilliant and sad to behold. Soldiers and slaughter go together. Avignon, more than 70 years the home of the popes and the scene of pontifical magnificence, powerfully impresses the mind. 5 ecclesiastical dignitaries at the least, according to history, were here consecrated to the service of the Church. Avignon especially illustrates what I have said of the general character of the country through which we passed on our way to the Eternal City. It is surrounded by a wall flanked by 39 towers and is entered through 4 great gates. Though this wall is 12 feet high and is thus flanked by towers, and though it was doubtless at one time a means of defense, it would be nothing against the projectiles of modern warfare. Like many other things, it has survived the use for which it was erected. The object of chief interest in Avignon, its palace of the popes, is certainly a very striking feature. In its appointments it justifies the German proverb, "They who have the cross will bless themselves." Situated on an eminence proudly overlooking the city and its surroundings, the grounds large and beautiful, the popes who resided there no doubt found it a very pleasant abode. In looking at the situation of the palace, it was evident to me that Catholics have long known how to select locations for their churches and other buildings. They are masters of geographical and topographical conditions as well as of things ecclesiastical. This famous old building was not only a palace, or a strictly religious institution, but it was at once a palace and a prison. Many a poor soul is said to have endured within its walls the agony of a trial and the still greater one of torture for opinion's sake. If it was a place of prayer, it was also a place of punishment. The holy men who ruled at that day could be lions as well as lambs. In this building were many halls of judgment, halls of inquisition, halls of torture, and halls of banqueting. In the day of its palatial glory, religion stood no such nonsense as freedom of thought. Believe with the church or else be accursed, accept our faith or be hurled among the damned, was the stern voice of religion at that time. Men like Robert G. Ingersoll would then have had short lives. Until the days of Louis Napoleon, the implements of torture in this old building were exhibited to travelers, but 93. Not so now. Cold and cruel as was this Napoleon, he was ashamed to have these terrible instruments exhibited to the eye of modern civilization. Guilty as he was of stamping out the liberties of the Republic which he betrayed, he had too much consideration for the humanity of the 19th century to give it the shock of a sight of these fiendish instruments. There are, however, to be seen within these walls dark rooms, narrow passages, huge locks, heavy bars, and bolts, enough of the ghosts of dead and buried fanaticism, superstition, and bigotry to cause a man of modern times to shudder. Looking into the open and stony mouth of the dungeon into which heretics were hurled and out of which none were allowed to come alive, it required no effort of the imagination to create visions of the Inquisition, to see the terror-stricken faces, the tottering forms, and pleading tears of the accused, and the saintly satisfaction of the inquisitors while ridding the world of the representatives of unbelief and misbelief. It is hard to think that men could from innocent motives thus punish their fellows, but such is, no doubt, the fact. They were conscientious, and felt that they were doing righteous service unto the Lord. They believed literally in cutting off right hands and plucking out right eyes. Heaven and hell were alike under their control. They believed that they had the keys, and they lived up to their convictions. They could smile when they heard bones crack in the stocks and saw the maiden's flesh torn from her bones. It is only the best things that serve the worst perversions. Many pious souls today hate the Negro while they think they love the Lord. A difference of religion in the days of this old palace did for a man what a difference of color does for him in some quarters at this day, and though light has not dawned upon the color question as upon freedom of thought, it is to be hoped that it soon will. This old palace is no longer the home of saints, but the home of soldiers. It is no longer the stronghold of the church, but the stronghold of the state. The roll of the drum has taken the place of the bell for prayer. Martial law has taken the place of ecclesiastical law, and there is no doubt which is the more merciful. Though Avignon awakened in us a train of gloomy thoughts, we still think of it as a charming old city. We went 94. There with much curiosity and left it with much reluctance. It would be a pleasure to visit the old city again. No American tourist should go through the south of France without tarrying a while within the walls of Avignon, and no one should visit that city without going through the old papal palace. One of the oldest and most fascinating old towns met with in a trip from Paris to Marseilles is that of Arles. Its streets are the narrowest, queerest, and crookedest of any yet seen in our journey. It speaks of Greek as well as of Roman civilization. The bits of marble picked up in the streets show that they have been under the skillful hands either of the Greek or Roman workmen. The old amphitheater, a miniature coliseum, where men fought with wild beasts amid the applauding shouts of ladies and gentlemen of the period, though used no longer for its old-time purposes, is in good condition and may yet stand for 1,000 years. We were shown through its various apartments where the lions were kept, and the dens out of which they came to the arena, where, lashed to fury, they waged their bloody contests with men. A sight of this old theater of horrors, once strangely enough the place of amusement to thousands, makes one thankful that his lot is cast in our humane and enlightened age. There is, however, enough of the wild beast left in our modern human life to modify the pride of our enlightenment and humanity, and to remind us of our kinship with the people who once delighted in the brutality and cruelty practiced in this amphitheater. In this respect our newspapers tell us a sad story. They would not be filled with the details of prize fighters, and discussions of the brutal perfections of prize fighters, if such things did not please the brutal proclivities of a large class of readers. Another interesting object in Als is a long line of granite coffins, buried here for ages and discovered at last by excavations for a railroad just outside of the town. These houses of the dead are well preserved, but the dust and ashes once their tenants are lost and scattered to the winds. An hour or two after leaving this quaint and sinuous old town, we were confronted at Marseilles by the blue and tideless waters of the Mediterranean, a sea charming in itself and made more charming by the poetry and eloquence it has inspired. Its deep blue waters sparkling under a summer sun. 95. And a half-tropical sky, fanned by balmy breezes from Africa's golden sand, was in fine contrast with the snow-covered mountains and plains we had just left behind us. Only a few hours before reaching Marseilles we were in midwinter, but now all at once we were greeted with the lemon and the orange, the olive and the oleander, all flourishing under the open sky. The transition was so sudden and so agreeable and so completely in contrast, that it seemed more like magic than reality. Not only was the climate different, but the people and everything else seemed different. There was a visible blending of the Orient with the Occident. The sails of the ships, the rigging of the smaller vessels, the jib-like mainsails, and the general appearance of all, resembled the marine pictures of the East and made the whole scene novel, picturesque and attractive. A general view of that far-famed city made plainly visible in Marseilles the results of large wealth and active commerce as expressed in the far-reaching streets, large warehouses, and fine residences. We, however, cared less for all this than for Château d'If, the old prison anchored in the sea and around which the genius of Alexander Dumas has woven such a network of enchantment that a desire to visit it is irresistible. Hence, the first morning after our arrival Mrs. Douglas and myself hired one of the numerous boats in the harbor and employed an old man to row us out to the enchanted scene. The morning was clear, bright, and balmy. The distance was so great and the air so warm that the old man of the sea was quite ready to have me take a hand at the oars. After a long pull and a strong pull, as the sailors say, we reached the weird old rock from which Edmond Dantes was hurled. The reality of the scene was not of course up to the point as painted by Dumas. But we were glad to have seen it disrobed of the enchantment that distance and genius have thrown around it. It is a queer old place, surrounded by the sea, lone and desolate, standing boldly and high against the horizon, and the blue waves coming from afar dashing themselves against its sharp and flinty sides, made for us a picture most striking and not soon to be forgotten. On our way along the far-famed Riviera to Genoa, once the city of sea kings and merchant princes, we, like most travelers, tarried a while at Nice, that favorite resort of health and play. 96. Sure and one beautiful for situation. The outlook from it on the sea is enchanting, but no one should visit Nice with a lean purse, and a man with a full one will be wise not to tarry long. It was the most expensive place we found abroad. Genoa, the birthplace of Christopher Columbus, the man who saw by an eye of faith the things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen, is a grand old city with its multitude of churches, numerous narrow streets, many colored buildings, and splendid palaces. Looking out upon the sea I recalled to mind one of the finest pieces of word painting I ever heard from the lips of the late Wendell Phillips. He visited the city 50 years ago. He was then a young man fresh from his marriage tour of the continent of Europe. He was speaking on the platform of the Old Tabernacle in Broadway, New York, and criticizing the conduct of our government in refusing to unite with England and France to suppress the African slave trade. While in Genoa, the correspondence between our government and that of France and England was going on. General Cass, who represented us at the court of Louis Philippe, had placed our government on the wrong side of this question. In this very city, standing perhaps on these very heights upon which I stood looking off to sea, Mr. Phillips saw our well-known ship of war, the Ohio, lying in the harbor, and thus describes the feeling with which he contemplated that ship in view of our attitude towards other nations in regard to the slave trade. With a face expressive of indignation, shame, and scorn, Phillips said, "As I stood upon the shores of Genoa, and saw floating upon the placid waters of the Mediterranean our beautiful American ship, the Ohio, with masts tapering proportionately aloft and an eastern sun reflecting her graceful form upon the waters, attracting the view of the multitude upon the shore, it was enough to pride any American heart to think himself an American, but when I thought that in all probability the first time that gallant ship would gird on her gorgeous apparel and wake from her sides her dormant thunders it would be in defense of the African slave trade, I could but blush and hang my head to think myself an American." This fine passage in the speech of Wendell Phillips, uttered when I was new from slavery, was one element in my desire. 97. To see Genoa and to look out upon the sea from the same height upon which he stood. At the time of hearing it I had no idea that I should ever realize this desire. Like most Italian cities, Genoa upholds the reputation of its country in respect of art. The old masters in painting and sculpture and their name is legionary still largely represented in the palaces of the merchant princes of the city. One of its singular features is the abundance of fresco work seen on both the inside and the outside of buildings. One feels emphatically the presence and power of the Roman Catholic Church in the multitude of shrines seen everywhere and containing pictures of apostles or saints, or the Virgin Mother and the infant Jesus. But of all the interesting objects collected in the Museum of Genoa, the one that touched me most was the violin that had belonged to and been played upon by Paganini, the greatest musical genius of his time. This violin is treasured in a glass case and beyond the touch of careless fingers, a thing to be seen and not handled. There are some things and places made sacred by their uses and by the events with which they are associated, especially those which have in any measure changed the current of human taste, thought, and life, or which have revealed new powers and triumphs of the human soul. The pen with which Lincoln wrote the Emancipation Proclamation, the sword worn by Washington through the War of the Revolution, though of the same material and form of other pens and swords, have an individual character, and stir in the minds of men peculiar sensations. So this old violin, made after the pattern of others and perhaps not more perfect in its construction and tone than hundreds seen elsewhere, detained me longer and interested me more than anything else in the Museum of Genoa. Emerson says, "It is not the thing said, but the man behind it, that is important." So it was not this old violin, but the marvelous man behind it, the man who had played on it and played as never man played before, and thrilled the hearts of thousands by his playing, that made it a precious object in my eyes. Owing perhaps to my love of music and of the violin in particular, I would have given more for that old violin of wood, horsehair, and catgut than for any one of the long line of pictures I saw before me. I desired it on account of the man who had 98. Played upon it, the man who revealed its powers and possibilities as they were never known before. This was his old violin, his favorite instrument, the companion of his toils and triumphs, the solace of his private hours, the minister to his soul in his battles with sin and sorrow. It had delighted thousands. Men had listened to it with admiration and wonder. It had filled the largest halls of Europe with a concord of sweet sounds. It had even stirred the dull hearts of courts, kings and princes, and revealed to them their kinship to common mortals as perhaps had been done by no other instrument. It was with some difficulty that I moved away from this old violin of Paganini. Never to be forgotten by one who has enjoyed it is a morning at Pisa, the city of the Leaning Tower, a city renowned in Italian history. Though still possessing many imposing buildings, like many other once famous places its glory has departed. Its grand old cathedral, baptistery, and leaning tower are the features that most attract the attention of the tourist. The baptistery is especially interesting for its acoustic properties. The human voice heard here has imparted to it the richest notes of the organ, and goes on repeating and prolonging itself, increasing in volume and ranging higher and higher in ascent till lost in whispers almost divine at the very top of the dome. but no American sensitive and responsive to what is old, grand, and historic, with his face towards the east and the city of Rome only a few hours away, will tarry long even in this fine old city of Pisa. Like the mysterious lodestone to steel, he is attracted by an invisible power, and the attraction increases with every step of his approach. All that one has ever read, heard, felt, thought, or imagined concerning Rome comes thronging upon mind and heart and makes one eager and impatient to be there. The privilege of daylight was denied us on our arrival, and our first glimpse of Rome was by the light of moon and stars. More unfortunate still, we were landed in the new part of the city, which contradicted all our dreams of the eternal city. To all appearances we might have been dropped down at any railway station in Paris, London, or New York, or at some of the grand hotels at Saratoga or Coney Island. At this station were long rows of carriages. 99 coaches, omnibuses and other vehicles, with their usual accompaniment of drivers, porters, and runners, clamorous for passengers for their several hotels. All was more like an American town of the latest pattern than a city whose foundations were laid nearly 1,000 years before the flight of Joseph and Mary into Egypt. We were disappointed by this intensely modern aspect. It was not the Rome we came to see. But the disappointment was temporary, and happily enough the first impression heightened the effect of the subsequent happy realization of what we had expected. With the light of day, the eternal city, seated on its throne of 7 hills, fully gave us all it had promised, banished every feeling of disappointment, and filled our minds with ever-increasing wonder and amazement. In all directions were disclosed those indications of her ancient greatness for which we were looking, and of her fitness to be the seat of the most powerful empire that man had ever seen, truly the mistress of the known world and for 1,000 years the recognized metropolis of the Christian faith and the head still of the largest organized church in the world. Here can be seen together the symbols of both Christian and pagan Rome, the temples of discarded gods and those of the accepted Savior of the world, the Son of the Virgin Mary. Empires, principalities, powers, and dominions have perished, altars and their gods have mingled with the dust, a religion which made men virtuous in peace and invincible in war has perished or been supplanted, yet the eternal city itself remains. It speaks from the spacious forum, yet studded with graceful but time-worn columns, where Cicero poured out his burning eloquence against Catiline and against Antony, for which latter speech he lost his head, from the Palatine, from whose summit the palaces of the Caesars overlooked a large part of the ancient city, and from the Pantheon, built 27 years before the songs of the angels were heard on the plains of Bethlehem, and of which Byron says, "Simple, erect, severe, austere, sublime, shrine of all saints and temple of all gods, spared and blessed by time, looking tranquility, while falls or nods. 000. Arch, empire, each thing round thee, and man plods his way through thorns to ashes glorious dome. Shalt thou not last? Time's scythe and tyrant's rods shiver upon thee, sanctuary and home of art and piety, Pantheon, pride of Rome. Though 2,000 years have rolled over it, and though the beautiful marble which once adorned and protected its exterior has been torn off and made to serve other and inferior purposes, there, speaking to us of ages past, it stands, erect and strong, and may stand yet 1,000 years longer. Its walls, 20 feet thick, give few signs of decay. More than any building I saw in Rome, it tells of the thoroughness of the Romans in everything they thought it worth their while to undertake to be or to do. Hardly less indicative of their character did we find the remains of the stupendous baths of Titus, Diocletian, and Caracalla, among the ruins of whose spacious apartments, designed to fulfill every conceivable condition of ease and luxury, one needs not to consult Gibbon for the causes of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. The lap of luxury and the pursuit of ease and pleasure are death to manly courage, energy, will, and enterprise. None of the splendid arches, recalling as they do the glories of Rome's triumphs, can, by the reflective mind, be contemplated with a deeper, sadder interest than is indelibly associated with that of Titus, commemorating the destruction of the unhappy Jews and making public to a pagan city the desecration of all that was most sacred to the religion of that despised people. This arch is an object which must forever be a painful one to every Jew, since it reminds him of the loss of his beloved Jerusalem. Surely none who have never suffered a like scorn can adequately feel for their humiliation, as they, for their abasement, were forced to pass beneath that arch whose sculptured sides portrayed the sacred vessels torn, in the profanation of their temple, from its Holy of Holies. Among other objects calling up ancient events in the history of Rome, stands the Column of Trajan, after which Napoleon's monument in Paris was modeled. It tells of the many battles fought and won by Trajan, and is a beautiful column. 001. Though now slowly yielding to the wasting touch of time, we may still say of it as was once said by the great Daniel Webster of Bunker Hill Monument, it looks, it speaks, it acts. It certainly is a memorial of the past, a monitor of the present, though it may not be a hope of the future. In sight of the palaces of the Caesars and the Temple of the Vestal Virgins and the Capitoline Hill, darkening the horizon with its somber and time-defying walls, rises the immense and towering form of the Colosseum, an ancient hell of human horrors where the elite of Rome enjoyed the sport of seeing men torn to pieces by hungry and infuriated lions and tigers and by each other. No building more elaborate, vast, and wonderful than this has risen since the Tower of Babel. While the old part of Rome has antiquities of its own, the new part has antiquities from abroad. There are here 14 obelisks from Egypt, one of the finest of which adorns the square in front of St. Peter's. The streets of Rome, except in the newest part, are generally very narrow, and the houses on either side of them being very high, there is much more shade than sunshine in them, and hence the remarkably chilly atmosphere of which strangers complain. Yet the city is not without redeeming and compensating features. It has many fine open spaces and public squares, supplied with large flowing fountains, and adorned with various attractive devices, where the people have abundant pure water, fresh air, and bright, health-giving sunlight. Of street life in Rome I must not speak except to mention one feature of it which overtops all others, and that is the part taken both consciously and unconsciously by members of various bodies of the Church. All that we see and hear impresses us with the gigantic, all-pervading, complicated, accumulated and mysterious power of this great religious and political organization. Wherever else the Roman Church may question its own strength and practice a modest reserve, here she is open, free, self-asserting, and bold in her largest assumptions. She writes indulgences over her gateways as boldly today as if Luther had never lived, and she jingles the keys of heaven and hell as confidently as if her right to do so had never been called into question. About every fifth man met with holds some official relation to this stupendous and far-reaching 002 body and is at work in some way to maintain its power, ascendancy, and glory. Religion seems to be in Rome the chief business by which men live. Throngs of young students of all lands and languages march through the streets at all hours of the day, but never unattended. Experienced, well-dressed, discreet and dignified ecclesiastics attend them everywhere. On the surface these dear young people, so pure and in the full fresh bloom of youth, are beautiful to look upon, but when you reflect that they are being trained to defend dogmas and superstitions contrary to the progress and enlightenment of the age, the spectacle becomes sad indeed. In contrast to them are other specimens of religious zeal, neither pleasant to the eye, to the touch nor even to the thought. They are the vacant-faced, bare-legged, grimy monks, who have taken a vow neither to marry, nor to work, nor to wash, and who live by prayer, who beg and pay for what they get by praying for the donors. It is strange that such fanaticism is encouraged by a church so worldly wise as that of Rome, and yet in this I may be less wise than the church. She may have a use for them too occult for my dim vision. The two best points from which to view the exterior of Rome are the Pincian Hill and the Janiculum. Of the 7 hills these are not the least interesting, and from their summits can be taken in its full magnificence a general view of the eternal city. Once seen from these points it will never be forgotten, but will dwell in the mind forever. A glance reveals all the great features of the city, with its grand and impressive surroundings. Here begins the far-reaching and much-dreaded Campagna, and at one's feet lies a whole forest of grand historical churches, which with their domes, towers and turrets rising skyward, and their deep sonorous bells, form a combination of sight and sound to be seen and heard nowhere in the world outside of Rome. From one of these points, the Pincian, can be enjoyed the finest view perhaps to be had of the far-famed dome of St. Peter's. It is difficult to imagine any structure built by human hands more grand and imposing than this dome as seen from the Pincian Hill, especially near the sunset hour. Towering high above the ample body of the great cathedral and the world-famed Vatican, it is 003. Bathed in a sea of ethereal glory. Its magnificence and impressiveness gain by distance. When you move away from it, it seems to follow you, and though you travel fast and far, when you look back it will be there and more impressive than ever. The outside of St. Peter's and her 300 sister churches and the many-storied Vatican give no hint of the wealth and grandeur within them. As in its day pagan Rome drew tribute from all the known world, so the Church of Rome today receives gifts from all the Christian world, our own republican country included, and the end is not yet. Even a President of the United States sends his presents to His Holiness the Pope. A look into some of these Romish churches will show that even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. All that architecture, sculpture, and fine colors can do, all that art and skill can do to render them beautiful and imposing, has been done in these magnificent edifices. St. Peter's, by its vastness, wealth, splendor, and architectural perfections, acts upon us like some great and overpowering natural wonder. It awes us into silent, speechless admiration. One is at a loss to know how the amplitudinous and multitudinous whole that is there displayed to view has been brought together. The more one sees of it the more impressive and wonderful it becomes. Several other churches are very little inferior to St. Peter's in this wealth and splendor. For one, however, I was much more interested in the Rome of the past than in the Rome of the present, in the banks of its Tiber with their history than in the images, angels, and pictures on the walls of its splendid churches, in the preaching of Paul 1800 years ago than in the preaching of the priests and popes of today. The fine silks and costly jewels and vestments of the priests of the present could hardly have been dreamed of by the first great preacher of Christianity at Rome, who lived in his own hired house, and whose hands ministered to his own necessities. It was something to feel ourselves standing where this brave man stood, looking on the place where he lived, and walking on the same Appian way where he walked, when, having appealed to Caesar, he was bravely on the way to this same Rome to meet his fate, whether that should be life or death. This was more to me than being shown, as we were, under the dome of St. Peter's. 004. The head of St. Luke in a casket, a piece of the true cross, a lock of the Virgin Mary's hair, and the leg bone of Lazarus, or any of the wonderful things in that line palmed off on a credulous and superstitious people. In one of these churches we were shown a great doll, covered with silks and jewels and all manner of strange devices, and this wooden baby was solemnly credited with miraculous power in healing the sick and averting many of the evils to which flesh is heir. In the same church we were, with equal solemnity, shown a print of the devil's cloven foot in the hard stone. I could but ask myself what the devil could a devil be doing in such a holy place. I had some curiosity in seeing devout people going up to the black statue of St. Peter. I was glad to find him black. I have no prejudice against his color, and kissing the old fellow's big toe, one side of which has been nearly worn away by these devout and tender salutes of which it has been the cold subject. In seeing these, one may well ask himself, what will not men believe? Crowds of men and women going up a stairway on their knees, monks making ornaments of dead men's bones, others refusing to wash themselves, and all in order to secure the favor of God, give a degrading idea of man's relation to the infinite author of the universe. But there is no reasoning with faith. It is doubtless a great comfort to these people, after all, to have kissed the great toe of the black image of the Apostle Peter, and to have bruised their knees in substituting them for feet in ascending a stairway, called the Scala Santa. I felt, in looking upon these religious shows in Rome, as the late Benjamin Wade said he felt at a Negro camp meeting, where there were much howling, shouting, and jumping, this is nothing to me, but it surely must be something to them. The railway south from Rome, through the Campagna, gives a splendid view of miles of Roman arches over which water was formerly brought to the city. Few works better illustrate the spirit and power of the Roman people than do these miles of masonry. Humanly speaking, there was nothing requiring thought, skill, energy and determination which these people could not and did not do. The ride from Rome to Naples in winter is delightful. A beautiful valley diversified on either side by mountain peaks capped with snow, is a poor 005. Perpetual entertainment to the eye of the traveler. Only a few hours' ride and behold a scene of startling sublimity. It is a broad column of white vapor from the summit of Vesuvius, slowly and majestically rising against the blue Italian sky and before gentle northern and land breezes grandly moving off to sea, a thing of wonder. For more than 1700 years this vapor, sometimes mingled with the lurid light of red-hot lava, has been rising thus from the open mouth of this mountain, and its fires are still burning and its vapor still ascending, and no man can tell when they will cease, or when in floods of burning lava it will again burst forth and overwhelm unsuspecting thousands in the fate that befell Pompeii and Herculaneum, cities so long buried from the world by its ashes. It is a grand spectacle to see this vapor silently and peacefully rolling up the sky and moving off to sea, but we shudder at the thought of what may yet befall the populous towns and villages that still hover so daringly about its dangerous base. Naples is a great city, and its bay is all that its fame has taught us to expect. Its beautiful surroundings rich with historical associations would easily keep one lingering for months. Pompeii, Herculaneum, Puteoli where St. Paul landed from his perilous voyage to Rome, the tomb of Virgil, the spot still traceable where stood one of the villas of Cicero, the islands of Capri and Ischia, and 1,000 other objects full of worthy interest, afford constant activity to both reflection and imagination. Mrs. Douglas and myself were much indebted to the kindness of Reverend J.C. Fletcher and wife during our stay in this celebrated city. When once an American tourist has quitted Rome and has felt the balmy breezes of the Mediterranean, has seen the beautiful Bay of Naples, reveled in the wonders of its neighborhood, stood at the base of Vesuvius, surveyed the narrow streets, the majestic halls, and the luxurious houses of long-buried Pompeii, stood upon the spot where the great Apostle Paul first landed at Puteoli after his eventful and perilous voyage on his way to Rome, he is generally seized with an ardent desire to wander still farther eastward and southward. Sicily will tempt him, and once there, and his face turned towards the rising sun, he will want to see Egypt, the Suez 006 Canal, the Libyan desert, the wondrous Nile land of obelisks and hieroglyphs which men are so well learning to read, land of sphinxes and mummies many thousand years old, of great pyramids and colossal ruins that speak to us of a civilization which extends back into the misty shadows of the past, far beyond the reach and grasp of authentic history. The more he has seen of modern civilization in England, France, and Italy, the more he will want to see the traces of that civilization which existed when these countries of Europe were inhabited by barbarians. When once so near to this more renowned and ancient abode of civilization, the scene of so many Bible events and wonders, the desire to see it becomes almost irresistible. I confess, however, that my desire to visit Egypt did not rest entirely upon the basis thus foreshadowed. I had a motive far less enthusiastic and sentimental, an ethnological purpose in the pursuit of which I hoped to turn my visit to some account in combating American prejudice against the darker-colored races of mankind, and at the same time to raise colored people somewhat in their own estimation and thus stimulate them to higher endeavors. I had a theory for which I wanted the support of facts in the range of my own knowledge. But more of this in another place. The voyage from Naples to Port Said on a good steamer is accomplished in 4 days, and in fine weather it is a very delightful one. In our case, air, sea, and sky assumed their most amiable behavior, and early dawn found us face to face with old Stromboli, whose cone-shaped summit seems to rise almost perpendicularly from the sea. We pass through the Straits of Messina, leave behind us the smoke and vapor of Mount Etna, and in 3 days are safely anchored in front of Port Said, the west end of the Suez Canal, that stupendous work which has brought the Occident face to face with the Orient and changed the route taken by the commerce of the world, which has brought Australia within 40 days of England, and saved the men who go down to the sea in ships much of the time and danger once their lot in finding their way to the east around the Cape of Good Hope. At Port Said, where we entered the Suez Canal, the vessels of all nations halt. The few houses that make up the town. 007. Look white, new, and temporary, reminding one of some of the hastily built wooden towns of the American frontier, where there is much space outside and little within. Here our good ship, the Ormuz, the largest vessel that had then ever floated through the Suez Canal, stopped to take in a large supply of coal prior to proceeding on her long voyage to Australia. Great barges loaded with this fuel stored there from England for the purpose of coaling her eastern-bound vessels, were brought alongside of our steamer and their contents soon put on board by a small army of Arabs. It was something to see these men of the desert at work. As I looked at them and listened to their fun and frolic while bearing their heavy burdens, I said to myself, you fellows are, at least in your disposition, half-brothers to the Negro. The Negro works best and hardest when it is no longer work, but becomes play with joyous singing. These children of the desert performed their task in like manner, amid shouts of laughter and tricks of fun, as if their hard work were the veriest sport. In color these Arabs are something between two riding saddles, the one old and the other new. They are a little lighter than the one and a little darker than the other. I did not see a single fat man among them. They were erect and strong, lean and sinewy. Their strength and fleetness were truly remarkable. They tossed the heavy bags of coal on their shoulders and trotted on board our ship with them for hours without halt or weariness. Lank in body, slender in limb, full of spirit, they reminded one of blooded horses. It was the month of February, and the water by no means warm, but these people seemed about as much at home in the water as on the land, and gave us some fine specimens of their swimming and diving ability. Passengers would throw small coins into the water for the interest of seeing them dive for them, and this they did with almost fish-like swiftness, and never failed to bring from the bottom the coveted sixpence or franc, as the case might be, and to show it between their white teeth as they came to the surface. Slowly and carefully moving through the canal, an impressive scene was presented to the eye. Nothing in my American experience ever gave me such a deep sense of unearthly silence, such a sense of vast, profound, unbroken sameness and 008 solitude, as did this passage through the Suez Canal, moving smoothly and noiselessly between two spade-built banks of yellow sand, watched over by the jealous care of England and France, two rival powers each jealous of the other. We find here, too, the motive and mainspring of English-Egyptian occupation and of English policy. On either side stretches a sandy desert, to which the eye, even with the aid of the strongest field glass, can find no limit but the horizon, land where neither tree, shrub, nor vegetation of any kind, nor human habitation breaks the view. All is flat, broad, silent, dreamy, and unending solitude. There appears occasionally away in the distance a white line of life which only makes the silence and solitude more pronounced. It is a line of flamingos, the only bird to be seen in the desert, making us wonder what they find upon which to subsist. But here, too, is another sign of life, wholly unlooked for, and for which it is hard to account. It is the half-naked, hungry form of a human being, a young Arab, who seems to have started up out of the yellow sand under his feet, for no town, village, house, or shelter is seen from which he could have emerged, but here he is, and he is as lively as a cricket, running by the ship's side up and down the sandy banks for miles and for hours with the speed of a horse and the endurance of a hound, plaintively shouting as he runs, "Baksheesh! Baksheesh! Baksheesh!" and only stopping in the race to pick up the pieces of bread and meat thrown to him from the ship. Far away in the distance, through the quivering air and sunlight, a mirage appears. Now it is a splendid forest and now a refreshing lake. The illusion is perfect. It is a forest without trees and a lake without water. As one travels on, the mirage travels also, but its distance from the observer remains ever the same. After more than a day and a night on this weird, silent, and dreamy canal, under a cloudless sky, almost unconscious of motion, yet moving on and on without pause and without haste, through a noiseless, treeless, houseless, and seemingly endless wilderness of sand, where not even the crowing of a cock or the barking of a dog is heard. We were transferred to a smart little French steamer and landed at Ismailia, where, since leaving the new and shambling town of Port Said, we see the 009 first sign of civilization and begin to realize that we are entering the land of the pharaohs. Here the Khedive has one of his many palaces, and here and there are a few moderately comfortable dwellings with 2 or 3 hotels and a railroad station. How and by what means the people in this place live is a mystery. 4 miles around there is no sign of grain or grass or vegetation of any kind. Here we first caught sight of the living locomotive of the East, that marvelous embodiment of strength, docility, and obedience, of patient endurance of hunger and thirst camel. I have large sympathy with all burden bearers, whether they be men or beasts, and having read of the gentle submission of the camel to hardships and abuse, of how he will kneel to receive his heavy burden and groan to have it made lighter, I was glad right here in the edge of Egypt to have a visible illustration of these qualities of the animal. I saw him kneel and saw the heavy load of sand put on his back, I saw him try to rise under its weight and heard his sad moan. I had at the moment much the same feeling as when I first saw a gang of slaves chained together and shipped to a foreign market. A long line of camels attended by 3 or 4 Arabs came slowly moving over the desert. This spectacle, more than the language or customs of the people, gave me a vivid impression of Eastern life, a picture of it as it was in the days of Abraham and Moses. In this wide waste, under this cloudless sky, star-lighted by night and by a fierce blazing sun by day, where even the wind seems voiceless, it was natural for men to look up to the sky and stars and contemplate the universe and infinity above and around them, the signs and wonders in the heavens above and in the earth beneath. In such loneliness, silence, and expansiveness, imagination is unchained and man has naturally a deeper sense of the infinite presence than is to be felt in the noise and bustle of the towns and men-crowded cities. Religious ideas have come to us from the wilderness, from mountain tops, from dens and caves, and from the vast silent spaces from which come the mirage and other shadowy illusions which create rivers, lakes, and forests where there are none. The song of the angels could be better heard. 010. By the shepherds on the plains of Bethlehem than by the jostling crowds in the busy streets of Jerusalem. John the Baptist could preach better in the wilderness than in the busy marts of men. Jesus said his best word to the world when on the Mount of Olives. Moses learned more of the laws of God when in the mountains than when down among the people. The Hebrew prophets frequented dens and caves and desert places. John saw his wonderful vision in the Isle of Patmos with naught in sight but the sea and sky. It was in a lonely place that Jacob wrestled with the angel. The transfiguration was on a mountain. No wonder that Moses, wandering in the vast and silent desert, after killing an Egyptian and brooding over the oppressed condition of his people, should hear the voice of Jehovah saying, "I have seen the affliction of my people." Paul was not in Damascus, but on his lonely way thither, when he heard a voice from heaven. The heart beats louder and the soul hears quicker in silence and solitude. It was from the vastness and silence of the desert that Muhammad learned his religion, and once he thought he had discovered man's true relation to the infinite, he proclaimed himself a prophet and began to preach with that sort of authority and power which never failed to make converts. Such speculations were for me ended by the startling whistle of the locomotive and the sound of the rushing tray and things which put an end to religious reveries and fix attention upon the things of this busy world. In passing through the land of Goshen I experienced a thrill of satisfaction in viewing the scene of one of the most affecting stories ever written, the story of Jacob, how his sons were compelled by famine to go into Egypt to buy corn, how they sold their young brother Joseph into slavery, how they came home with a lie upon their lips to hide their treachery and cruelty, how the slave boy Joseph gained favor in the eyes of Pharaoh, how these brothers who had sold him were again by famine brought face to face with Joseph, who stipulated that the only condition upon which he could again see them was that they should bring their young brother Benjamin with them, how Jacob plaintively appealed against this arrangement by which his gray hair might be brought down in sorrow to the grave, and finally, through the good offices of Joseph, The happy 011 settlement of the whole family in this fertile land of Goshen. Than this simple tale nothing has been written, nothing can be found in literature, more pathetic and touching. Here was the land of Goshen, with fields yet green, its camels still grazing and its corn still growing as when Jacob and his sons with their flocks and herds were settled in it 3,000 years ago. The fertilizing power of the Nile, wherever the land is overflowed by it, is very marked, especially in contrast with the sandy desert. It is seen in the deep black and glossy soil, and in the thick and full growth and deep green color of its vegetation. No fences divide field from field and define the possession of different proprietors. To all appearance the land might belong to one man alone. The overflow of the Nile explains this feature of the country, as its mighty floods would sweep away such barriers. The mode of grazing cattle is to us peculiar. The donkeys, horses, cows, and camels are not allowed to roam over the field as with us, but are tethered to stakes driven down in the ground. They eat all before them, leaving the land behind them as though it had been mowed with a scythe or a sickle. They present a pleasant picture, standing in rows like soldiers, with their heads towards the tall vegetation and seemingly as orderly as civilized people at their dining tables. Every effort is made to get as much of the Nile water as possible. Ditches are cut, ponds are made, and men are engaged day and night in dipping it up and having it placed where it is most needed. The two processes adopted by which to raise this water are the shadub and the sakiyeh. Long lines of women are sometimes seen with heavy earthen jars on their heads distributing this precious fertilizing water over the thirsty land. Seeing the value of this water and how completely the life of man and beast is dependent upon it, one cannot wonder at the deep solicitude with which its rise is looked for, watched and measured. Egypt may have invented the plough, but it has not improved upon the invention. The kind used there is perhaps as old as the time of Moses, and consists of 2 or 3 pieces of wood so arranged that the end of one piece turns no furrow, but simply scratches the soil. Still, in the distance, the man 012 who holds this contrivance and the beast that draws it look very much as if they were ploughing. I am told, however, that this kind of plough does better service for the peculiar soil of Egypt than ours would do, that the experiment of tilling the ground with our plough has been tried in Egypt and has failed, so that the cultivation of the soil, like many other things, is best where it answers its purposes best and produces the best results. Cairo with its towers, minarets, and mosques presents a strangely fascinating scene, especially from the citadel, where away off in the distance, rising between the yellow desert and the soft blue cloudless sky, we discern the unmistakable forms of those mysterious piles of masonry, the pyramids. According to one theory they were built for sepulchral purposes, and according to another they were built for a standard of measurement, but neither theory has perhaps entirely set aside the other, and both may be wrong. There they stand, however, grandly, in sight of Cairo, just in the edge of the Libyan desert and overlooking the valley of the Nile, as they have stood during more than 3,000 years and are likely to stand as many thousand years longer, for nothing grows old here but time, and that lives on forever. One of the first exploits a tourist is tempted to perform here is to ascend to the top of the highest pyramid. The task is by no means an easy one, nor is it entirely free from danger. It is clearly dangerous if undertaken without the assistance of 2 or more guides. You need them not only to show you where to put your feet, but to lift you over the huge blocks of stone of which the pyramids are built, for some of these stones are from 3 to 4 feet in thickness and height. Neither in ascending nor descending is it safe to look down. One misstep and all is over. I went, with 70 years on my head, to the top of the highest pyramid, but nothing in the world would tempt me to try the experiment again. I had 2 Arabs before me pulling, and 2 at my back pushing, but the main work I had to do myself. I did not recover from the terrible strain in less than 2 weeks. I paid dearly for the venture. Still, it was worth something to stand for once on such a height and above the work and the world below. Taking the view altogether, the character of the surroundings. 013. The great unexplained and inexplicable Sphinx, the pyramids and other wonders of Saqqara, the winding river of the valley of the Nile, the silent, solemn and measureless desert, the seats of ancient Memphis and Heliopolis, the distant mosques, minarets, and stately palaces, the ages and events that have swept over the scene and the millions on millions that lived, wrought, and died there are stirred in the one who beholds it for the first time thoughts and feelings never thought and felt before. While nothing could tempt me to climb the rugged, jagged, steep, and perilous sides of the Great Pyramid again, yet I am very glad to have had the experience once, and once is enough for a lifetime. I have spoken of the prevalence and power at Rome of the Christian Church and religion and of the strange things believed and practiced there in the way of religious rites and ceremonies. The religion and Church of Egypt, though denounced as a fraud and their author branded throughout Christendom as an impostor, are not less believed in and followed in Egypt than the Church and Christianity are believed in and followed at Rome. 200 millions of people follow Muhammad today, and the number is increasing. Annually in Cairo 12,000 students study the Quran with a view to preaching its doctrines in Africa and elsewhere. So sacred do these people hold their mosques that a Christian is not allowed to enter them without putting off his shoes and putting on Mahometan slippers. If Rome has its unwashed monks, Cairo has its howling and dancing dervishes, and both seem equally deaf to the dictates of reason. The dancing and howling dervishes often spin around in their religious transports till their heads lose control and they fall to the floor sighing, groaning, and foaming at the mouth like madmen, reminding one of scenes that sometimes occur at our own old-fashioned camp meetings. It is not within the scope and purpose of this supplement of my story to give an extended account of my travels or to tell all I have seen and heard and felt. I had strange dreams of travel even in my boyhood days. I thought I should someday see many of the famous places of which I heard men speak, and of which I read even while a slave. During my visit to England, as I have before said, I had a strong desire to go to 014 France, and should have done so but for a Mr. George M. Dallas, who was then minister to England. He refused to give me a passport on the ground that I was not and could not be an American citizen. This man is now dead and generally forgotten, as I shall be, but I have lived to see myself everywhere recognized as an American citizen. In view of my disappointment and the repulse I met with at the hands of this American minister, my gratification was all the more intense that I was not only permitted to visit France and see something of life in Paris, to walk the streets of that splendid city and spend days and weeks in her charming art galleries, but to extend my tour to other lands and visit other cities, to look upon Egypt, to stand on the summit of its highest pyramid, to walk among the ruins of old Memphis, to gaze into the dead eyes of Pharaoh, to feel the smoothness of granite tombs polished by Egyptian workmen 3,000 years ago, to see the last remaining obelisk of Heliopolis, to view the land of Goshen, to sail on the bosom of the Nile, to pass in sight of Crete, looking from the deck of our steamer perhaps as it did when Paul saw it on the voyage to Rome 1800 years ago, to walk among the marble ruins of the Acropolis, to stand upon Mars Hill, where Paul preached, to ascend Lycabettus and overlook the plains of Marathon, the gardens of Plato, and the rock where Demos thence declaimed against the breezes of the sea, to gaze upon the Parthenon, the temple of Theseus, the temple of wingless Victory, and the theatre of Dionysius. To think that I, once a slave on the eastern shore of Maryland, was experiencing all this was well calculated to intensify my feeling of good fortune by reason of contrast, if nothing more. A few years back my Sundays were spent on the banks of the Chesapeake Bay, bemoaning my condition and looking out from the farm of Edward Covey, and, with a heart aching to be on their decks, watching the white sails of the ships passing off to sea. Now I was enjoying what the wisest and best of the world have bestowed for the wisest and best to enjoy. Touching at Naples, we returned to Rome, where the longer one stays the longer one wants to stay. No place is better fitted to withdraw one from the noise and bustle of modern life and fill one's soul with solemn reflections and 015 thrilling sensations. Under one's feet and all around are the ashes of human greatness. Here, according to the age and body of its time, human ambition reached its topmost height and human power its utmost limit. The lesson of the vanity of all things is taught in deeply buried palaces, in fallen columns, in defaced monuments, in decaying arches, and in crumbling walls, all perishing under the silent and destructive force of time and the steady action of the elements, in utter mockery of the pride and power of the great people by whom they were called into existence. Next to Rome, in point of interest to me, is the classic city of Florence, and thither we went from the eternal city. One might never tire of what is here to be seen. The first thing Mrs. Douglas and I did, on our arrival in Florence, was to visit the grave of Theodore Parker and at the same time that of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. The preacher and the poet lie near each other. The soul of each was devoted to liberty. The brave stand taken by Theodore Parker during the anti-slavery conflict endeared him to my heart, and naturally enough the spot made sacred by his ashes was the first to draw me to its side. He had a voice for the slave when nearly all the pulpits of the land were dumb. Looking upon the little mound of earth that covered his dust, I felt the pathos of his simple grave. It did not seem well that the remains of the great American preacher should rest thus in a foreign soil, far away from the hearts and hands which would gladly linger about it and keep it well adorned with flowers. Than Theodore Parker no man was more intensely American. Broad as the land in his sympathy with mankind, he was yet a loving son of New England and thoroughly Bostonian in his thoughts, feelings, and activities. The liberal thought which he taught had in his native land its natural home and largest welcome, and I therefore felt that his dust should have been brought here. It was in his pulpit that I made my first anti-slavery speech in Roxbury. That its doors opened to me in that dark period was due to him. I remember, too, his loving kindness when I was persecuted for my change of opinion as to political action. Theodore Parker never joined that warfare upon me. He loved Mr. Garrison, but was not a Garrisonian. He worked with the sects, but was not a sectarian. His character was cast. 016. In a mold too large to be pressed into a form or reform less broad than humanity. He would shed his blood as quickly for a black fugitive slave pursued by human hounds as for a white president of the United States. He was the friend of the non-voting and non-resistant class of abolitionists, but not less the friend of Henry Wilson, Charles Sumner, Gerrit Smith, and John Brown. He was the large and generous brother of all men, honestly endeavoring to bring about the abolition of Negro slavery. It has lately been attempted to class him with the contemners of the Negro. Could that be established, it would convict him of duplicity and hypocrisy of the most revolting kind. But his whole life and character are in direct contradiction to that assumption. Its ducal palaces, its grand Duomo, its fine galleries of art, its beautiful Arno, its charming environs, and its many associations of great historical personages, especially of Michelangelo, Dante, and Savonarola, give it a controlling power over mind and heart. I have traveled over no equal space between any two cities in Italy where the scenery was more delightful than that between Florence and Venice. I enjoyed it with the ardor of a boy to whom all the world is new. Born and raised in a flat country without the diversity of hill and valley, mountains have always attracted me. Those in sight on this journey were far away, but lost nothing by the soft haze that blended their dark summits with the clouds and sky. There were, too, the mountains of the Tyrol, the scene of the patriotic exploits of Hofer and his countrymen. The railway between Florence and Venice is over some of the oldest and best cultivated parts of Italy. The land is rich and fruitful. Every outlook has the appearance of thrift. There is not a single point upon which to hang the reproach of laziness so commonly charged against the Italians. I saw in Italy nothing to justify this unenviable reputation. In city and country alike the people seemed to me remarkably industrious and well provided with food and raiment. I could tell much of the once famous city of Venice, of Milan, Lucerne, and other points subsequently visited, but it is enough that I have given my readers an idea of the use I made of my time during this absence from the scenes and activities that occupied me at home. I assume that they will 017. Rejoice that after my life of hardships in slavery and of conflict with race and color prejudice and proscription at home, there was left to me a space in life when I could and did walk the world unquestioned, A Man Among Men. 018. Chapter X. The Campaign of 1888. Preference for John Sherman's speech at the convention on the Stump the Tariff Question. Returning from Europe in 1887 after a year of sojourn abroad, I found, as is usual when our country is nearing the close of a presidential term, the public mind largely occupied with the question in respect of a successor to the outgoing president. The Democratic Party had the advantage of the Republican Party in 2 points: it was already in power, and had its mind fixed upon one candidate, in the person of Grover Cleveland, whose term was then expiring. Although he had not entirely satisfied the southern section of his party or the civil service reformers of the North, to whom he owed his election, he had so managed his administration that neither of these factions could afford to oppose his nomination for a second term of the presidency. With the Republican Party the case was different. It was not only out of power and deprived of the office-holding influence and machinery to give it unity and force, but its candidates for presidential honors were legion, and there was much doubt as to who would be chosen standard-bearer in the impending contest. Among the doubters I was happily not one. From the first my candidate was Senator John Sherman of Ohio. Not only was he the man fitted for the place by his eminent abilities and tried statesmanship in regard to general matters, but more important still, he was the man whose attitude towards the newly enfranchised colored citizens of the South best fitted him for the place. In the convention at Chicago I did what I could to secure his nomination, as long as there was any ground of hope for success. In every convention of the kind there comes a time when the judgment of factions must yield to the judgment of the majority. Either Russell A. Alger of Michigan, Allison of Iowa, Gresham of Indiana, or Depew of New York, would in my opinion have made an excellent president. But my judgment as to either was not the judgment of the convention, so I 019 went, as in duty bound, with the choice of the majority of my party and have never regretted my course. Although I was not a delegate to this National Republican Convention, but was, as in previous ones, a spectator, I was early honored by a spontaneous call to the platform to address the convention. It was a call not to be disregarded. It came from 10,000 leading Republicans of the land. It offered me an opportunity to give what I thought ought to be the accepted keynote to the opening campaign. How faithfully I responded will be seen by the brief speech I made in response to this call. It was not a speech to tickle men's ears or to flatter party pride, but to stir men up to the discharge of an imperative duty. It would have been easy on such an occasion to make a speech composed of glittering generalities, but the cause of my outraged people was on my heart, and I spoke out of its fullness, and the response that came back to me showed that the great audience to which I spoke was in sympathy with my sentiments. After thanking the convention for the honor of its hearty call upon me for a speech, I said, "I have only one word to say to this convention, and it is this: I hope this convention will make such a record in its proceedings as will entirely put it out of the power of the leaders of the Democratic Party and of the leaders of the Mugwump Party to say that they see no difference between the position of the Republican Party in respect to the class I represent and that of the Democratic Party. I have a great respect for a certain quality for which the Democratic Party is distinguished. That quality is fidelity to its friends, its faithfulness to those whom it has acknowledged as its masters during the last 40 years. It was faithful to the slave-holding class during the existence of slavery. It was faithful to them before the war. It gave them all the encouragement that it possibly could without drawing its own neck into the halter. It was also faithful during the period of Reconstruction, and it has been faithful ever since. It is today faithful to the solid South. I hope and believe that the great Republican Party will prove itself equally faithful to its friends, those friends with black faces who during the war were eyes to your blind, shelter to 020. You're shelterless, when flying from the lines of the enemy. They are as faithful today as when the great Republic was in the extremest need, when its fate seemed to tremble in the balance, when the crowned heads of the old world were gloating over our ruin, saying, "Aha! Aha! The great Republican bubble is about to burst." When your army was melting away before the fire and pestilence of rebellion, when your star-spangled banner trailed in the dust or, heavy with blood, drooped at the masthead, you called upon the Negro. Yes, Abraham Lincoln called upon the Negro to reach forth with his iron arm and catch with his steel fingers your faltering flag, and he came full 200,000 strong. Let us in the platform we are about to promulgate remember the brave black men, and let us remember that these brave black men are now stripped of their constitutional right to vote. Let this remembrance be embodied in the standard bearer whom you will present to the country. Leave these men no longer compelled to wade to the ballot box through blood, but extend over them the protecting arm of this government, and make their pathway to the ballot box as straight and as smooth and as safe as that of any other class of citizens. Be not deterred from this duty by the cry of the bloody shirt. Let that shirt be waved as long as there shall be a drop of innocent blood upon it. A government that can give liberty in its constitution ought to have the power in its administration to protect and defend that liberty. I will not further take up your time. I have spoken for millions, and my thought is now before you. As soon as the presidential campaign was fairly opened and a request was made for speakers to go before the people and support by the living voice the nominations and principles of the Republican Party, though somewhat old for such service and never much of a stump speaker, I obeyed the summons. In company with my young friend Charles S. Morris, a man rarely gifted with eloquence, I made speeches in 5 different states, indoors and out of doors, in skating rinks and public halls, day and night, at points where it was thought by the National Republican Committee that my presence and speech would do most to promote success. 021. While the committee was anxious to have the question of tariff made the prominent topic in the campaign, it did not in words restrict me to that one topic. I could not have gone into the field with any such restriction, had any such been imposed. Hence, I left the discussion of the tariff to my young friend Morris, while I spoke for justice and humanity, as did that noble woman and peerless orator, Miss Anna E. Dickinson, whose heart has ever been true to the oppressed, and who was a speaker in the same campaign. I took it to be the vital and animating principle of the Republican Party. I found the people more courageous than their party leaders. What the leaders were afraid to teach, the people were brave enough and glad enough to learn. I held that the soul of the nation was in this question, and that the gain of all the gold in the world would not compensate for the loss of the nation's soul. National honor is the soul of the nation, and when this is lost, all is lost. The Republican Party and the nation were pledged to the protection of the constitutional rights of the colored citizens. If it refused to perform its promise, it would be false to its highest trust. As with an individual, so too with a nation, there is a time when it may properly be asked, what doth it profit to gain the whole world and thereby lose one's soul? With such views as these I supported the Republican Party in this somewhat remarkable campaign. I based myself upon that part of the Republican platform which I supported in my speech before the Republican Convention at Chicago. No man who knew me could have expected me to pursue any other course. The little I said on the tariff was simply based upon the principle of self-protection taught in every department of nature, whether in men, beasts, or plants. It comes with the inherent right to exist. It is in every blade of grass as well as in every man and nation. If foreign manufacturers oppress and cripple ours and serve to retard our natural progress, we have the right to protect ourselves against such efforts. Of course, this right of self-protection has its limits, and the thing most important is to discover these limits and to observe them. There is no doubt as to the principle, but like all other principles, it may not justify all the inferences which may be deduced from it. There seems to be no diff. 022. Difference between the Republican and Democratic parties as to the principle of protection. They only differ in the inferences drawn from the principle. One is for a tariff for revenue only, and the other is for a tariff not only for revenue, but for protection to such industries as are believed to stand in need of protection. While on this question I have always taken sides with the Republican Party, I have always felt that in the presence of the oppression and persecution to which the colored race is subjected in the southern states, No colored man can consistently base his support of any party upon any other principle than that which looks to the protection of men and women from lynch law and murder. 023. Chapter 11. Administration of President Harrison. Appointed Minister to Haiti and Friendly Criticism Admiral Gherardi. My appointment by President Harrison in 1889 to the office of Minister Resident and Consul General to the Republic of Haiti did not pass without adverse comment at the time it was made, nor did I escape criticism at any time during the 2 years I had the honor to hold that office. In respect to the unfavorable comments upon my appointment, it may be truly said that they had their origin and inspiration from two very natural sources: first, American race and color prejudice, and second, a desire on the part of certain influential merchants in New York to obtain concessions from Haiti upon grounds that I was not likely to favor. When there is made upon a public man an attack by newspapers differing at all other points and united only in this attack, there is some reason to believe that they are inspired by a common influence. Neither my character nor my color was acceptable to the New York press. The fault of my character was that upon it there could be predicated no well-grounded hope that I would allow myself to be used, or allow my office to be used, to further selfish schemes of any sort for the benefit of individuals, either at the expense of Haiti or at the expense of the character of the United States. And the fault of my color was that it was a shade too dark for American taste. It was not charged, as perhaps it well might have been, that I was unfit for the place by reason of inexperience and want of aptitude to perform the duties of the office, but the color argument was relied upon. It was that I was not rightly colored for the place, although I matched well with the color of Haiti. It was held that the office should be given to a white man, both on the ground of fitness and on the ground of efficiency. On the ground of fitness because it was alleged that Haiti would rather have in her capital a white minister resident and consul general than a colored one, and on the ground of efficiency because a white minister 024, by reason of being white, and therefore superior, could obtain from Haiti concessions which a colored minister could not. It was also said that I would not be well received by Haiti because I had at one time advocated the annexation of Santo Domingo to the United States, a measure to which Haiti was strongly opposed. Every occasion was embraced by the New York press to show that my experience in Haiti confirmed their views and predictions. Before I went there they endeavored to show that the captain of the ship designated by the government to take me to my post at Port-au-Prince had refused to take me on board, and as an excuse for his refusal, had made a false statement concerning the unseaworthiness of his vessel, when the real ground of objection was the color of my skin. When it was known that I had not been fully accredited in due form to the government of President Hippolyte and that there was a delay of many weeks in my formal recognition by the Haitian government, the story was trumpeted abroad that I was snubbed by Haiti, and in truth was having a hard time down there. After I was formally recognized and had entered upon the duties of my office, I was followed by the same unfriendly spirit, and every effort was made to disparage me in the eyes of both the people of the United States and those of Haiti. Strangely enough, much of this unfriendly influence came from officers of the American Navy, men in the pay of the government. The appearance in the harbor of Port-au-Prince of United States ships of war, instead of being a support to the American minister, was always followed by a heavy broadside against him in the American papers. Our ships seemed to be well supplied with salt-water correspondents, men who had studied the science of polite detraction at the public expense and had reached in it a high degree of perfection. The arrival of an American war vessel became a source of apprehension, and an admiral's pennon in the harbor of Port-au-Prince was a signal of attack upon the United States minister. Speaking of the acquisition of the Mole St. Nicholas as a United States naval station, one of these fruitful correspondents thus exposed the real cause of complaint against me, when by the active intervention and material aid of the 025 States, General Hippolyte was placed in power in October 1889, American influence was paramount, and had a shrewd and capable American then been sent by the United States to conduct the negotiations so ably initiated by Rear Admiral Gherardi, there would be a different condition of affairs to report today. At Admiral Gherardi's suggestion a new minister was sent to Port-au-Prince. The lack of wisdom, however, displayed in the choice has by the result attained become only too apparent. Of the Clyde concession it is perhaps needless to say anything, has failed completely. But with the negotiations in the hands of Rear Admiral Gherardi a decision must be reached shortly. Admiral Gherardi is sent to resuscitate the negotiations. Admiral Gherardi will succeed eventually. It is recognized that were the United States to possess a coaling station in Haiti would intervene to end the petty revolutions that distract the country. Thus we had Admiral Gherardi at every turn of Haitian affairs. It was at his suggestion that a new minister was appointed. It was he who made American influence paramount in Haiti. It was he who was to conduct the negotiations for the naval station. It was he who decided the question of the fitness of the American minister at Haiti. In all this I am not disclosing cabinet or state secrets. This and much more was published in the New York papers. The comment that I have to make upon it is, that no better way could have been devised to arouse the suspicion of Haitian statesmen and lead them to reject our application for a naval station, than to make such representations as these coming from the decks of the flagship of Rear Admiral Gherardi. 026. Chapter 12. Minister to Haiti. The Mole St. Nicholas Social Relations Sympathy for Haiti. Facts about the Mole St. Nicholas Conference with the Haitian government. Negotiations for the Mole St. Nicholas. Close of the interview. The part I bore in the matter of obtaining at the Mole St. Nicholas a naval station for the United States, and the real cause for the failure of the enterprise, are made evident in the following articles from me, published in the North American Review for September and October, 1891. I propose to make a plain statement regarding my connection with the late negotiations with the government of Haiti for a United States naval station at the Mole St. Nicholas. Such a statement seems required, not only as a personal vindication from undeserved censure, but as due to the truth of history. Recognizing my duty to be silent while the question of the mole was pending, I refrained from making any formal reply to the many misstatements and misrepresentations which have burdened the public press unchallenged during the last 6 months. I have, however, long intended to correct some of the grosser errors contained in these misrepresentations, should the time ever come when I could do so without exposing myself to the charge of undue sensitiveness and without detriment to the public interest. That time has now come, and there is no ground of sentiment, reason, or propriety for a longer silence, especially since, through no fault of mine, the secrets of the negotiations in question have already been paraded before the public, apparently with no other purpose than to make me responsible for their failure. There are many reasons why I would be gladly excused from appearing before the public in the attitude of self-defense. But while there are times when such defense is a privilege to be exercised or omitted at the pleasure of the party assailed, there are other times and circumstances when it becomes a duty which cannot be omitted without the imputation of cowardice or of conscious guilt. This is especially 027. True in a case where the charges vitally affect one's standing with the people and government of one's country. In such a case a man must defend himself, if only to demonstrate his fitness to defend anything else. In discharging this duty I shall acknowledge no favoritism to men in high places, no restraint but candor, and no limitation but truth. It is easy to whip a man when his hands are tied. It required little courage for these men of war to assail me while I was in office and known to be forbidden by its rules to write or to speak in my own defense. They had everything their own way. Perhaps it was thought that I lacked the spirit or the ability to reply. On no other ground of assurance could there have been such loose and reckless disregard of easily ascertained facts to contradict them. It is also obvious that the respectability of the public journals, rather than the credibility of the writers themselves, was relied upon to give effect to their statements. Had they disclosed their names and their true addresses, the public could have easily divined a motive which would have rendered unnecessary any word of mine in self-defense. It would have become evident in that case that there was a premeditated attempt to make me a scapegoat to bear off the sins of others. It may be noted, too, that prompt advantage has been taken of the fact that falsehood is not easily exposed when it has had an early start in advance of truth. As mindful of some things as they were, however, they forgot that innocence needs no defense until it is accused. The charge is, that I have been the means of defeating the acquisition of an important United States naval station at the Mole St. Nicholas. It is said, in general terms, that I wasted the whole of my first year in Haiti in needless parley and delay, and finally reduced the chances of getting the mole to such a narrow margin as to make it necessary for our government to appoint Rear Admiral Gherardi as a special commissioner to Haiti to take the whole matter of negotiation for the mole out of my hands. One of the charitable apologies they are pleased to make for my failure is my color, and the implication is that a white man would have succeeded where I failed. This color argument is not new. It besieged the White House before I was appointed Minister Resident and Consul General to Haiti. At once and all along the line, the 028 contention was then raised that no man with African blood in his veins should be sent as minister to the Black Republic. White men professed to speak in the interest of Black Haiti, and I could have applauded their alacrity in upholding her dignity if I could have respected their sincerity. They thought it monstrous to compel Black Haiti to receive a minister as black as herself. They did not see that it would be shockingly inconsistent for Haiti to object to a black minister while she herself is black. Prejudice sets all logic at defiance. It takes no account of reason or consistency. One of the duties of minister in a foreign land is to cultivate good social as well as civil relations with the people and government to which he is sent. Would an American white man, imbued without national sentiments, be more likely than an American colored man to cultivate such relations? Would his American contempt for the colored race at home fit him to win the respect and goodwill of colored people abroad? Or would he play the hypocrite and pretend to love Negroes in Haiti when he is known to hate Negroes in the United States so bitterly that he hates to see them occupy even the comparatively humble position of Consul General to Haiti? Would not the contempt and disgust of Haiti repel such a sham? Haiti is no stranger to Americans or to American prejudice. Our white fellow countrymen have taken little pains to conceal their sentiments. This objection to my color and this demand for a white man to succeed me spring from the very feeling which Haiti herself contradicts and detests. I defy any man to prove, by any word or act of the Haitian government, that I was less respected at the capital of Haiti than was any white minister or consul. This clamor for a white minister for Haiti is based upon the idea that a white man is held in higher esteem by her than is a black man, and that he could get more out of her than can one of her own color. It is not so, and the whole free history of Haiti proves it not to be so. Even if it were true that a white man could, by reason of his alleged superiority, gain something extra from the servility of Haiti, it would be the height of meanness for a great nation like the United States to take advantage of such servility on the part of a weak nation. The American people are too great. 029. To be small, and they should ask nothing of Haiti on grounds less just and reasonable than those upon which they would ask anything of France or England. Is the weakness of a nation a reason for our robbing it? Are we to take advantage, not only of its weakness, but of its fears? Are we to wring from it by dread of our power what we cannot obtain by appeals to its justice and reason? If this is the policy of this great nation, I own that my assailants were right when they said that I was not the man to represent the United States in Haiti. I am charged with sympathy for Haiti. I am not ashamed of that charge, but no man can say with truth that my sympathy with Haiti stood between me and any honorable duty that I owed to the United States or to any citizen of the United States. The attempt has been made to prove me indifferent to the acquisition of a naval station in Haiti, and unable to grasp the importance to American commerce and to American influence of such a station in the Caribbean Sea. The fact is, that when some of these writers were in their petticoats, I had comprehended the value of such an acquisition, both in respect to American commerce and to American influence. The policy of obtaining such a station is not new. I supported Gen. Grant's ideas on this subject against the powerful opposition of my honored and revered friend Charles Sumner, more than 20 years ago, and proclaimed it on 100 platforms and to thousands of my fellow citizens. I said then that it was a shame to American statesmanship that, while almost every other great nation in the world had secured a foothold and had power in the Caribbean Sea, where it could anchor in its own bays and moor in its own harbors. We, who stood at the very gate of that sea, had there no anchoring ground anywhere. I was for the acquisition of Samana, and of Santo Domingo herself, if she wished to come to us. While slavery existed, I was opposed to all schemes for the extension of American power and influence. But since its abolition, I have gone with him who goes farthest for such extension. But the pivotal and fundamental charge made by my accusers is that I wasted a whole year in fruitless negotiations for a coaling station at the Mole St. Nicholas, and allowed 030 favorable opportunities for obtaining it to pass unimproved, so that it was necessary at last for the United States government to take the matter out of my hands, and send a special commissioner to Haiti, in the person of Rear Admiral Gherardi, to negotiate for the Mole. A statement more false than this never dropped from lip or pen. I here and now declare, without hesitation or qualification or fear of contradiction, that there is not one word of truth in this charge. If I do not in this state the truth, I may be easily contradicted and put to open shame. I therefore affirm that at no time during the first year of my residence in Haiti was I charged with the duty or invested with any authority by the President of the United States, or by the Secretary of State, to negotiate with Haiti for a United States naval station at the Mole St. Nicholas, or anywhere else in that country. Where no duty was imposed, no duty was neglected. It is not for a diplomat to run before he is sent, especially in matters involving large consequences like those implied in extending our power into a neighboring country. Here, then, let me present the plain facts in the case. They, better than anything else I can say, vindicate my conduct in connection with this question. On the 26th of January, 1891, Rear Admiral Gherardi, having arrived at Port-au-Prince, sent one of his under-officers on shore to the United States legation, to invite me on board of his flagship, the Philadelphia. I complied with the invitation, although I knew that, in strict politeness, it would have been more appropriate for Admiral Gherardi himself to come to me. I felt disinclined, however, to stand upon ceremony or to endeavor to correct the manners of an American admiral. Having long since decided to my own satisfaction that no expression of American prejudice or slight on account of my color could diminish my self-respect or disturb my equanimity, I went on board as requested, and there for the first time learned that I was to have some connection with negotiations for a United States coaling station at the Mole St. Nicholas, and this information was imparted to me by Rear Admiral Gherardi. He told me in his peculiarly emphatic manner that he had been duly appointed a United States Special Commissioner, that his mission was to obtain a naval station at the 031 Mole St. Nicholas, and that it was the wish of Mr. Blaine and Mr. Tracy, and also of the President of the United States, that I should earnestly cooperate with him in accomplishing this object. He further made me acquainted with the dignity of his position, and I was not slow in recognizing it. In reality, some time before the arrival of Admiral Gherardi on this diplomatic scene, I was made acquainted with the fact of his appointment. There was at Port-au-Prince an individual, of whom we shall hear more elsewhere, acting as agent of a distinguished firm in New York, who appeared to be more fully initiated into the secrets of the State Department at Washington than I was, and who knew, or said he knew, all about the appointment of Admiral Gherardi, whose arrival he diligently heralded in advance, and carefully made public in all the political and business circles to which he had access. He stated that I was discredited at Washington, had, in fact, been suspended and recalled, and that Admiral Gherardi had been duly commissioned to take my place. This news was sudden and far from flattering. It is unnecessary to say that it placed me in an unenviable position, both before the community of Port-au-Prince and before the government of Haiti. It had, however, the advantage, so far as I was able to believe anything so anomalous, of preparing me for the advent of my successor, and of softening the shock of my fall from my high estate. My connection with this negotiation, as all may see, was very humble, secondary, and subordinate. The glory of success or the shame of defeat was to belong to the new minister. I was made subject to the commissioner. This was not quite so bad as the New York agent had prepared me to expect, but it was not what I thought I deserved and what my position as minister called for at the hands of my government. Strangely enough, all my instructions concerning the mole came to me through my newly constituted superior. He was fresh from the face of our Secretary of State, knew his most secret intentions and the wants and wishes of the government, and I, naturally enough, received the law from his lips. The situation suggested the resignation of my office as due to my honor, but reflection soon convinced me that such a course would subject me to a misconstruction more hurtful than any which, in the circumstances, could justly arise from 032. Remaining at my post. The government had decided that a special commissioner was needed in Haiti. No charges were brought against me, and it was not for me to set up my wisdom or my resentment as a safer rule of action than that prescribed by the wisdom of my government. Besides, I did not propose to be pushed out of office in this way. I therefore resolved to cooperate with the special commissioner in good faith and in all earnestness, and did so to the best of my ability. It was first necessary, in furtherance of the mission of Admiral Gherardi, to obtain for him as early as possible an interview with Mr. Firmin, the Haitian Minister of Foreign Affairs, and with His Excellency Florval Hippolyte, the President of Haiti. This, by reason of my position as minister and my good relations with the government of Haiti, I accomplished only 2 days after the arrival of the Admiral. Not even my accusers can charge me with tardiness in obeying in this, or in anything else, the orders of my superior. In acting under him I put aside the fact of the awkward position in which the officious agent had placed me, and the still more galling fact that the instructions I received had not reached me from the State Department in the usual and appropriate way, as also the fact that I had been in some degree subjected to the authority of an officer who had not, like myself, been duly appointed by the President and confirmed by the Senate of the United States, and yet one whose name and bearing proclaimed him practically the man having full command. Neither did I allow anything like a feeling of offended dignity to diminish my zeal and alacrity in carrying out his instructions. I consoled myself with the thought that I was acting like a good soldier, promptly and faithfully executing the orders of my superior, and obeying the will of my government. Our first conference with President Hippolyte and his foreign secretary was held at the palace at Port-au-Prince on the 28th of January, 1891. At this conference, which was, in fact, the real beginning of the negotiations for the Mole St. Nicholas, the wishes of our government were made known to the government of Haiti by Rear Admiral Gherardi, and I must do him the justice to say that he stated the case with force and ability. If anything was omitted or insisted upon calculated to defeat the object in view, this defect must be looked for in the Admiral's address, for he was the principal speaker, as he was also the principal negotiator. Admiral Gherardi based our claim for this concession upon the ground of services rendered by the United States to the Hippolyte Revolution. He claimed it also on the ground of promises made to our government by Hippolyte and Firmin through their agents while the revolution was in progress, and affirmed that but for the support of our government the revolution would have failed. I supplemented his remarks, not in opposition to his views, but with the intention of impressing the government of Haiti with the idea that the concession asked for was in the line of good neighborhood and advanced civilization, and in every way consistent with the autonomy of Haiti, urging that the concession would be a source of strength rather than of weakness to the Haitian government, that national isolation was a policy of the past, that the necessity for it in Haiti, for which there was an apology at the commencement of her existence, no longer exists, that her relation to the world and that of the world to her are not what they were when her independence was achieved, that her true policy now is to touch the world at all points that make for civilization and commerce, and that, instead of asking in alarm what will happen if a naval station be conceded to the United States, it should ask, what will happen if such a naval station be not conceded? I insisted that there was far more danger to be apprehended to the stability of the existing government from allowing the rumor to float in the air that it was about to sell out the country, than by granting the lease of the mole and letting the country know precisely what had been done and the reasons in the premises for the same, that a fact accomplished carries with it a power to promote acquiescence, and I besought them to meet the question with courage. In replying to us, Mr. Firmin demanded to know on which of the two grounds we based our claim for the possession of this naval station. If it were demanded, he said, upon any pledge made by President Hippolyte and himself, he denied the existence of any such promise or pledge, and insisted that, while the offer of certain advantages had been made to our government, the government at Washington had not at the time accepted them. The letter in proof of the different view was, he said, only a copy of the original letter, and the original letter was never accepted by the American government. This position of Mr. Firmin's was resisted by Admiral Gherardi, who contended with much force that, while there was no formal agreement consummated between the two governments, Haiti was nevertheless bound, since the assistance for which she asked had made Hippolyte President of Haiti. Without intending to break the force of the Admiral's contention at this point, I plainly saw the indefensible attitude in which he was placing the government of the United States in representing our government as interfering by its navy with the affairs of a neighboring country, covertly assisting in putting down one government and setting up another, and I therefore adhered to the grounds upon which I based our demand for a coaling station at the mole. I spoke in the interest and honor of the United States. It did not strike me that what was claimed by Admiral Gherardi to have been done, though I did not say as much, is the work for which the United States is armed, equipped, manned and supported by the American people. It was alleged that, though our government did not authorize Rear Admiral Gherardi to overthrow Legitime and to set up Hippolyte as President of Haiti, it gave him the wink, and left him to assume the responsibility. I did not accept this as a foundation upon which I could base my diplomacy. If this was a blunder on my part, it was a blunder of which I am not ashamed, and it was committed in the interest of my country. At the close of this conference we were asked by Mr. Firmin to put into writing our request for the mole, and the terms upon which we asked its concession. 035. Chapter 13. Continued negotiations for the mole. St. Nicholas. Unfortunate delay, renewed authority from the United States. Haiti's refusal, reasons for the refusal. The Clyde contract act, a dishonest proposition. A strange demand. Haiti's mistake, bad effect of the Clyde proposition. Final words. At a meeting subsequent to the one already described, application for a United States naval station at the mole St. Nicholas was made in due form to Mr. Firmin, the Haitian Minister of Foreign Affairs. At his request, as already stated, this application was presented to him in writing. It was prepared on board the Philadelphia, the flagship of Rear Admiral Bancroft Gherardi, and bore his signature alone. I neither signed it nor was asked to sign it, although it met my entire approval. I make this statement not in the way of complaint or grievance, but simply to show what, at the time, was my part, and what was not my part, in this important negotiation, the failure of which has unjustly been laid to my charge. Had the mole been acquired, in response to this paper, the credit of success, according to the record, would have properly belonged to the gallant admiral in whose name it was demanded, for in it I had neither part nor lot. At this point, curiously enough, and unfortunately for the negotiations, the Haitian minister, who is an able man and well skilled in the technicalities of diplomacy, asked to see the commission of Admiral Gherardi and to read his letter of instructions. When these were presented to Mr. Firmin, he, after carefully reading them, pronounced them insufficient, and held that by them the government of the United States would not be bound by any convention which Haiti might make with the Admiral. This position of Mr. Firmin's was earnestly and stoutly opposed by Admiral Gherardi, who insisted that his instructions were full, complete, and amply sufficient. Unfortunately, however, he did not leave the matter in controversy without intimating that he thought that Mr. Firmin 036 might be insincere in raising such an objection, and that he was urging it simply with a view to cause unnecessary delay. This was more like the blunt admiral than the discreet diplomat. Such an imputation was obviously out of place, and not likely to smooth the way to a successful proceeding, quite the reverse. Mr. Firmin insisted that his ground was well and honestly taken. Here, therefore, the negotiation was brought to a sudden halt, and the question for us then was, what shall be done next? 3 ways were open to us: first, to continue to insist upon the completeness of the authority of Admiral Gherardi; second, to abandon the scheme of a naval station altogether; third, to apply to the government at Washington for the required letter of credence. It was my opinion that it was hardly worthwhile to continue to insist upon the sufficiency of the Admiral's papers, since it seemed useless to contend about mere technicalities, more especially as we were now in telegraphic connection with the United States, and could in the course of a few days easily obtain the proper and required papers. Besides, I held that a prompt compliance with the demand of the Haitian government for a perfect letter of credence would be not only the easiest way out of the difficulty, but the wisest policy by which to accomplish the end we sought, since such compliance on our part with even what might be fairly considered an unreasonable demand would make refusal by Haiti to grant the mole all the more difficult. I did not understand Admiral Gherardi to combat this opinion of mine, for he at once acted upon it, and caused an officer from his flagship to go with me to my house and prepare a telegram to be sent to Washington for the required letter of credence. To this telegram he, 2 days thereafter, received answer that such a letter would be immediately sent by a Clyde steamer to Gonaives, and thither the Admiral went to receive his expected letter. But, from some unexplained cause, no such letter came by the Clyde steamer at the time appointed, and 2 months intervened before the desired credentials arrived. This unexpected delay proved to be very mischievous and unfavorable to our getting the mole, since it gave rise among the Haitian people to much speculation and 037. Many disquieting rumors prejudicial to the project. It was said that Admiral Gherardi had left Port-au-Prince in anger, and had gone to take possession of the mole without further parley, that the American flag was already floating over our new naval station, that the United States wanted the mole as an entering wedge to obtaining possession of the whole island, with much else of like inflammatory nature. Although there was no truth in all this, it had the unhappy effect among the masses of stirring up suspicion and angry feelings towards the United States, and of making it more difficult than it might otherwise have been for the government of Haiti to grant the required concession. Finally, after this long interval of waiting, during which the flagship of Admiral Gherardi was reported at different points, sometimes at Gonaives, sometimes at the Mole, and sometimes at Kingston, Jamaica, the desired letter of credence arrived. The next day I was again summoned on board the Philadelphia, and there was shown me a paper, signed by the President of the United States and by the Secretary of State, authorizing myself, as Minister Resident to Haiti, and Rear Admiral Gherardi, as Special Commissioner, to negotiate with such persons as Haiti might appoint, for the purpose of concluding a convention by which we should obtain a lease of the Mole St. Nicholas as a United States naval station. It may be here remarked that the letter of credence signed by President Harrison and by the Secretary of State differed in 2 respects from the former and rejected letter under which we had previously acted. First, it charged me, equally with Admiral Gherardi, with the duty of negotiation, and secondly, it was an application for a naval station pure and simple, without limitation and without conditions. Before presenting to Haiti this new letter, which had the advantage of being free from the conditions specified in the old one, the question arose between the Admiral and myself as to whether or not we should begin our new negotiations, under our new commission, separate and entirely apart from all that had been attempted under the instructions contained in the old letter. On this point I differed from the Admiral. I took the position that we should ignore the past altogether, and proceed according to the instructions of the new letter. 038. Alone, unencumbered by any terms or limitations contained in the old letter. I felt sure that there were features in the conditions of the old letter which would be met by the representatives of Haiti with strong objections. But the Admiral and his able lieutenant insisted that the present letter did not exclude the conditions of the old one, but was, in its nature, only supplementary to them, and hence that this was simply a continuation of what had gone before. It was therefore decided to proceed with the negotiations on the basis of both the old and the new letter. Under the former letter of instructions, our terms were precise and explicit; under the latter we were left largely to our own discretion. We were simply to secure from the government of Haiti a lease of the Mole St. Nicholas for a naval station. The result is known. Haiti refused to grant the lease, and alleged that to do so was impossible under the hard terms imposed in the previous letter of instructions. I do not know that our government would have accepted a naval station from Haiti upon any other or less stringent terms or conditions than those exacted in our first letter of instructions, but I do know that the main grounds alleged by Haiti for its refusal were the conditions set forth in this first letter of instructions, one of which is expressed as follows: that so long as the United States may be the lessee of the mole St. Nicholas, the government of Haiti will not lease or otherwise dispose of any port or harbor or other territory in its dominions, or grant any special privileges or rights of use therein, to any other power, state, or government. This was not only a comprehensive limitation of the power of Haiti over her own territory, but a denial to all others of that which we claim for ourselves. But no one cause fully explains our failure to get a naval station at the mole. One fundamental element in our non-success was found, not in any aversion to the United States or in any indifference on my part, as has often been charged, but in the government of Haiti itself. It was evidently timid. With every disposition to oblige us, it had not the courage to defy the well-known, deeply rooted, and easily excited prejudices and traditions of the Haitian people. Nothing is more repugnant to the thoughts and feelings of the masses of that 039 country than the alienation of a single root of their territory to a foreign power. This sentiment originated, very naturally, in the circumstances in which Haiti began her national existence. The whole Christian world was at that time against her. The Caribbean Sea was studded with communities hostile to her. They were slave-holding. She, by her bravery and her blood, was free. Her existence was, therefore, a menace to them, and theirs was a menace to her. France, England, Spain, Portugal, and Holland, as well as the United States, were wedded to the slave system, which Haiti had, by arms, thrown off, and hence she was regarded as an outcast, and was outlawed by the Christian world. Though time and events have gone far to change this relation of hers to the outside world, the sentiment that originated in the beginning of her existence continues on both sides until this day. It was this that stood like a wall of granite against our success. Other causes cooperated, but this was the principal cause. Of course, our peculiar and intense prejudice against the colored race was not forgotten. Our contrast to other nations, in this respect, is often dwelt upon in Haiti to our disadvantage. In no part of Europe will a Haitian be insulted because of his color, and Haitians well know that this is not the case in the United States. Another influence unfavorable to our obtaining the coveted naval station at the mole was the tone of the New York press on the subject. It more than hinted that, once in possession of the mole, the United States would control the destiny of Haiti. Torn and rent by revolution as she has been and still is, Haiti yet has a large share of national pride, and scorns the idea that she needs or will submit to the rule of a foreign power. Some of her citizens would doubtless be glad of American rule, but the overwhelming majority would burn their towns and freely shed their blood over their ashes to prevent such a consummation. Not the least, perhaps, among the collateral causes of our non-success was the minatory attitude assumed by us while conducting the negotiation. What wisdom was there in confronting Haiti at such a moment with a squadron of large ships of war with 100 cannon and 2,000 men? This was done, and it was naturally construed into a hint to 040 Haiti that if we could not, by appeals to reason and friendly feeling, obtain what we wanted, we could obtain it by a show of force. We appeared before the Haitians, and before the world, with the pen in one hand and the sword in the other. This was not a friendly and considerate attitude for a great government like ours to assume when asking a concession from a small and weak nation like Haiti. It was ill-timed and out of all proportion to the demands of the occasion. It was also done under a total misapprehension of the character of the people with whom we had to deal. We should have known that, whatever else the Haitian people may be, they are not cowards, and hence are not easily scared. In the face of all these obvious and effective causes of failure, Is it not strange that our intelligent editors and our nautical newspaper writers could not have found for the American government and people a more rational cause for the failure of the negotiations for the mole St. Nicholas than that of my color, indifference, and incompetency to deal with a question of such a magnitude? Were I disposed to exchange the position of accused for that of accuser, I could find ample material to sustain me in that position. Other persons did much to create conditions unfavorable to our success, but I leave to their friends the employment of such personal assaults. On the theory that I was the cause of this failure, we must assume that Haiti was willing to grant the mole, that the timidity of the Haitian government was all right, that the American prejudice was all right, that the 7 ships of war in the harbor of Port-au-Prince were all right, that Rear Admiral Gherardi was all right, and that I alone was all wrong, and, moreover, that but for me the mole St. Nicholas, like an overripe apple shaken by the wind, would have dropped softly into our national basket. I will not enlarge upon this absurd assumption, but will leave the bare statement of it to the intelligent reader, that it may perish by its flagrant contradiction of well-known facts and by its own absurdity. I come now to another cause of complaint against me, scarcely less serious in the minds of those who now assail me than the charge of having defeated the lease of the mole St. 041. Nicholas, namely, the failure of what is publicly known as the Clyde contract. Soon after my arrival in Haiti I was put in communication with an individual calling himself the agent of the highly respectable mercantile firm of William P. Clyde & Co. of New York. He was endeavoring to obtain a subsidy of $500,000 from the government of Haiti to enable this firm to ply a line of steamers between New York and Haiti. From the first this agent assumed toward me a dictatorial attitude. He claimed to be a native of South Carolina, and it was impossible for him to conceal his contempt for the people whose goodwill it was his duty to seek. Between this agent and the United States government I found myself somewhat in the position of a servant between 2 masters. Either one of them, separately and apart, might be served acceptably, but to serve both satisfactorily at the same time and place might be a difficult task, if not an impossible one. There were times when I was compelled to prefer the requirements of the one to the ardent wishes of the other, and though as between this agent and the United States, I chose to serve the latter. The trouble between us came about in this way. Mr. Furman, the Haitian Minister of Foreign Affairs, had objected to granting the Clyde concession on the ground that, if it were granted and this heavy drain were made upon the treasury of his country, Mr. Douglas stood ready to present and to press upon Haiti the payment of the claims of many other American citizens, and that this would greatly embarrass the newly organized government of President Hippolyte. In view of this objection, the zealous agent in question came to me and proposed that I should go to Mr. Furman, in my quality of Minister Resident and Consul General of the United States, and assure him that, if he would only grant the Clyde concession, I, on my part, would withhold and refrain from pressing the claims of other American citizens. The proposition shocked me. It sounded like the words of Satan on the mountain, and I thought it time to call a halt. I was in favor of the Clyde contract, but I could not see what I had said or done to make it possible for any man to make to me a proposition plainly dishonest and scandalous. I refused to do any such thing. Here was my first offense, and it at once 042. Stamped me as an unprofitable servant. It did not seem to occur to this agent that he had made to me a shameful, dishonest, and shocking proposition. Blinded by zeal or by an influence still more misleading, he seemed to see in it only an innocent proposal. He thereafter looked upon me as an unworthy ally, and duly reported me as such to his master and to other influential persons. He could not understand my conduct as proceeding from other or better motives than that of over-affection for the Haitians. In his eyes I was, from that time, more a Haitian than an American, and I soon saw myself so characterized in American journals. The refusal to compromise and postpone the just claims of other American citizens for that of his master's contract was not, however, my only offense. On obtaining a leave of absence from my post, in July, 1890, I, of course, as was my duty, called upon President Hippolyte before my departure, for the purpose of paying to him my respects. This agent at once sought me and desired me to make use of this visit of mere ceremony as an occasion to press anew the Clyde contract upon the attention of the President. This I could not properly do, especially as I had on previous occasions repeatedly urged its consideration upon him. The President already knew well enough my sense of the importance to Haiti of this measure, not only as a means of enlarging her commerce and of promoting her civilization, but also as a guarantee of the stability of her government. Nevertheless, my refusal to urge in so unbecoming a manner a demand already repeatedly urged upon the attention of the Haitian government was made use of by this agent to my injury, both at the State Department and with Mr. Clyde's firm. I was reported at Washington and to various persons in high places as unfriendly to this concession. When at last it appeared to the agent that the government of Haiti was, as he thought, stubbornly blind to its own interests, and that it would not grant the contract in question, he called at the United States legation and expressed to me his disappointment and disgust at the delay of Haiti in accepting his scheme. He said he did not believe that the government really intended to do anything for his firm, that he himself had spent much time and money in promoting the 043 concession, and as he did not think that Mr. Clyde ought to be made to pay for the time thus lost and the expense incurred by the delay and dallying of the Haitian government, he should therefore demand his pay of Haiti. This determination struck me as very odd, and I jocosely replied, "Then, sir, as they will not allow you to put a hot poker down their backs, you mean to make them pay for heating it." This rejoinder was my final destruction in the esteem of this zealous advocate. He saw at once that he could not count upon my assistance in making this new demand. I was both surprised by his proposal and amused by it, and wondered that he could think it possible that he could get this pay. It seemed to me that Haiti would scout the idea at once. She had not sent for him. She had not asked him to stay. He was there for purposes of his own and not for any purpose of hers. I could not see why Haiti should pay him for coming, going or staying. But this gentleman knew better than I the generous character of the people with whom he had to deal, and he followed them up till they actually paid him $5,000 in gold. But compliance with his demand proved a woeful mistake on the part of Haiti, and, in fact, nonsense. This man, after getting his money, went away, but he did not stay away. He was soon back again to press his scheme with renewed vigor. His demands were now to be complied with, or he would make, not Rome, but Haiti, howl. To him it was nothing that Haiti was already wasted by repeated revolutions, nothing that she was already staggering under the weight of a heavy national debt, nothing that she herself ought to be the best judge of her ability to pour out $500,000 in this new and, to her, doubtful enterprise, nothing that she had heard his arguments in its favor 100 times over, nothing that in her judgment she had far more pressing needs for her money than the proposed investment in this steamship subsidy, as recommended by him, nothing that she had told him plainly that she was afraid to add to her pecuniary burdens this new and onerous one, and nothing that she had just paid him $5,000 in gold to get rid of his importunities. 044. Now, while I was in favor of Haiti's granting the subsidy asked for in the name of Clyde & Co., and thought that it would be in many ways a good thing for Haiti to have the proposed line of steamers for which a subsidy was asked, I had, and I now have, nothing but disgust for the method by which the scheme was pressed upon Haiti. I must say in conclusion that, while, as already intimated, it does not appear certain that Haiti would have leased us the mole on any conditions whatever, it is certain that the application for it was ill-timed in more respects than one. It was especially unfortunate for us that the Clyde concession was applied for in advance of our application for a lease of the mole. Whatever else may be said of the Haitians, this is true of them, they are quick to detect a fault and to distinguish a trick from an honest proceeding. To them the preference given to the interests of an individual firm over those of the United States seemed to wear a sinister aspect. In the opinion of many intelligent persons in Haiti, had a lease of the mole been asked for in advance of the concession to Mr. Clyde, the application for it might have been successful. This, however, is not my opinion. I do not now think that any earthly power outside of absolute force could have gotten for us a naval station at the Mole St. Nicholas. Still, to all appearances, the conditions of success were more favorable before than after the Clyde contract was urged upon Haiti. Prior to this, the country, weary of war, was at peace. Ambitious leaders had not begun openly to conspire. The government under Hippolyte was newly organized. Confidence in its stability was unimpaired. It was, naturally enough, reaching out its hand to us for friendly recognition. Our good offices during the war were fresh in its memory. France, England, and Germany were not ready to give it recognition. In fact, all the conditions conspired to influence Haiti to listen to our request for a coaling station at the Mole St. Nicholas. But instead of a proposition for a coaling station at the Mole St. Nicholas, there was presented one for a subsidy to an individual steamship company. All must see that the effect of this was calculated to weaken our higher claim and to place us at a disadvantage before Haiti and before all the world. And now, since the American people have been made 045 thoroughly acquainted with one view of this question, I know of no interest which will suffer and no just obligation which will be impaired by the presentation of such facts as I have here submitted to the public judgment. If in this my course is thought to be unusual, it should be remembered that the course pursued towards me by the press has been unusual, and that they who had no censure for the latter should have none for the former. I have nearly reached the end of the period of which, in the beginning, I purposed to write, and should I live to see the end of another decade, it is not at all likely that I shall feel disposed to add another word to this volume. I may therefore make this the concluding chapter of this part of my autobiography. Contemplating my life as a whole, I have to say that, although it has at times been dark and stormy, and I have met with hardships from which other men have been exempted, yet my life has in many respects been remarkably full of sunshine and joy. Servitude, persecution, false friends, desertion, and depreciation have not robbed my life of happiness or made it a burden. I have been, and still am, especially fortunate, and may well indulge sentiments of warmest gratitude for the allotments of life that have fallen to me. While I cannot boast of having accomplished great things in the world, I cannot on the other hand feel that I have lived in vain. From first to last I have, in large measure, shared the respect and confidence of my fellow men. I have had the happiness of possessing many precious and long-enduring friendships with good men and women. I have been the recipient of many honors, among which my unsought appointment by President Benjamin Harrison to the office of Minister Resident and Consul General to represent the United States at the capital of Haiti, and my equally unsought appointment by President Florville Hippolyte to represent Haiti among all the civilized nations of the globe at the World's Columbian Exposition, are crowning honors to my long career and a fitting and happy close to my whole public life. 047. Chronology. Note on the texts. Notes. Index. 049. Chronology. 1818. Born in February at Holm Hill Farm, near Tuckahoe Creek, in Talbot County on the eastern shore of Maryland, the son of Harriet Bailey, a slave and a white father, and named Frederick Augustus Washington Bailey. Siblings are brother Perry, born 1813, and sisters Sarah, born 1814, and Eliza, born 1816. 181,923. Raised on Holm Hill Farm by grandmother Betsy Bailey, who lives in cabins separate from slave quarters, making and selling seine nets and working as midwife for pay. Rarely sees mother, who works as field hand on farm for tenants of Anthony. Sister Kitty born in 1820 and sister Ariana is born in 1822. 1824. Taken in late summer to live on the Lloyd Plantation on the Wye River, 12 miles from Holm Hill Farm, where he joins older siblings, Perry, Sarah, and Eliza. Feels betrayed when grandmother Betsy Bailey, who had brought him to the plantation, returns home without him. Placed in care of Aunt Katie, who runs 050. The Anthony kitchen and oversees Anthony's slaves. She mistreats him, often withholding food. Is befriended by Lucretia Anthony Auld, 20-year-old daughter of Aaron Anthony, who gives him food and cares for him when he is hurt in a fight with another slave. Chosen to be the companion of 12-year-old Daniel Lloyd, youngest son of Edward Lloyd. Hunts, plays, and explores the plantation with Daniel, and picks up white habits of speech from him. Encounters African-born slaves and their immediate descendants, who speak a patois he finds difficult to understand. Witnesses beatings and whippings of other slaves. 1825. Visited by mother early in year, she gives him a heart-shaped ginger cake, calls him Valentine, and tells Aunt Katie to treat him better. Suffers from cold and hunger. Learns of successful escape from slavery of his Aunt Jenny and her husband, Noah, who run away from Holm Hill Farm on August 27. Another aunt, Mary Ann, and 3 of his cousins are sold to Alabama slave traders by Aaron Anthony on September 7. 1826. Sent to Baltimore in March to live with ship carpenter Hugh Auld, brother of Thomas Auld, and his wife, Sophia, after Aaron Anthony retires as chief Lloyd overseer and his Y River slaves are dispersed. Lives in house in Fells Point district of Baltimore and serves as companion to Hugh and Sophia Auld's 2-year-old son, Tommy. Sleeps in a bed for the first time in his life, eats meals with the family, and becomes especially well liked by Sophia Auld. Aaron Anthony dies on November 14 without a will. Under the law his property, including his 29 slaves, is to be equally divided among his heirs. 1827. Asks Sophia Auld to teach him to read, and learns the alphabet and words of up to 4 letters. Lessons are stopped by Hugh Auld, who believes that learning makes slaves discontented and rebellious. Sent to Holm Hill Farm on Tuckahoe Creek in October for division of the 051. Anthony slaves. Possibly by prearrangement, is awarded to Thomas Auld, widower of Lucretia Anthony Auld, who sends him back to Hugh and Sophia Auld. Returns to Baltimore in November. 1828. Moves with Auld family to rented house on Philpott Street in Fells Point after Hugh Auld establishes shipbuilding partnership, Auld and Harrison. Hears slaves being led in chains past his house at night as they are taken to ships from nearby pens of slave trader Austin Woolfolk. 182,930. Begins working in Auld and Harrison shipyard as errand boy and general assistant. Surreptitiously copies out letters written on lumber by carpenters and has white playmates in the neighborhood show him how to form other letters properly. At night practices writing, using a Webster's speller, old copybooks belonging to Tommy Auld, a Methodist hymnal, and the Bible. 183,132. Undergoes religious conversion and joins Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Baltimore. Studies Bible with Charles Lawson, a free black drayman, and secretly continues study sessions after Hugh Auld forbids them. Buys used copy of the Columbian Orator, a collection of speeches compiled by Caleb Bingham, and memorizes long passages from it. Learns about abolitionist movement in December 1831 by reading newspaper account of anti-slavery petitions presented in the U.S. House of Representatives by John Quincy Adams. Continues his self-education despite the Aulds' disapproval. 1833. When his crippled cousin Henny Bailey proves unsatisfactory as a household servant, Hugh and Sophia Auld send her back to her master, Thomas Auld, who then demands that he be returned as well. Sent in March to St. Michael's in Talbot County, where Thomas Auld now works as a merchant and serves as postmaster. Joins cousin Henny, Aunt Priscilla, and sister Eliza in Auld household, and learns that sister Sarah had been sold to a Mississippi planter in 1832. Suffers from hunger. Helps organize and teaches reading in a Sunday school for blacks. Its second meeting is broken up. 052. By Thomas Auld and other local whites. Auld decides to rent him out for a year as a field hand to farmer Edward Covey, who is known for his brutal treatment of slaves. 1834. Begins work January 1 on Covey's 150-acre rented farm 7 miles northwest of St. Michael's. Repeatedly receives severe whippings from Covey, and by midsummer is broken in body, soul, and spirit. Runs away to St. Michael's in August after Covey beats him for collapsing from heat exhaustion while threshing wheat. Asks Thomas Auld to hire him out to another master, but Auld orders him to return to Covey. When Covey attacks him 3 days later, he resists. They struggle until Covey gives up attempt to punish him, and he is never whipped by Covey again. Term of service on Covey Farm ends on December 25, 1835. Hired out on January 1 as field hand to Talbot County farmer William Freeland, whom he later describes as the best master I ever had, until I became my own master. Organizes clandestine Sunday school and is soon teaching reading to between 20 and 40 other slaves. 1836. Resolves on January 1 to gain his freedom within the year. Plans with 5 other slaves to escape on night of April 2 and forges 6 passes. Escape plan is discovered on morning of April 2, possibly through betrayal, and he is jailed with 4 fellow plotters in Easton, the county seat. Fears that they will be sold south, but instead they are all released to their owners within a week. Sent back to Baltimore in mid-April by Thomas Auld, who tells him that he will be freed at age 25 if he learns a trade and behaves properly. Returns to household of Hugh and Sophia Auld, who are now living on Fells Street in Fells Point. Trains as caulker at William Gardner's shipyard, where he is badly beaten late in the year by 4 white apprentices. Begins working at Walter Price's shipyard, where Hugh Auld is a foreman. 1837. Earns $6.9 a week in shipyard, but is forced to turn over almost all of his wages to Hugh Auld. Joins the East Baltimore Mental Improvement Society, a debating club whose other members are free young black men. Resumes. 053. Teaching reading and writing. Through his membership in the Improvement Society meets Anna Murray, a free black woman, born c. 1813 to slave parents near Denton in Caroline County on the eastern shore of Maryland, who works as a housekeeper in Baltimore. 1838. Becomes engaged to Anna Murray. Enters into agreement with Hugh Auld to hire out his own labor, paying Auld $3 a week from his wages while being responsible for his own room, board, and tools. Moves into his own lodgings. Encouraged by Anna Murray, begins to study the violin. Save money and begins planning escape. In August, Hugh Auld suspends hiring out arrangement and orders him to move back into Auld House after he attends a camp meeting without Auld's permission. Fearing that he may soon be sold, resolves on August 12 to escape on September 3. Anna Murray sells one of her 2 feather beds to help pay for escape. Borrows seaman's protection papers from a retired free black sailor. On September 3 takes train from Baltimore to Wilmington, Delaware, where he boards steamer for Philadelphia, reaching free territory by evening. Travels by train to New York and arrives in city early on September 4, where he begins using Johnson as his last name instead of Bailey. Warned that boarding houses for blacks are watched by slave catchers, sleeps on wharves. Introduced by a friendly sailor to David Ruggles, secretary of the New York Vigilance Committee, which aids runaway slaves. Hides in Ruggles' house and is joined by Anna Murray. They are married on September 15 by Presbyterian minister James W.C. Pennington, another escaped Maryland slave. Advised by Ruggles to seek work as a caulker in the whaling port of New Bedford, Massachusetts. Arrives with Anna in New Bedford on September 18, where they stay with Mary and Nathan Johnson, a black couple who run a catering business. Feels secure in New Bedford, where blacks and anti-slavery whites are committed to keeping slave catchers out of the city. Nathan Johnson tells him that many blacks in New Bedford are named Johnson and suggests that he take the name Douglas, after the Scottish lord in Sir Walter Scott's poem The Lady of the Lake. He does so, using the spelling Douglas. Impressed by the prosperity of free northern society. Takes 054. Jobs loading ships, shoveling coal, and sawing wood, attempts to get work as a caulker, but when whites threaten to walk off the job if he is hired, he is forced to return to unskilled labor. Moves with Anna in the winter into a small rented house at 157 Elm Street. They join the New Bedford Zion Methodist Church, a congregation of the African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church, after discovering that the other Methodist churches in New Bedford segregate their black members. 1839. Becomes subscriber to The Liberator, Abolitionist Weekly edited by William Lloyd Garrison. Works as an occasional laborer during the winter before becoming warehouseman in a whale oil refinery. At meeting in New Bedford, Douglas denounces proposals to colonize freed slaves in Africa and demands that they be treated as American citizens. His remarks are reported in The Liberator on March 29. Here's William Lloyd Garrison speak in New Bedford in April. Licensed to preach by the African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church and frequently speaks from the pulpit at the New Bedford Zion Methodist Church. Daughter Rosetta born June 24, 1840. Son Louis Henry born October 9, 1841. Family moves into larger house at 3 Ray Street. Speaks at meeting of the Bristol County Anti-Slavery Society, held in New Bedford on August 9, and is invited by abolitionist William C. Coffin to attend Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society convention held on Nantucket, August 1012. At Coffin's urging, describes his experiences as a slave to the convention. His remarks are well received and inspire a passionate speech by Garrison. Accepts offer from John A. Collins, General Agent of the Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society, to become a paid general agent for the society for a 3-month trial period. Travels with Collins, securing subscriptions to the National Anti-Slavery Standard and The Liberator and speaking at County Anti-Slavery Society meetings with Garrison, Phillips, Parker Pillsbury, Stephen S. Foster, and Abby Kelly. Refuses to be segregated while riding on New England railroads and attacks Northern racial discrimination in his speeches. Moves family to Lynn, Massachusetts, where he buys a house. Anna takes in piecework sewing and remains home while Douglas travels. During fall and winter, tours eastern Massachusetts, southern New Hampshire, and Rhode Island, describing his life as a slave while withholding details that would reveal his identity. 1842. Meets black orator and abolitionist Charles Lennox Remond. Hired as regular agent by the Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society. Makes dozens of appearances a year in New England and New York State, sometimes before hostile audiences, and becomes known for his skill at extemporaneous speaking, mimicry of slave-holding clergy, and willingness to engage hecklers. Son Frederick born March 3. Addresses annual meeting of the American Anti-Slavery Society, held in New York City in May. Stays with Isaac and Amy Post, white Quaker abolitionists, during appearance in Rochester, New York, beginning a lifelong friendship. 1843. Leaves Massachusetts in July with Remond, Collins, and others on tour designed to build support for abolition in western New York, Ohio, Indiana, and Pennsylvania. At the National Convention of Colored Citizens, held in Buffalo, New York, Douglas, Remond, and William Wells Brown successfully oppose resolution by Henry Highland Garnet urging slaves to rebel, but fail to defeat resolution supporting the anti-slavery Liberty Party. Beaten by mob during outdoor meeting in Pendleton, Indiana, on September 16, and has his right hand broken. 056. 1844. Joins majority at annual meeting of the American Anti-Slavery Society in endorsing Garrison's condemnation of the federal union under the Constitution and his calls for peaceful disunion and for abolitionists to refrain from voting. Addresses anti-slavery fair commemorating West Indian emancipation, held in Concord, Massachusetts, on August 1 and attended by Ralph Waldo Emerson and Henry David Thoreau. Son Charles Remond born October 21. 1845. Works on autobiography. Reveals full details about his background for the first time at American Anti-Slavery Society meeting in New York on May 6. Narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, An American Slave, written by himself, is published by the Anti-Slavery Office in Boston in mid-May and sells 4,500 copies by September. Worries that the disclosure of his identity has endangered his freedom. Meets Susan B. Anthony, then a schoolteacher in Rochester, while on speaking tour of New York. Begins extended speaking tour of Ireland, Scotland, and England, sailing from Boston on August 16 on the Cunard steamer Cambria, while Anna remains in Lynn with the children. Travels in steerage after being refused cabin passage. Lands in Liverpool and travels to Ireland, where he addresses anti-slavery and temperance societies. Takes temperance pledge from Father Theobald Matthew and meets Irish leader Daniel O'Connell. Arranges for Irish publication of the narrative and helps finance travels with proceeds from its sales. 1846. Begins lecture tour of Scotland in January. Attacks Free Church of Scotland for accepting contributions from Presbyterian slaveholders in the American South. Visits the birthplace and meets the sister of Robert Burns, one of his favorite poets, during appearance in Air. Learns in March that Thomas Auld has sold rights to him to Hugh Auld for $100, and that Hugh Auld has reportedly vowed to seize him if he returns to the United States. Begins lecturing in England in May. Considers moving family to England, which he finds free of colour prejudice. Joined in London in early August by Garrison. Together they help organise the Anti-Slavery League, a British abolitionist society whose members include Chartist leader John Vincent. Tours England, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland with Garrison. Many of their speeches criticise recently formed alliance of British and American evangelical denominations for failing to take an unequivocal anti-slavery position. Hugh Auld agrees to free Douglas in return for £150 raised by English friends Anna and Ellen Richardson. Douglas continues lecturing after Garrison leaves for the United States in November. Becomes legally free on December 12 when manumission papers are filed in Baltimore. Hugh Auld receives $711.66. Transaction is criticized by some abolitionists, who argue that it recognizes the right of slave owners to buy and sell persons. Douglas defends the purchase in a letter to the Liberator and is supported by Garrison. Spends Christmas in Newcastle upon Tyne with Anna and Ellen Richardson, who introduce him to Julia Griffiths, a British woman active in the anti-slavery cause. 1847. Delivers farewell address to the British people in London. Leaves Liverpool on April 4 on board the Cambria, dining alone at the insistence of Cunard Line officials. Arrives in Boston on April 20 and is reunited with family in Lynn. Considers founding a newspaper with funds raised by friends in Britain and Ireland, but is advised by Garrison, Phillips, and others that it would be difficult for another anti-slavery newspaper to survive financially, and that he can serve the abolitionist cause better as a lecturer than as an editor. Resumes lecturing in Massachusetts, and begins Western tour in August with Garrison, Stephen S. Foster, and others, speaking in New York, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. Using £445 raised by British and Irish friends, Douglas. 058. Buys printing press and establishes 4-page weekly newspaper, North Star, in Rochester, New York, with journalist Martin R. Delaney as co-editor. Begins friendship with Gerrit Smith, a wealthy Peterborough, New York, landowner who had helped found the Liberty Party in 1840. First number of the North Star appears December 3 under the motto Right is of no sex, truth is of no color, God is the Father of us all, and we are all brethren. 1848. Moves family to Rochester in winter and buys 9-room house at 4 Alexander Street in April. Begins sheltering slaves escaping to Canada. Continues lecturing in New England, New York, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, soliciting subscriptions at his appearances and using fees to support the newspaper. Regular correspondents in the North Star include black writers and reformers Dr. James McCune Smith, William J. Wilson, Samuel Ringgold Ward, and William Wells Brown. Becomes sole editor of the North Star when Martin Delaney ends his involvement with the paper. Attends First Women's Rights Convention, held at Seneca Falls, New York, July 1920, where he is the only man to speak in favor of Elizabeth Cady Stanton's resolution calling for woman suffrage. On September 3, the 10th anniversary of his escape, writes public letter to Thomas Auld in which he accuses Auld of abandoning his grandmother Betsy Bailey in her old age. Urges voting abolitionists to support Martin Van Buren and Charles Francis Adams, Free Soil candidates for president and vice president, whose platform opposes the extension of slavery but does not call for its immediate abolition. Sends daughter Rosetta to school in Albany after she is asked to leave her private school in Rochester because of her race, and begins campaign to end segregation in Rochester public schools. Begins friendship with John Brown after meeting him during visit to Springfield, Massachusetts. 059. 1849. Writes in the North Star that it is the original intent of the Constitution's framers and adopters, and not its actual wording, that makes it a pro-slavery instrument. Daughter Annie born March 22. In May Julia Griffiths comes to Rochester and begins working on the North Star, assisting Douglas editorially and becoming the paper's business manager. Douglas hires a tutor to teach Anna to read, but the attempt does not succeed and she remains virtually illiterate. After learning that Auld has emancipated his slaves and taken Betsy Bailey into his household, Douglas writes another public letter to Auld on September 3, praising his actions and urging him to join the anti-slavery cause. 1850. Debates Gerrit Smith and other Liberty Party supporters in Syracuse, January 17, arguing that slaveholders will be unable to maintain control of their slaves if they are denied Northern military power by a dissolution of the Union. Attacks Senator Daniel Webster for supporting a new fugitive slave law and other compromise measures introduced by Henry Clay, and praises Senator William H. Seward for saying that slavery is unjust under a higher law than the Constitution. Addresses annual meeting of the American Anti-Slavery Society in New York City, May 7, despite disruptions caused by street gang linked to Tammany Hall. Several days later Douglas is beaten by several white men while walking along the Battery with Julia Griffiths and her sister, Eliza. Speaks against new fugitive slave law and raises money to help escaped slaves. Addresses First National Women's Rights Convention, held in Worcester, Massachusetts, in October. Enjoys social life in Rochester, meeting with friends at the home of Susan B. Anthony and inviting local children to his house to hear him sing and play the violin. 1851. Writes Gerrit Smith in January that he is sick and tired of arguing on the slaveholders' side on the question of whether the Constitution is pro-slavery. Smith writes to 060. Douglas in April, proposing to merge the struggling Liberty Party paper with the North Star and offering financial support for the new paper. Douglas agrees to the merger and writes Smith that he now accepts an anti-slavery interpretation of the Constitution. Makes change in position public in May at annual meeting of the American Anti-Slavery Society and in statement published in The Liberator. Douglas argues that because slavery is incompatible with the noble purposes avowed in the preamble to the Constitution, the document should be interpreted as an anti-slavery instrument and wielded in behalf of emancipation, and calls on abolitionists to use political as well as moral power in their efforts to overthrow slavery. Change of position surprises Garrison, who has the American Anti-Slavery Society withdraw its endorsement from the North Star. First number of new merged publication appears in June as Frederick Douglass paper, with the motto All Rights for All. In September Douglas and Griffiths helped 3 black men, wanted for killing a slave owner pursuing fugitive slaves at Christiana, Pennsylvania, escape from Rochester to Canada. 1852. Continues to receive financial support for Frederick Douglass paper from Gerrit Smith, who will contribute $1,200 during the year. Douglass is criticized by Phillips, Remond, and other allies of Garrison at American Anti-Slavery Society annual meeting for changing his position on the Constitution and involving his newspaper in party politics. Delivers address What to the Slave is the 4th of July. In Rochester, July 5. Moves with family during summer to new home outside of Rochester along the St. Paul Road. Addresses Free Democratic Party convention in Pittsburgh and endorses Joseph Hale, its presidential nominee, in Frederick Douglass paper. Campaigns for Gerrit Smith, who is running for Congress as an independent, and is elated when Smith wins. 1853. Writes novella The Heroic Slave, fictional account of Madison Washington, the leader of the 1841 Creole slave ship mutiny, for publication in Autographs for Freedom, a collection of anti-slavery writings edited by Julia Griffiths. 061. And sold to raise funds for Frederick Douglass paper. Douglass visits Harriet Beecher Stowe at her home in Andover, Massachusetts, and enlists her support for his plan to establish an industrial school to train black artisans. Proposal for industrial school is criticized by Remond and other black leaders, who argue that the school will promote segregation. Split between Douglass and leaders of the American Anti-Slavery Society widens when Phillips attacks Douglass for having criticized the unorthodox religious views of some abolitionists. In November, Garrison alludes in The Liberator to Griffiths having caused much unhappiness in the Douglass household. Letter written for Anna denies accusation, and in December Douglass attacks Garrison in Frederick Douglass paper for involving his family in a public controversy and accuses him of believing that blacks are inferior to whites. Garrison responds in The Liberator, charging Douglass with apostasy, defamation, and treachery. 1854. Bitterly estranged from Garrison, Douglass stops attending meetings of the American Anti-Slavery Society. Defends the killing of a deputy U.S. Marshal in Boston during confrontation with abolitionists attempting to prevent fugitive slave Anthony Burns from being returned to Virginia. Denounces passage of the Kansas-Nebraska Act repealing the anti-slavery restriction in the Missouri Compromise. Delivers address the claims of the Negro ethnologically considered during commencement exercises at Western Reserve College in Hudson, Ohio. Lectures in Canada, Illinois, and Wisconsin. Encourages free blacks to settle in Kansas to help prevent the territory from becoming a slave state. 1855. During winter lecture tour, Douglass repeatedly delivers address the anti-slavery movement, criticizing Garrisonian disunion doctrine and praising contributions of the Liberty Party. Works on second autobiography, My Bondage and My Freedom, published in August by Miller, Orton, and Mulligan in New York. It sells 15,000 copies in 2 months. Douglass becomes a leader of effort to repeal. 062. $250 property qualification for black voters in New York State. Julia Griffiths returns to England in the fall. Douglass criticizes the recently formed Republican Party for opposing the extension of slavery while tolerating its continued existence in the South. 1856. Attends Radical Abolition Party convention, held in Syracuse in May. Supports Gerrit Smith, its presidential nominee, until August 15, when he endorses Republican nominee John C. Fremont, writing that Fremont is the only anti-slavery candidate with a chance of being elected and expressing hope that the Republican Party will become abolitionist. Visited in Rochester by John Brown, who is raising money for armed resistance to slavery in Kansas. Begins close friendship with Ottilia Assing, a German journalist living in Hoboken, New Jersey. 1857. Continues extensive schedule of lecturing, making appearances during the year in New England, New York, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Canada West. Debates the Constitution's position on slavery with Remond in New York City. Publishes speeches on the Dred Scott decision and West Indian emancipation as a pamphlet in August. 1858. In February, Douglass and Brown discuss Brown's plan to raise armed bands that will help slaves escape north through the Virginia and Maryland mountains. Douglass begins publishing Douglass Monthly, supplement to Frederick Douglass paper, in June. Praises Abraham Lincoln's House divided speech and follows the Lincoln-Douglas Senate campaign in Illinois. Continues active opposition to Northern segregation and support for women's rights. Denounces capital punishment at Rochester public meeting called by Susan B. Anthony, Amy Post, and other reformers seeking commutation of the death sentence of convicted murderer Ira Stout. 1859. Begins delivering prepared lecture Self-Made Men during tour of New York, Illinois, Michigan, and Wisconsin. 063. Receiving $25 as his standard fee for each appearance. Meets John Brown in quarry near Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, on August 19, and hears for the first time Brown's plan to seize federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia, and arm slaves in the surrounding area. Douglas refuses to join the plot and tells Brown that it is doomed to fail. Leaves Chambersburg on August 21 after failing to persuade Brown to abandon his scheme. Brown and his followers occupy the Harper's Ferry arsenal, October 1618, before being captured by federal troops. After a letter from Douglas is found among Brown's papers by Virginia authorities, a telegram is sent on October 19 to Philadelphia, where Douglas has been lecturing, asking that he be arrested. Warned by an anti-slavery telegraph operator, Douglas flees to New York City, then goes to Hoboken, New Jersey, where he is assisted by Ottilia Assing. Returns by indirect route to Rochester, then flees to Canada after friends warn him that he risks being extradited to Virginia. Sails for England on November 12 to fulfill plans for lecture tour made before the Harper's Ferry raid. Visits Julia Griffiths Crofts and her husband, the Reverend H. O. Crofts, in Halifax, Yorkshire. Brown is hanged in Virginia December 2. 1860. Lectures in England and Scotland, praising Brown as a heroic martyr and criticizing the increase in British color prejudice since 1847. Daughter Annie dies in Rochester March 13. Douglas returns to Rochester in April, but does not make his presence in the country public for several weeks. Writes favorably about Abraham Lincoln and expresses hope for a Republican victory in June Douglas Monthly after Lincoln wins the Republican presidential nomination. In July Douglas stops publishing his weekly, Frederick Douglass paper, which has been insolvent for months. Praises Massachusetts Republican Senator Charles Sumner for his unqualified opposition to slavery and support for equality for blacks. Attends Radical Abolition Party convention in Syracuse, August 29, meeting nominates Gerrit Smith for president and chooses Douglas as one of its presidential electors in New York State. Campaigns for repeal of $250 property qualification for black voters. Writes in December Douglass Monthly that the election of Lincoln does not threaten slavery in the South and predicts that Southern states will not secede. Calls for armed action against slavery in the South at memorial meeting for Brown held in Boston on December 3. On December 20 South Carolina secedes from the Union. 1861. Criticizes Lincoln for being conciliatory toward the seceding states in his inaugural address, and predicts the dissolution of the Union. Confederates open fire on Fort Sumter, South Carolina, April 12. In May Douglass Monthly Douglass welcomes the outbreak of war, calls for the arming of slaves and free blacks, and writes that the North must destroy slavery if it is to defeat the rebellion. Attacks Lincoln for revoking on September 11 General John C. Fremont's proclamation emancipating the slaves of rebels in Missouri, and for generally pursuing a conciliatory policy toward the slave-holding border states. Appeals to his readers in October to support Douglass Monthly, whose circulation has declined since the beginning of the war. 1862. Continues to criticize administration policy and advocates waging an abolitionist war in articles and lecture appearances. Praises abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia in April. Denounces General George B. McClellan, commander of the Army of the Potomac, as a pro-slavery military incompetent. Accuses Lincoln of Negro hatred after the president advocates colonization of blacks in public remarks made on August 14. Lincoln issues preliminary Emancipation Proclamation on September 22. Douglass hails the decision and predicts that Lincoln will not retreat from it. Address the slaves' appeal to Great Britain, urging the British not to recognize the Confederacy, is widely printed in British and Irish newspapers. 1863. Attends meeting held at Tremont Temple in Boston on January 1 to celebrate the final Emancipation Proclamation, speaking twice and leading the audience in singing Blow Yeah, the Trumpet Blow. Becomes recruiting agent in February for the 54th Massachusetts Infantry, the 1st regiment of black soldiers raised by a northern state. 065. Writes widely printed address Men of Color, to Arms. Urging blacks to enlist. Sons Charles and Louis join the 54th Massachusetts, and by mid-April Douglas has recruited 100 men from New York State for the regiment. On July 18 the 54th Massachusetts suffers severe losses during unsuccessful attack on Fort Wagner, South Carolina. Louis fights in the battle but is not wounded. Douglas criticizes Lincoln for failing to retaliate after the Confederates repeatedly murder black prisoners of war. Meets with Lincoln in Washington, D.C. on August 10 and discusses with him the unequal pay black soldiers receive, their difficulty in becoming officers, and the need to protect those who are captured. Douglas is pleased by the meeting, and also sees Secretary of War Edwin M. Stanton, who offers him a commission and position as recruiting officer in the lower Mississippi Valley. Stops publishing Douglas Monthly in August, intending to go south, but then declines to serve with Army as a civilian when commission is not delivered. Attends 30th anniversary meeting of the American Anti-Slavery Society in Philadelphia, December 4, along with Garrison, Phillips, and Stephen S. and Abby Kelly Foster. Disputes Garrison's position that the work of the society is complete, arguing that it should continue to fight for black equality after emancipation. Visits freedmen's refugee camps in Virginia. 1864. Lectures on the mission of the war during winter. Criticizes the Lincoln administration for its treatment of black soldiers and for failing to press for black suffrage in the South, but does not endorse presidential candidacy of Fremont, who is nominated on May 31 by splinter group of radical Republicans. At Lincoln's request, meets with the president in Washington on August 19. They discuss the possibility that the war may end in a negotiated peace, and Lincoln asks Douglas to form organization to help slaves escape north. Endorses Lincoln's re-election in letter to Garrison, published in the Liberator on September 23. Discouraged by Republican Party from actively campaigning during fall elections. Slavery is abolished in Maryland November 1, and on November 17 Douglas returns to Baltimore. Speaks at Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Fells Point, and sees Sister Eliza for the first time since 1836. 066. 1865. Advocates black suffrage as an essential part of Reconstruction. Attends Lincoln's second inauguration on March 4 and is admitted to the inaugural reception by the President after being denied entry by the White House police. Lincoln is assassinated on April 14. Douglas delivers eulogy at Rochester Memorial Service on April 15. Attends annual meeting of the American Anti-Slavery Society and helps defeat motion by Garrison calling for its disbanding. Receives Lincoln's walking stick as a memorial gift from Mary Todd Lincoln in August. Speaks at opening in September of the Douglas Institute, educational facility founded by group of Baltimore blacks, praising achievements of American blacks and of African civilizations. 1866. Attacks Reconstruction policies of President Andrew Johnson during winter lecture tour. Joins delegation of black leaders in meeting with Johnson on February 7 and drafts letter, signed by the delegation, that appears in Washington Chronicle criticizing the president's statements at the meeting. Attends Southern Loyalists Convention, anti-Johnson meeting held in Philadelphia in September, where he advocates black suffrage despite opposition from northern and border state delegates. Sees Amanda Auld Sears, daughter of Lucretia Anthony Auld, while in Philadelphia. Attends American Equal Rights Association convention and urges it to work for both black and woman suffrage. Writes two-part article on Reconstruction for Atlantic Monthly. 1867. Criticizes Johnson during winter lecture tour through Missouri, Michigan, Iowa, Minnesota, and Illinois. Reunited with brother Perry in July for first time in 40 years. Builds cottage on grounds of Rochester home for Perry, his wife, Maria, and their 4 children. Declines informal offer from Johnson administration in August to replace General Oliver Otis Howard as Commissioner of the Freedmen's Bureau. 1868. Continues extensive lecturing. At meeting of American Equal Rights Association in May, Douglas advocates giving a higher priority to winning black manhood suffrage than to women's suffrage and defends the Republican Party. 067. Against criticism by women's rights advocates. Ottilia Assing stays with Douglas family in Rochester during summer. Douglas and Assing read Dickens' Hard Times together. During summer and fall, Douglas campaigns for Republican presidential nominee Ulysses S. Grant. Engages agent James Redpath to arrange Lyceum tours, and begins delivering prepared lecture William the Silent, describing life of William of Nassau, leader of the 16th century Dutch revolt against Spain. 1869. In January, Douglas is elected president of the National Convention of Colored Citizens and helps secure passage of resolutions supporting Republican Reconstruction policies. Attends meeting in May of American Equal Rights Association and urges the association to support ratification of the 15th Amendment, forbidding denial of suffrage on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. His position is opposed by Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony, who insist that women and black men should be enfranchised simultaneously. Criticizes racial discrimination in trade unions during speech to black workers in Baltimore. In the fall, Douglas' brother Perry and his family leave Rochester and move to Eastern Shore of Maryland. Criticizes discrimination against Chinese immigrants in lecture Our Composite Nationality. 1870. Becomes corresponding editor of the New Era, new weekly newspaper published in Washington in the interest of the colored people of America. Attends meeting of the American Anti-Slavery Society on April 9, at which the society votes to dissolve itself in response to the recent ratification of the 15th Amendment. Douglas calls in the New Era for a campaign to secure a constitutional amendment enfranchising women. Addresses crowd of 10,000 at Baltimore celebration of 15th Amendment. Buys half interest in the New Era for $8,000 in August, becomes its editor-in-chief, and changes its name to the New National Era. Moves to Washington, D.C. 1871. Appointed by Grant to be Assistant Secretary to Commission investigating possible annexation of the Dominican. 068. Republic. Tours the Dominican Republic with the Commission in February and March. Contains anger when Grant fails to invite him to White House dinner for members of the Commission on March 30, and continues to support the administration publicly, praising Grant's efforts to suppress Ku Klux Klan violence in the South and endorsing Dominican annexation in his lectures and articles for the New National Era. Opposes liberal Republican movement, which advocates universal political amnesty for former Confederates and an end to federal intervention in the South. 1872. Addresses National Convention of the Colored People in New Orleans on April 13, urging blacks to support the Republican Party. Convention endorses Grant's re-election. Calls for integration of Washington public schools. Rochester home is destroyed by fire on June 2. Douglas incurs financial loss of over $4,000 and loses many important papers, including the only complete archive of the North Star, Frederick Douglass paper, and Douglass Monthly. Awarded honorary Doctor of Laws degree from Howard University at its first commencement on June 11. Believing the Rochester fire to have been caused by arson, Douglas brings family to Washington, and they move into house on a street in July. Writes pamphlet U.S. Grant and the Colored People and campaigns extensively for Grant, making appearances in Virginia, North Carolina, Maine, New York, Massachusetts, and Pennsylvania. Appeals to black voters to support the Republicans despite endorsement of Horace Greeley, the liberal Republican candidate, by Charles Sumner, who is widely respected for his commitment to civil rights. Grant is re-elected and carries New York State, where Douglas serves as a Republican presidential elector. Enjoys renewed friendly relations with Garrison. Despite increasing reluctance to travel extensively during winter, Douglas continues lecturing to earn money. 1873. Reveals details of his escape from slavery for the first time during lecture in Philadelphia on March 10. Invests additional $10,000 in the New National Era, resigns as editor-in-chief, and turns ownership over to sons Louis and Frederick, Jr., in April. 069. 1874. Sees Charles Sumner on his deathbed and is waiting in Sumner's study when he dies on March 11. Named president of troubled Freedmen's Savings and Trust Company on March 14 in attempt to restore confidence of its depositors. After discovering that the institution is insolvent, Douglas tries to reorganize it with the help of John Sherman, chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, but on June 28 the trustees vote to close the bank. Douglas deplores prevalent dishonesty and corruption in American life in letter to Gerrit Smith. Unable to collect from its subscribers, the New National Era ceases publication in September. Douglas loses $10,000 from his association with the newspaper. 1875. Campaigns for Republican candidates in New Hampshire gubernatorial and congressional elections. Gives speech in April calling for renewed effort to protect black suffrage and education from white violence in the South. Warns black audience in Washington on July 5 that Republican commitment to Reconstruction is weakening and calls for blacks to develop their own leaders and newspapers. Chosen by Senate to help escort body of Vice President Henry Wilson from Washington to Natick, Massachusetts, in late November. 1876. Accuses Senate of acting from racial prejudice when it votes not to seat Pinckney B.S. Pinchback, a black Republican from Louisiana whose election had been challenged as part of struggle over validity of Louisiana election returns. Delivers main address at dedication of the Freedmen's Monument to Lincoln in Washington on April 14. Urges delegates at Republican National Convention in Cincinnati not to abandon black voters in the South. Campaigns for Republican presidential nominee Rutherford B. Hayes in Maine and Indiana, speaks in Pendleton, Indiana, where he was beaten by a mob in 1843. Presidential election between Hayes and Democrat Samuel J. Tilden results in disputed electoral count. 1877. Hayes tells Douglas during meeting in February that he intends to pursue conciliatory policy toward the South. 070. But will continue to protect the constitutional rights of Southern blacks. Disputed electoral votes are awarded to Hayes, who is inaugurated on March 5. Hayes appoints Douglas U.S. Marshal for the District of Columbia, and he is confirmed by the Senate on March 17 despite opposition from many Washington attorneys. Douglas does not protest decision by Hayes to withdraw federal troops supporting Republican state governments in South Carolina and Louisiana. Retains position as Marshal despite calls for his removal after he criticizes racial prejudice in Washington during lecture in Baltimore. Returns to St. Michael's, Talbot County, Maryland, on June 17, where he sees relatives and has conciliatory meeting with 82-year-old Thomas Auld. Government salary allows Douglas to stop making regular lecture tours, and he uses his position as Marshal to find government jobs for blacks. 1878. Visits Amanda Auld Sears shortly before her death in January. Addresses Grand Army of the Republic meeting in New York City on Memorial Day, urging audience to remember the justice of the Union cause and denouncing violations of the Constitution in the South. Moves with family in September to Anacostia in southeast Washington, where he has purchased a 20-room house with 9 acres of land, gardens, and a barn. Names the house, which overlooks the city, Cedar Hill. Hangs portraits of Benjamin Lundy, Gerrit Smith, Garrison, Phillips, Lincoln, Susan B. Anthony, and Elizabeth Cady Stanton on the walls, and places in his study a table and desk once owned by Charles Sumner. Walks 5 miles to work at City Hall each day, attends theater regularly, reads with the Uniontown Shakespeare Club in Anacostia, and becomes increasingly involved with his 12 grandchildren. Gives interview to the Washington Star expressing hope that Hayes' administration will begin protecting black suffrage in the South following widespread Republican losses in the 1878 elections. Visits Easton, Maryland, in late November and speaks with the sheriff who had jailed him in 1836. Locates the site of the cabin where he was born along Tuckahoe Creek, and takes a handful of soil with him to keep at Cedar Hill. 071. 1879. Continues to help support daughter Rosetta and her children, son Charles and his children, and dying brother Perry and his daughter. Gives speech in Baltimore on May 4 opposing recent emigration of blacks from the South to Kansas. His remarks are criticized by Richard T. Greener, Dean of Law at Howard University, and other blacks who believe increasingly harsh conditions in the South make emigration necessary. Delivers principal eulogy at memorial service for Garrison held in Washington on June 2. Seeking to avoid public confrontation with Greener, Douglas declines invitation to deliver paper The Negro Exodus from the Gulf States at annual meeting of the American Social Science Association in September. 1880. Attends Republican National Convention in Chicago and supports Grant's unsuccessful bid for a third term. Campaigns in New York, Indiana, and North Carolina for Republican nominee James A. Garfield. Writes to Garfield in December that efforts to prevent his reappointment as U.S. Marshal are grounded in racial prejudice. 1881. Samuel Clemens writes Garfield on Douglas' behalf in January, urging his reappointment as U.S. Marshal. Douglas escorts Garfield through the Capitol during inaugural ceremony on March 4. Garfield gives post of Marshal to personal friend and appoints Douglas to the lesser position of Recorder of Deeds for the District of Columbia. Meets with Garfield in March to discuss civil rights issues and the possibility of sending black envoys to white governments abroad. Works on new autobiography. Gives speech on John Brown at Storer College, Harper's Ferry, West Virginia, on May 30. Donates the manuscript to Storer College for publication and requests that the proceeds go toward endowing a John Brown professorship. Article The Color Line appears in June North American Review. Visits Lloyd Plantation in Talbot County, where he had lived in 182,426, and is taken on tour of the 072. Grounds by Howard Lloyd, great-grandson of Edward Lloyd. Discovers that Aaron Anthony's house is still standing and visits the kitchen where he had last seen his mother. Ottilia Assing returns to Germany in summer. Garfield dies from assassin's wound on September 19 and is succeeded by Chester Arthur. Douglas finds his influence in securing government jobs diminished during Arthur administration. Protests publisher's decision to include illustrations in new autobiography and threatens to take legal action to prevent its publication before reaching agreement under which some copies are bound without illustrations. Life and Times of Frederick Douglass, published in November by Park Publishing Company in Hartford, Connecticut, sells few copies and is a financial failure. Continues lecturing, speaking in Knoxville, Chattanooga, and Memphis, Tennessee, and in Eastern Maryland. 1882. Life and Times is published in a new edition in July in unsuccessful effort to increase sales. Anna Murray Douglass suffers stroke in early July that leaves her partially paralyzed. She dies on August 4. Following funeral services in Washington, Douglass travels to Rochester for the burial, accompanied by Rosetta and her 18-year-old daughter, Annie. Suffers from grief and depression. 1883. Delivers speech in Washington on April 16 commemorating the anniversary of emancipation in the District of Columbia, in which he reviews the progress of blacks in America, denounces prevalence of racial prejudice, and predicts the eventual unification of blacks with the majority of the American people. Still suffering from depression, goes to resort in Poland Springs, Maine, with friends Frank and Martha Green during summer. Addresses Convention of Colored Men in Louisville, Kentucky, on September 24, calls on the federal government to establish a national system of aid for education and condemns the failure to protect rights of blacks in the South. Disturbed by growing antagonism toward the Republican Party among younger blacks. Denounces decision by the Supreme Court that the Civil Rights Act of 1875, forbidding racial discrimination in public accommodations and travel, is unconstitutional. Article The Condition of the Freed. 073. Men, examining the persisting effects of slavery on freedmen and their former masters, appears in Harper's Weekly in December. 1884. Marries Helen Pitts on January 24 in private wedding service performed by friend Francis Grimke. After the ceremony, Douglas and Helen have dinner at Cedar Hill, where Douglas' children uncomfortably receive them. Travels with Helen to Honeoye, New York, to visit the Pitts family. Father-in-law Gideon Pitts, though a former abolitionist and acquaintance of Douglas, refuses to admit him into his house. Interracial marriage is widely criticized by both blacks and whites in the press and among Douglas' personal friends, although Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Julia Griffiths Crofts write letters of support. Douglas keeps a scrapbook of hostile letters written to him by whites outraged by his marriage. Attends funeral services for Wendell Phillips in Boston on February 6. Louisa May Alcott sits with Helen and Douglas. Publishes article The Future of the Negro in July North American Review. Travels on honeymoon trip through Canada and New England. Learns that Ottilia Assing committed suicide in Paris on August 21 and bequeathed him her library and interest from trust fund of $13,000. Campaigns for Republican presidential nominee James G. Blaine in Ohio and Indiana, but is troubled by Republican platform that focuses on the tariff instead of civil rights. Democrat Grover Cleveland wins election. 1885. Praises Cleveland for affirming rights of freedmen in his inaugural address but expresses doubts that the Democratic Party shares his commitment. Makes public speeches in Ohio, New York, Massachusetts, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Washington, D.C. 1886. Resigns office of recorder at Cleveland's request on January 5, effective March 1. When Senate Republicans object, Douglas defends Cleveland, who, unlike Arthur, had invited Helen and him to dine at the White House. Draws up will that values his estate, exclusive of Cedar Hill, at $85,000. Sails for England with Helen on September 15. 074. Beginning extensive European tour. Visits Julia Griffiths Crofts in St. Neots, Cambridgeshire, and Anna and Ellen Richardson in Newcastle upon Tyne, then goes to Paris in late October. 1887. Travels to Rome in January. Decides in February to tour Egypt and sails to Port Said. Visits Ismailia, Cairo, and Alexandria, and climbs Pyramid of Khufu at Giza. Douglas is impressed by lack of color prejudice in Islamic society, but is dismayed by veiling and subjugation of Egyptian women. Goes in March to Greece and returns to Rome at Easter. Travels to Florence, Venice, Milan, and Lucerne before arriving in Paris in late May. Returns to England and stays there after Helen leaves for America in June to be with her ailing mother. Hears William Gladstone speak in Parliament on Irish Home Rule. Visits friends in Scotland and Ireland before returning to the United States on August 11. Speaks in favor of Irish Home Rule at meeting in Washington and lectures about his travels. 1888. Visits Charleston, South Carolina, and Augusta, Georgia, in March. Delivers speech in Washington on April 16 in which he describes Southern blacks as virtually enslaved by payment in scrip, harsh tenant laws, and the failure of the federal government to enforce the Constitution. Addresses Republican National Convention in Chicago, calling for strong party commitment to civil rights. Supports unsuccessful candidacy of John Sherman, but is pleased when nominee Benjamin Harrison endorses platform calling for federal protection of black suffrage. Campaigns for Harrison in Indiana, Michigan, New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Publicly criticizes black attorney and educator John Mercer Langston, who is running for Congress in Virginia against white candidate supported by the state's Republican Party organization. Douglas is accused by some in the black press of letting his long-standing feud with Langston overcome his principles. Helen's mother and sister spend the winter at Cedar Hill. 1889. Visits Arkansas in February at the invitation of local black leaders and gives several lectures. Hopes to be reappointed as Recorder of Deeds by Harrison. Warns against black sep. 075. Racism in speech in Washington on April 16. Appointed Minister Resident and Consul General to Haiti on July 1. Arrives with Helen in Port-au-Prince in early October and presents credential to President Louis Mondestin Florville Hippolyte, who had seized power in August with American assistance, on November 14. Reports to Secretary of State Blaine on the political situation as Hippolyte regime consolidates power. 1890. Enjoys good relations with Hippolyte and Foreign Minister Antenor Firmin. Returns to United States in late July for leave of absence. Receives instructions by Blaine to discuss with Firmin the possibility of Haiti allowing the U.S. Navy to use port of Mole St. Nicholas as a coaling station. Returns with Helen to Haiti in December. 1891. Meets with Firmin on January 1. Reports to Blaine that Haitians are reluctant to grant foreigners rights on their territory. Learns on January 26 that Blaine has appointed Rear Admiral Bancroft Gherardi to be Special Commissioner in charge of negotiating lease for Mole St. Nicholas. Drafts letter of resignation, but then accepts subordinate role and joins Gherardi, Firmin, and Hippolyte in negotiations over lease. Talks end on April 22 when Firmin rejects American proposal as an unacceptable infringement of Haitian sovereignty. Douglas witnesses attempted coup against Hippolyte and its violent suppression in late May. Joins other envoys in protesting intrusion into foreign legations by government troops searching for insurgents and secures safe passage for 21 refugees. Takes summer leave of absence and returns to the United States with Helen in early July, both are in ill health. Newspapers criticize Douglas for failure of Mole St. Nicholas negotiations and accuse him of being too sympathetic with the Haitians. Resigns as minister to Haiti on July 30 and writes account of his role in the negotiations for the North American Review. 1892. Visits Easton and St. Michael's in Maryland. Continues lecturing and speaks at Atlanta University and at Tuskegee Normal and Industrial Institute, school founded and led by Booker T. Washington. Attends Republican National Convention in Minneapolis and supports Harrison's. 076. Renomination. Becomes friends with young black journalist Ida Wells and praises her campaign against lynching. Writes Lynch Law in the South for July North American Review. Frederick Douglass, Jr., dies in July. Douglass campaigns for Harrison in the fall. Expanded version of Life and Times of Frederick Douglass, published by DeWolf, Fisk and Company in December, sells poorly. 1893. Serves as Haitian Commissioner at the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago. Delivers address at dedication of Haitian Pavilion on January 2 and later lectures on Haitian struggle for independence. Writes public letter with Ida Wells criticizing exclusion of blacks from planning for the exposition and contributes introduction to Wells' pamphlet The Reason Why the Colored American is Not in the World's Columbian Exposition. Hires young poet Paul Laurence Dunbar to help run Haitian Pavilion. Awarded honorary Doctor of Laws degree by Wilberforce College in Ohio on June 15. Disgusted to see vendors selling watermelon at the exposition on Colored People's Day, August 25, but proceeds with program he has arranged at Festival Hall. Begins delivering written address, The Race Problem in America, but discards it and speaks extemporaneously for an hour after he is interrupted by white hecklers. Program also includes violin performance by grandson Joseph Douglas and poetry by Dunbar. Delivers address The Lessons of the Hour, attacking use of accusations of rape as justification for lynching, on several occasions during fall. 1894. Eulogizes Lucy Stone at meeting of Woman Suffrage Association in February. Helps raise money for Ida Wells, who is on 6-month anti-lynching lecture tour in England. Begins building house overlooking Chesapeake Bay in Highland Beach, Maryland, resort community for blacks developed by son Charles. Continues giving speeches, including lessons of the hour, and commemorative and commencement addresses, traveling as far as New Bedford, Massachusetts. 1895. Addresses meeting of National Council of Women in Washington, D.C., on February 20 after being escorted to the speaker's platform by Susan B. Anthony. Returns to 077. Cedar Hill in late afternoon. While describing the meeting to Helen, Douglas collapses and dies of heart failure shortly before 7 p.m. Thousands of mourners view the body at the Metropolitan African Methodist Episcopal Church in Washington on February 25. Memorial service at the church is attended by Supreme Court Justice John Marshall Harlan, Senator John Sherman, and the faculty of Howard University. Susan B. Anthony is among the speakers. After services in Rochester on February 26, Douglas is buried with his first wife, Anna, and daughter Annie in Mount Hope Cemetery.